Courage, Tales and Tools to Master Your Mind by Jen Stevie, which is me. Tales, hey, nice to meet you. My name is Jen, and I never wanted to write a book, especially not a memoir about my global journey from extreme cult to executive coach. But you wanted me to write it. Every time I met a new person and told them some of my life stories, the person would always say the same two things. Number one, wow, you are so courageous. Number two, I feel so inspired. You should write a book. The biggest joke is, if you asked me to describe myself, the word courageous would never show up. It's simply not in my perception of me. I don't think that I'm courageous at all. I just live my life. I just do things I'm curious about that I consider to be fun or interesting. I'm not a daredevil. I'm not a crazy risk taker. To me, my decisions are logical and sound. I never choose to do something because I think, wow, Jen, this would be such a courageous thing. And yet, this was the word that people said whenever I shared my tales with them. Courageous. What does courage mean to you? Brave? Fearless? Confident? Strong? Resilient? Naive? Oblivious? Short-sighted? Stupid? Ignorant? I guess it depends on your upbringing and values. Sometimes a hero and a fool are just divided by a hairline of luck or a twist of faith. Not faith, fate. Maybe both. I cannot teach you exactly how you can be courageous, but I know that you will get inspiration from my journey. Maybe I have been through something that you are going through right now, and my choices can help you to make courageous moves. I traveled around the world as an executive leadership coach, helping clients to understand their head and listen to their heart. You know what's funny? From Saudi Arabia to New Zealand, Singapore to America, they all wanted the same things. Love, health, money, courage, freedom, time, success, clarity, ideas, solutions. My coaching tools that helped them the most also had something in common. They were practical, simple, and fast. So, the first part of the book is where I share my life stories with you. Raw, personal, weird. And if you want to get straight into action, use the Master Your Mind tools in the second part. I wish I had this book when I was a teen. I wish I had those stories and mind mastery tools when I needed them. On my journey, I learned from experience and other people. People who were way more courageous than me. If my book helped you, please tell a friend about it. If my book did not help you, please still tell a friend about it. We all resonate with different guides and words. It took me 40 years of being courageous to create it, and my tools helped thousands of people from all countries. We all need encouragement from others. We all deserve loving mentors and practical tools to master our minds. I wish you love, joy, and courage on your path. Enjoy wherever this path leads you, or rather, wherever you are leading it. And now, may I take you by the hand and show you mine? Bag. Pack your bag, Jennifer. We are leaving for Berlin today. My mother's voice sounded stressed. I didn't know anything about the trip. This morning, I left the house as usual for a 10-year-old girl. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. School bus, school, school bus, home. My mother's family lived in Berlin, an 8 hours drive away from our tiny village at the German-French border. This place was the only home I knew. This was where I grew up. Here, me and my little brother climbed trees, picked berries in the forest, and built dams in the stream behind the village. We pet the neighbors' dogs, cats, goats, cows, sheep, and horses. Our 4 chickens ate our kitchen scraps. I loved all animals. Our funny chickens, the sleek, elegant snakes, cute geckos, and the gorgeous Komodo and bearded dragons living in Dad's terrariums. My favorite was my happy guinea pig, Misha, and our energetic black cat, Yoshi. My 9-year-old brother was my closest friend. Just like me, he was obsessed with playing Super Mario Nintendo. Are you ready, kids? Put Misha in a little box. He will come with us. Yoshi has to stay here. Don't ask. Hurry up. Mum rushed around and started filling up her little Peugeot 205. I grabbed my guinea pig, put bedding, hay, food, and a water bowl for him into a small cardboard box. Then I threw my clothes and school books into a large gym bag. No idea what this trip was about. No sign of my dad anywhere. 9 hours later, the 3 of us arrived hyper-tired in Berlin, in the middle of a cold autumn night. Berlin smelled like car and bus fumes and looked like cold neon lights. The city sounded like a constant hum of buzzing power lines. No darkness, no silence, no stars. No fresh air, no bird songs. We stepped into a 20 floors tall skyscraper, squeezed into the small elevator, and zoomed upwards. My new home was the 2-bedroom apartment of my Nana and Granddad. I put Micha's box next to the small air mattress on the ground and fell asleep. Cult. When you look at a cult from the outside, it looks, well, like a cult. It might look strange, unusual, restrictive, dangerous, or outright crazy. When you grow up in one, it looks like nothing special. It's what you know, what you think to be true. It is normal, and above all, it is right. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that what they do is right and what others do is wrong. Which makes total sense because that's how most cults and religious groups work. Us versus them, right versus wrong. Punishment. We know what's up. Join us to live. Leave us and you will lose all your friends and die on doomsday. We know the only true translation of the Bible. We need to go from house to house, door knocking, proselytizing. We have to convince strangers that our view of the world is the correct one. From birth, I was told that smoking, tattoos, and having sex before marriage are wrong. Celebrating birthdays and Christmas are for pagans. Men rule over women in marriage, get to speak on stages, and were allowed to preach to the congregation. I was told that adultery is a sin and that anyone who sins or leaves the cult gets shunned. Shunning means that none of the cult members, even close family living with them, are allowed to have contact with the shunned sinner. I was told that when there is any suspicion of a sin, I need to go to the elders and tell them. The elders would then go to the sinner and correct them so that we can keep things pure. I was told that it is normal to go to Bible studies 3 times a week. Men were expected to wear ties, women to wear skirts or dresses, no matter how cold the weather. I was told that the outside world is doomed. All the pagans will die. Only Jehovah's Witnesses are right, and only we will survive the "oh my God, it could happen any time" event of Armageddon, an apocalypse where fire will rain from the sky and the world goes dark for 3 days. I was told that I should only make friends in the faith, that kids in the world are not good company, and that they won't survive Armageddon anyways. Well, the kids in the world did not understand our cult rules. After a few days, I had to be taken out of kindergartens or preschools. The bullying was too intense. Whenever I made new friends, the bonds only lasted until the day I had to tell them I cannot come to their birthday parties. I was accepted by peers until I could not participate in Christmas or Easter crafts. Our cult looked like a happy community from the outside. On the inside, I felt lonely and restricted. Most rules did not make sense to me, and yet, Every tricky situation has its upsides. I always wondered why my parents stared at the newspaper for ages. At the age of 3, I asked my mom, "What is so special about this big piece of paper? No pictures, no music. Why do you look at it for hours?" "Those are letters and words, Jennifer. When you know how they work, they will tell you a whole story." I was hooked. A secret code? There were stories hidden in the big piece of paper on our kitchen table? I pestered her to teach me the secret code. By the age of 4, I could read and write. A lack of human friends in real life makes for a ton of non-human friends in the library. Books became my friends. My library card was the golden ticket to stories, ideas, how-tos, and hours of giggles. Screw bullying kids, I had free access to thousands of pages to keep me company. I gained friends and mentors from all places and ages, hidden behind letters, words, sentences, and chapters. And I could read fast. It was not unusual for me to read a book per day, and I walked home from the library every week with heavy tote bags. Especially in the long, dark Berlin winters, books gave me an inside world that no one outside could mess with. No strict cult rules, no harsh words from school bullies. Books were calm. Books were guidance. Books were peace. Sinner. I hadn't seen or spoken to my dad since the day my mom told me to pack my bag. Neither had I been in contact with my favorite person in the whole family, my Nana, Dad's mom. My brother and I were uprooted from our lives within an afternoon, removed from our home without warning, preparation, or a proper farewell. Slowly, in the weeks after our move to Berlin, we got to hear more details. "Your father is a pig. He has sinned, and you are not allowed to talk to him or Nana." Okay. My mom had walked into the office, only to find my dad sleeping with the recently hired secretary. My mom was 29 at the time. The cult, her marriage, the family business, and us kids was all she had. Walking in on my cheating dad made her whole world collapse in 1 second. Adultery, sin, failure, loss. In the weeks after the move, I remember her playing a CD all the time. An unknown local guy by the name of Claudius Mach sang haunting songs about heartbreak, tears, and empty rooms. The album was aptly named Wie taub, like numb. The music helped her to process the pain, or suppress it. My mom's 2 sisters lived in Berlin. To distract her from her dark thoughts, they encouraged her to try and rebuild a social life. Sure, there was always the option of instant connection within the cult, but with the recent turmoil in that area of her life, my mom decided to do something else. She started arranging a class reunion from her old high school. My mom grew up in Berlin. She got pregnant with me at 19, and so quickly married my dad. Remember, sex before marriage was a no-no in the cult. So yeah, technically I wore a wedding dress at 4 months old. She left her finance clerk job at the government and gave birth to me. When I was 2 weeks old, we moved to the tiny village where my dad's family lived. Now, 10 years later, she was a heartbroken single mom in Berlin. With 2 kids and no money, we were on the dole. This class reunion project would keep her busy. Mind you, it was 1994. There was no Google or Facebook at the time. Figuring out addresses and phone numbers from her old classmates was quite the challenge. Many of the girls were married now and had changed their last names. The first person getting back to her was a guy. "Sure, sounds fun. If you like, I can help you organize the reunion." What a pickup line. 2 years later, they got married. Today, almost 30 years later, the guy from her high school class is still my stepdad. Chimneys. A chimney sweeper? Jennifer! Ugh. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you always do what you want? I was 16, and my mom was as frustrated as a parent of a rebellious teenager can be. Since she had messed up her career by being a mom, the last thing she wanted now was messing up parenting me. I was supposed to do better than her. I was supposed to study, to join a reputable company, have a stable future and a predictable income. And here we were again, arguing about my life choices. She already disliked my boyfriend, now I wanted to drop out of school. My curious brain recognizes patterns everywhere, whether I like it or not. Even today at 40, I'm like a 5-year-old that never stops asking, why? Once again, I didn't see the point of continuing high school. Why? They make us read books, consume information, ask us to regurgitate it, and give us a grade for how much we remember? What am I, a parrot? A tape recorder? There were no rewards for creativity, for coming up with new solutions, or for finding new ways of solving problems. Many times I had the right answers, but my path did not follow the way the teachers taught. Good grades, but bored as hell. My reports would constantly say things like, Jennifer is distracted. She talks with the others, debates with teachers, passes notes around, is not engaged in the curriculum. She's highly capable and could go places, but she doesn't seem to care about putting in any effort. While I effortlessly got good grades, aka was good at school, my brother had to work 3 times as hard as me to get even average grades. He was a highly energetic guy, only 14 months younger than me. For many years, we were each other's best and only friend. He could pull machines apart and build new ones. He would teach himself stuff that he was curious about. He was a fun, happy, smart person to be around. One of the hardest workers I know, super intelligent, never able to sit still. Yet, once the doctors had found a diagnosis, the label became his middle name. This is my daughter Jennifer, she is doing well in school, and this is her brother, he has ADHD. I never cried as a kid, except for injustice. When something was unfair, when someone didn't treat people equally, my blood started to boil. Whenever I saw someone hurt or bully a weaker person, my pounding heartbeat deafened my ears. My eyes welled up, and I saw red. Injustice made me grow bold beyond my abilities. Many times at school, I would get into physical fights to defend my little brother or anyone who was bullied. I felt what they went through. It was my mission to protect the weaker ones. Soon, I realized that my physical strength could only get me so far, especially in one of the roughest parts of Berlin where we lived. As I got older, the weapons got bigger, the group fights got nastier. Some of the damage done to people or property could be irreversible. I couldn't continue like this. The warrior in me needed a more sustainable plan. Again, my trusted library full of mentors and wisdom was there for me. I borrowed books about psychology, body language, and human behavior. I learned about NLP, improvisation skills, comedy, and public speaking. I figured out the patterns of how to be funny, how to punch bullies with words. At first I sucked, but after a while, I didn't need to take out my fists or pepper spray anymore. I made bystanders laugh and the bully blush and run away before they had a chance to whip out a knife or gun. And so, I got through school doing the bare minimum, doing my homework last minute in the subway to school, and still getting way above average grades. I even formed some friendships with people who cared about me, not about restrictive cult rules. I helped my brother as much as possible with his homework tasks. I felt sorry for him. How much more frustrating school was for him. How unfair the system. I was a good girl in my reports, but I was deeply unhappy. The prospect of a consuming and regurgitating information cycle for several more years made me feel physically sick. Like a dog with a bone, I negotiated my way through adolescence, kept starting discussions about school. I didn't get it. Mom, I'm leaving school. I will drop out. This whole system is beyond messed up. There was no negotiating with her. I'm incredibly stubborn, but have a guess where that stubbornness came from. Since I was not supporting myself financially, I had to growl and accept her counteroffer. You will regret not doing an Abitur. You have the capability to do it. I'll let you only drop out if you get a job or an apprenticeship. I did not want to do an Abitur, a 3-year university readiness degree from about 16 to 19 years of age. Then I would have to endure 4 more years of university study for an average degree. Many Germans leave university in the middle of their 20s with barely any experience in the real world. My second option to this looming 7-year commitment? Getting a job without any training. I dismissed this straight away. While it would reduce the school learning part to 0, I saw that it often meant a lifetime of capped growth. My third option? Apprenticeships. Many Germans consider university degrees and trade apprenticeships as equally desirable. Most people I know even prefer apprenticeships. Employees are deemed to be more valuable when they have real life experience. And the best part, you could start this path in your teens. Learn while you earn. There was only one hook for my frustrated teenage self. Apprenticeships start only once a year, in September. It is a long process to get into the annual intakes. I couldn't simply send mass emails to companies with PDFs of my school reports asking them to consider me for the next intake. Nope, applying for jobs and apprenticeships was still a traditional and conservative task. We're talking snail mail, my friend. Think licking stamps and walking to letterboxes. I had to find companies offering apprenticeships, write and edit a CV, print it out, go to a professional photographer, smile awkwardly for a headshot, print headshots on photo paper, cut them out, glue them to the CV, write and edit a cover letter, print it out, sign it, print out school reports with my grades, print out certificates of courses and internships, ask people to be my character referees, put all those prints into a nice folder, get a large A4 envelope, buy stamps, put on envelopes, send the envelopes to potential employers. Wait. Ugh. I still shudder looking back at the amount of money I spent and the amount of waste this created, from printing to photos to postage fees. It was not unusual to post hundreds of those folders. The whole process was an apprenticeship in patience. Almost daily I received rejection letters. But when you walk around with open eyes, you see stuff. And so, on a September day, I was sitting at home, frustrated with the huge stack of rejection letters on my desk. Many praised my grades, but said they could only consider me for next year's intake. Grrr. Teenage me was sad, but too stubborn to give up. I opened the newsletter, scanning once more the secret code of letters and words. Jimmery, are you the next Mary Poppins? The German Chimney Sweeper Association has a few more apprenticeship places starting this month. Apply now, earn while you learn. Applications from women are preferred. I was intrigued. Chimney sweeping is a highly regarded and regulated industry in Germany. A master craftsman does not have to find clients. There is no competition as the government allocates a suburb for them to look after. Chimney sweeping services are mandatory for homeowners and landlords. Why? If heating systems and chimneys are not maintained properly, people can die in their sleep from carbon monoxide poisoning. To avoid this, the German government has systems in place. The masters and their apprentices have to keep to the strict schedules. Originally a traditional blue-collar trade, with black uniforms, with golden buttons, the day-to-day tasks are modern and varied. A typical day includes chimney care, customer communication, approving fireplaces, measuring emissions, and regulating large gas heating systems. Their work saves lives and helps big skyscrapers and small homes stay warm in the freezing Berlin winters. I had nothing to lose. Everything was better than feeling like another parrot in a doomed school system. I applied, got invited to an interview, and started a few days later. In this industry, being a cheeky tomboy and having grown up with a brother was an advantage for me, as one of 3 girls in a class of 30 apprentices. Yay, I had an apprenticeship! My part of the deal with my mom was done, and I finally could drop out of high school. My mom was not impressed. Her smart-ass daughter in a male-dominated blue-collar trade instead of going to university? Why could she not secure a white-collar future in a big corporation or study something highly regarded in society? What is wrong with this stubborn, rebellious, argumentative, and always challenging the norm girl? Government. About 10 months later, I received a letter from the German government. We are delighted to invite you to an interview for the social law apprenticeship. Surprised, I checked my old spreadsheet, where I kept track of my applications. This position was one of the most coveted roles available. On average, there are 3,000 applications every year, but only 30 apprentices get chosen. For some reason, I was one step closer to being one of them. But would I want to quit my existing apprenticeship and feel like I wasted a year? I was torn. Well, I have nothing to lose, I thought. I have been invited, so I might as well go to the interview. The first rounds were not actual interviews, but the usual psychometric tests. Then, the first real face-to-face one, a panel interview. 5 senior people from various government departments in old business attire. Opposite them, us, a row of 5 nervous teenagers in new business attire. I sat right in the middle. I didn't prepare for it. Something inside me told me that everyone will be crazy nervous. They will rehearse and say safe, boring answers. And that's exactly what happened. Starting with the people next to me, the usual interview questions and answers started to fly across the echoey room. My pattern recognition brain was bored. What are your strengths? I work hard. What are your weaknesses? I work too hard. Yawn. So predictable. What am I doing here? I could be on the roof of a skyscraper, overlooking the hustle and bustle of Berlin, watching the capital wake up. I could be chatting to an old lady in her summer house about her chimney while sipping a cup of peppermint tea. I could be squatting down on the street next to a little girl, staring at me with big eyes. Seeing a chimney sweeper is an omen. It means good luck. I could rub some black soot on my nose, making her giggle. I could let her touch one of the golden buttons on my black uniform, while her mum had the biggest smile on her face. Touching me meant luck for life. Sweet superstitions. Oops, stop daydreaming, Jen. The interviewer looked at me. If you had 1 million D-mark, what would you do? For a split second, I wondered if I should go with the safe option. This is a government department. They value prudence, safety, predictability, no risky moves. They love the let's do what we have always done people. I should say things like, oh, 1 million, definitely saving, buying a house, investing some into gaining further education. But that's not me. Why would I start a potential new relationship with a lie? It just makes things harder down the track for both of us. Yeah, nah. I looked him straight into the eyes and smiled. I would buy a Land Rover and travel the world. Surprised glances, the interviewers and my competitors, or future colleagues, turned their heads towards me. For the first time in a bunch of stressful, intense minutes, the whole room giggled. Authenticity for the win. A few days later, I handed in my notice, sold my tradie tools and my black uniform with the golden buttons, and embarked on a new career adventure in social law. My parents and I kept clashing more and more. I disliked my stepdad, and I disliked that my mum prioritized him over her kids. I had a boyfriend and found out that my mum had arranged a meeting with him behind my back. In this meeting, she told my boyfriend all the things she didn't like about me, hoping we would break up. Of course, he told me about it immediately, said he loves me and that her words would not influence him. I was furious inside, felt betrayed in my own home. From that day on, I barely spoke to my parents and stayed away as much as possible. I got up at 4 in the morning as my work started at 6 and I had a 90-minute subway commute across Berlin. After work, I would spend time with my boyfriend, at the library, outside on my bike or rollerblades. I bought my own food and came home as late as possible to avoid any interaction with my parents. What kind of mother meets their kid's partner behind their back trying to divide them? What kind of mother prevents their kids from contact with their beloved Nana, dad's mom? What kind of mother ignores their partner's anger issues and prioritizes them over her children? I had enough of the criticism and lack of support at home. On the morning of my 18th birthday, the day I was legally allowed to leave the family house, I left a farewell note on the kitchen table. I put my house key next to it and left with a bag the same size as when I arrived in Berlin 8 years prior. This was the start of not having any contact with my family. A few weeks later, another milestone. At the ripe old age of 18 years and 18 days, I married my boyfriend. I didn't invite anyone from my family to the wedding. Several people tried to talk me out of it, asking me to invite them to do what's right. Even my future in-laws were trying to soften the situation. I stood firm by my decision. Why would I want anyone at our wedding who is not keen on the wedding to happen? Weddings are for celebrating love. We only want people around us who love that we love each other. I don't want any guests who try to seed doubt and discord. We never wanted to be in massive debt for a wedding day, fancy clothes, expensive rings, or a lavish ceremony. Our values were aligned. It was only one day. We could have a lot of exciting holiday days with that cash. We always valued travel and experiences more than vanity stuff. Our wedding was perfect, simple and fun, with a good photographer, celebrated at a friend's large house with good music, food, and only our favorite people around us. After a 3-hour wedding night, we flew to the Dominican Republic for a 3-week honeymoon. The first flight in my life, I was instantly hooked. The feeling of being on the runway, of hearing the engines roar, exhilarating, being pressed into the seat as the plane raced towards the horizon, taking off. Pure bliss. Being newlyweds in the tropics is fun. For me, nothing beats the joy of being in the sun and walking on the beach. I loved snorkeling in clear turquoise blue water with rays and starfish and eating perfectly ripe tropical fruits. I was 18 and love and life was amazing. I guess now my parents should have been proud of me. A white-collar, well-paying role in social law with the German government and married to a guy in the cult. Good girl. The work was interesting. Every day a different challenge. For the duration of the apprenticeship, I got to move around the various departments, learned all about the special laws and services. From statutory insurance and rehabilitation cases to deciding on pension payouts and assessing eligibility conditions, my brain was finally challenged. Real-life challenges, no more regurgitating rote memory. When I finished my degree, I was instantly offered a permanent role as a case manager in the social welfare department. The social law was no longer deemed fit for purpose, meaning I started my tenure during the largest social law reformation Germany has ever seen. From being a bored teen, living on the benefit just a few years before, now I sat on the other side of the desk, could empathize with and support those still trying to make ends meet. Dealing with citizens on the dole requires a lot of tact, resilience, and soft skills. As a government department, we were funded by the taxpayer and had to account for every decision made, every euro spent. I was responsible for millions of euros every year, and my customers could have not been more diverse. People on the edge of society, and yet smack bang in the middle of it. A drug-addicted single mom of 10 kids, on the dole for generations. A busy student trying to balance housing costs, study schedules, and episodes of depression. A suave bank manager who just needed short-term support for his family due to losing his job in the global financial crisis. Every age, culture, and background sat at my desk. sometimes shy and timid, grateful for the payments, sometimes yelling, screaming, and violent, sometimes debating for hours about how to properly interpret the new law. Looking after social welfare customers in challenging times felt like doing a PhD in human behavior. Case managers had a lot of wiggle room in the early days of the law reform. I spent thousands of hours reading legal paragraphs, writing reports, and preparing files for court proceedings. There was plenty of bureaucracy that made me roll my eyes, but overall, it was a great place to be. My team and the customers were the reason I enjoyed coming to work. This could have been my life for the next 50 years until retirement. Married to an engineer with a stable job, 3 times weekly Bible study, a government lifetime job with a great salary, 6 weeks paid annual leave every year to travel to nice places. Sweet as. Sweet as? In my mind, life is supposed to be full of diverse and rich experiences. Living this way would not truly be 50 years of life experience. To me, it would mean 1 year life experience 50 times over. I felt like looking into a crystal ball and seeing what each year of my life was going to look like. And while predictable might be what some people love, I would have been bored. Deep inside, I knew that this cannot be all there is, yet. Maybe later. I was drawn to seek out new challenges, throw myself into the unknown. I wanted to find my edge and balance on it, 1 foot in midair. I wanted to be like the fool in the tarot, exploring, trusting, leaping. Quakes. We are so sorry for the inconvenience. Would you be able to find her toothbrush and maybe her hairbrush too? The 2 police officers standing at our front door looked defeated and weary. It was over a week since a massive earthquake shook our city, Christchurch, New Zealand. Our landlady's eyes were red from crying and tiny from the lack of sleep. She was unable to get any deep rest. Every couple of hours we had aftershocks, tens of thousands in total. Our suburb, South Brighton, was hit hard. Bridges destroyed, homes broken, roads turned to mudslides, potholes and rubble everywhere. My husband and I had only moved in a few months ago. We built a lovely friendship with our landlady, who rented out 2 rooms in her large beach house. After a nasty separation, she needed the extra money to cover the mortgage and company to fill her empty home. We wanted a base for our adventure, a year of living in New Zealand. We became good friends and supported her through the emotional roller coaster of the separation and distressing conversations with her aggressive ex-partner. On Valentine's Day, we decorated our home to cheer her up. We put up balloons, placed presents, chocolate, bubbles, and flowers on the kitchen counter. In the letterbox, I put a love letter from her future lover. Now, just a week after Valentine's Day, the balloons were still around. Christchurch had declared a state of emergency. Our house had wide gaps in the corners, and we lacked power. Water trucks drove down our road. Most pipes were broken or contaminated with sewage. Toilets could not be flushed. Luckily, we could walk to the Portaloos on the next street corner. Our big, beautiful aquarium exploded into thousands of pieces. Coming home to dead, colorful fish all over the soaking wet lounge carpet felt like a crazy dream. We lived from hour to hour. When Papatuanuku shakes thousands of times at unpredictable hours, there is no point in making plans. Missing in our home was Yuki, a 22-year-old girl from Japan. We were her host family. She was excited to study English in New Zealand. It was the adventure of a lifetime for her. Yuki arrived only a couple of days before the massive quake. We had such fun decorating her room and chatting on Skype with her and her parents in Japan before her big journey. We just located a group of students in the King's Language School under school desks. Their bodies have been crushed due to the weight of the collapsed building. Tooth and hairbrushes can give us DNA samples so that we can identify the victims. The policeman's voice cracked. Yuki's death was confirmed shortly after. It felt surreal in the worst possible way. Unfair, unjust. My blood was heating up, my brain was racing, trying to understand. Why, oh gods and goddesses? Yuki was delightful, her whole life was ahead of her. So many idiots get to grow old, yet you take her? Why? My husband and I saved money for several years, and I quit my government position so that we could follow his dream, taking a year off and living in New Zealand. Now, we were in his favorite place, but in a broken home and in a broken city. Quakes, tears, fears, death, and grief surrounded us every waking minute. The discussions between me and my husband became more serious. This was not the sabbatical we had dreamed of. He wanted his old life back. We should go back to Germany and come back when they have rebuilt it. This is crazy. No way. We have nothing to lose. I just quit my lifetime job, and your profession is in high demand here. The country is not broken, just buildings and roads are. I need to use my skills to help. People in Christchurch are severely traumatized. I have the education and the experience that they need. I brushed up my 10-year-old school English skills. My visa allowed me to take on short contracts, so I went to my happy place. At the local library, I asked the staff how to write a CV in the Kiwi way. The people were amazing and so supportive. One librarian even edited my CV and cover letter and shared recruiter contacts and helpful links with me. Within days, I found my first job. I was a little nervous because it was not in my native language, but it was perfect to distract me from the drama at home and the gap that was widening between me and my husband. Housing New Zealand needed resilient case managers to support customers in earthquake recovery assistance centers. I helped people with admin tasks, like writing grant applications for the Red Cross. I arranged emergency medication and sorted out sanitation needs. Sometimes I simply offered a listening ear, a cup of tea, some tissues, and a warm hug to grieving citizens. When things get rough, when we go through challenging times, we suddenly realize that we are all in the same boat. Neighbors checked in on each other, invited strangers over for barbecues. On the sidewalks, people looked each other in the eyes, offering a warm smile. We were in this together. Some people ran away, others ran towards. Yuki was dead. She had no choice. I was alive. I had a choice. I was able to do something. I felt useful again. I had to help. Husband. We met when I was 16, on a day out, water skiing with a few others from the cult. There he was, a tall, fit Viking guy. With dark blonde hair and steel blue eyes, he caught the attention of plenty girls. Good looks are a bonus, sure, but for me, it is a person's mind and heart that make me feel true attraction. We hung out by the lake and started chatting. From photography to travel, business ideas to music, our interests and communication style just clicked. He told me about his passion for New Zealand. He had an upcoming 6 weeks trip booked, keen to go on hikes and take photos of incredible landscapes. Obsessed with the country, he had all German books about New Zealand on his bookshelf. In the following weeks, we spent more time together. Innocently, mainly chatting after the Bible studies. Our bond deepened. It wasn't until several weeks later that I found out he's 29, going on 30. What? I had simply assumed we would be in the same age range, and so did he. In my teens, I always wanted to look older. I loved putting on makeup and the dress code at the cult made me easily pass for early 20s. He was fit and active, and with the surfer hair and tan muscles, he could easily pass for early 20s too. After the initial shock, I thought of the long term. 13 years and 11 months gap? Okay, it sounds crazy at 16, but our minds connect, our hearts connect. Time is on our side here, right? Surely no one would be shocked when I'm 30 and he's 44. So we kept building our connection, one conversation at a time. His calm behavior was external. Internally, there was pain, anxiety, depression, none visible to me at first. In hindsight, the clues were there, but what would a 16-year-old cult girl know about trauma psychology? As we met, he had just separated from his ex-wife, who had cheated on him and got pregnant with twins. According to German law, if children are born within a marriage, the husband is considered the father and therefore financially responsible to pay child support for the next 18 years. Knowing the law and considering his income as an engineer, his ex did everything she could to delay the process of him trying to prove that the twins are not his children. Her behavior became more and more crazy. Years later, I learned that she was diagnosed as bipolar with narcissistic and schizophrenic episodes. In the first 2 years of our relationship, there was a time when he tapped her phone line to be able to record proof to dismiss her child support claims. Hitmen lurked around in the bushes next to our home, followed us at night after Bible studies. She found out my email address and threatened to harm me. She turned up crying, begging him to take her back. The police seized his computer as she accused him of having child pornography on his hard drive. Their divorce process took forever. At the age of 16, I kept accompanying him to the court hearings, spending hours in lawyers' offices crafting counter letters. It was a hot mess, but we were a great team. He was my first big love. This was my normal life. Throughout our marriage, he had severe anxiety around phone calls. I had to make all the calls. It would always trigger flashbacks in him, listening to the recorded tapes of his ex talking to her various lovers, moaning things like, "Come over, baby, my hubby is at work." No wonder our situation in New Zealand, with constant quakes, death, me finding new friends and mealing for work, sent him on a downward spiral. I was his rock, his support, his everything. He tried his best, applied for a work visa and joined a company. We seeked out the local cult group and went to Bible studies, but things just felt off. I could not see myself building authentic friendships with others just because we are in the same cult. It seemed more and more driven by a fear of doomsday, preparing for Armageddon, telling others what's right or wrong, and living in a defensive state of us against the world. Gradually, I stopped going. I started to lose respect for my husband. The former happy Viking slid into victim mode, numbing himself with alcohol and TV. When his car had a flat tire, he was sure the neighbor must have done it. When I enjoyed activities with my new friends, he got jealous. When I wanted to study outside of my work, he held me back. When I wanted to connect, he was tired. He acted out of fear, not out of motivation. Therapy, anyone? No, thank you. I lost attraction, began to feel alone in his company. This was no longer the man I fell in love with. The man I married had energy, dreams, drive, was always up for cool projects and travels and side hustles. During our marriage, we started random businesses. We coded a basic online shop in the early 2000s. We imported printer cartridges from China for 90 cents and sold them for 19 euros. It was an amazing profit for us and still only half the price of what the local big chain retailers would charge. We signed up for a workshop and learned how to fix paint damage on cars, repair windscreen chips, and fix holes in upholstery fabrics. We had always some fun thing going on. We would hang out in our garage, listening to music while I airbrushed a bumper or fixed a windscreen chip for a customer. We packed cartridge orders from the online shop and answered client inquiries. We had epic holidays, went to Denmark, Dominican Republic, Turkey, France, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Egypt. We went on plenty of road trips, had weekend adventures all over Germany. Tons of visits to theme parks for my all-time favorite thrill, giant roller coasters. But somehow, now in New Zealand, it changed. On the outside, my man was still the same, but all the inside drive had gone. No fun left. All worry, depression, and lethargy. Nothing I suggested worked. No fun hike or road trip into stunning nature brought it back. He declined invitations, didn't bother with making new friends. He kept wanting to speak German instead of getting better at speaking English. As the saying goes, the lights were on, but no one was home. You cannot help someone from the outside when the person has given up on the inside. After 2 years of living in a broken town, waiting and waiting for our residency visa, watching my once passionate marriage turn into flaccid flatmates, my patience wore thin. Where did we go wrong? There was no eruption, no explosion like the one my mum went through when she caught my dad cheating with the secretary. There was no emotional drama. Nothing like the situation with his schizophrenic ex-wife sending hitmen and yelling false claims in various courtrooms. There was no screaming, no name-calling, no fighting. It was a slow death, like watching a candle burn down. I was numb, ghost-like. We were like hotel guests on the same floor. I felt alone in his company, like being married to a stranger. Day after day, for over 500 days, I became more and more unhappy. I was not sure what to do, doubted love, marriage, and life in general. Walking onto train tracks in Sydenham, I wished for a train to come and just end my pain. No train came, but a little voice whispered, "There must be more. Why was I here in this broken city, stuck in a broken marriage with no perspective, no future vision? Why was life so hard? The quake has spared me, so my time has not come yet. There must be a mission for me to do." I sighed. Slowly, I stepped off the train tracks and deleted all angry and sad music from my playlists. I changed all my passwords to "Keep going." Finally, a letter arrived. Our residency visa was approved. We came here because it was his big dream to live in New Zealand, and I knew deep inside that we had to make it to this stage to avoid further trauma. At least the country of his dreams was now a long-term option for him. His passion for hiking and landscape photography could now continue without a looming departure date. If I had left him earlier, he would have not made it. It was the least I could do as his wife and partner of almost 14 years. I committed to staying by his side until his dream became reality. I loved him as much as I could for as long as I could until I had no love left. It was a strange day. No elation, no celebration. The thing we wanted for years, our visa, was now here. Yet our energy was the lowest it has ever been. My stomach hurt. I felt queasy, dreaded the separation that was unfolding, but I knew it was unavoidable. My morning surf and a mutual crush on a married co-worker gave me the energy to get up every day, but I had to take my life into my own hands now. The visa was granted, his dream had come true. 48 hours later, I caught up with him after work. We met at Burger King. No Happy Meal, this was the appropriate place for dead food and dead marriage conversations. I took a deep breath and jumped into the unknown. For the most part of the last 14 years, I loved being married to you. There was no point of dragging things out. My heart was racing and still at the same time. But I cannot see myself being married to you any longer. I would like to get a divorce. I will look at an apartment tomorrow. Exhale. The bomb exploded quietly. We both sat there, avoiding eye contact. Silently, teary-eyed, we stared at the piece of plastic and burger wrapping papers on the table. Kids were laughing, playing happily around us. For the millionth time, I was so relieved that we had no kids to tie us together for decades. Done meant done. I cannot believe you're leaving me. After all we went through? You're the most amazing wife. I do not want to live without you. Seriously, Jennifer, I have nobody else. You're the only reason I'm still alive. This is the worst day ever. My employer told me they're restructuring and I'm out of a job in 4 weeks. But 2013 proudly presents Rock Bottom. 29 years young, foreign country, foreign language, broken city, broken marriage, dead flatmate, no close friends, in love with a married workmate and a suicidal husband who just lost his job. I had no idea what to do next. We put the rubbish away, walked to the car, and drove home in silence. At home, I checked my work emails. The crush. Hey, I know we have such chemistry and you're an incredible woman. I don't know how to say this, but my wife just found out that she's pregnant. I'm sorry, I will have to get my act together and try to fix things at home. We should end contact. I trust you will understand. I grabbed my surfboard, headed to the beach, and drowned my thoughts in the waves. As always, the ocean listened. Moana rocked me gently, swayed me back to life, helped me to breathe again. Mastermind. I found a new apartment quickly. It was tiny, with an ensuite and a shared kitchen. I had a desk, a bed, my laptop, and finally, peace. Far away from his mind-numbing TV shows, far away from the icy silence, far away from finding his suicide threat letters, far away from guilt-inducing visits from the cult elders and calls from his family. And peace was what I needed, since I didn't know what to do next. My previous work contract had ended, and I urgently needed an income to pay rent. A visit to a recruitment agency brought hope. A contract in project management at a university. The new workplace was fun. Great people. Not so great conditions for people to be great. Just like what I was used to from the German government. When places get too big, it's tricky to make people work well together. Too many meetings, guesstimates, rules, and processes to drive things forward fast. Just enough obstacles to drive the people in the team closer together. Yay, trauma bonding! Just like what happened at large scale in our earthquake city, tough environments can force people to work well together. When we are in the same waka, the same boat, there is no room for ego. No one gets fussy about pronouns, titles, or skin colors when the boat is about to sink. All hands on deck. Just like other traumatic situations, difficult workplaces can bring out the best and worst in people. The resilient ones stay. They step up in their homes, their workplaces, and their communities. They take on leadership. This new place gave me a sense of belonging. I was keen to stay, to step up. Those people were worth it. My manager showed me around the offices, introducing me to everyone. We entered the staff kitchen. A handsome guy turns around, smiles, and shakes my hand. There are some rare moments in life that I have saved in slow motion. I can replay them in my head like an instant movie. Him turning around is one of them. Oh, hello, Mastermind, nice to meet you. Deep down, I felt that I knew him from somewhere. Is there such a thing as past lives? The Mastermind and I started messaging. As an introvert, the situation was ideal for him. Quick, witty lines via email. Asynchronous flirting. He was carefully crafting 2 sentences and probably deleting 20 others. There was no reason to rush anything. He had no intention of chatting up a random girl in a public place or jumping on a dating app. I had no desire to be anyone's anything anyways. It was only a few months after my personal rock bottom. For now, I needed a sense of confidence in myself, in love, and time to heal. I told him to stay away, that I'm not ready for anything romantically. He, totally unaware of my kryptonite, showed me the sexiest thing a guy can show me. The inner workings of his mind, the unusual way he thinks, the clever way he plays with concepts and thoughts. My love for philosophy and psychology found a curious listener. He always asked the most interesting questions, helped me to discover new concepts and viewpoints. With his big passion for online poker, we had an instant topic to chat about. I always loved the psychology of the game, and he was in his element, a master at strategy. Constantly he would calculate odds and risks, scan for patterns and bluffs. Seeing him in his element, playing 20 poker games at the same time, was just utterly fascinating to me. Winning big money is fun, but losing a tournament gave me a chance to see his real character. What happens when he loses? Will he be sad, depressed, in victim mode? Will he be calm, cool, collected? Will he blame others? Will he numb himself? The mastermind came with a part-time sidekick, a 3-year-old girl. As obsessed with rainbows and crafty stuff as I was, we hit it off instantly. Again, another chance for me to see his character. How is he around her? Is he patient, loving, sweet? Is he caring yet able to set boundaries and protect her? How does he treat his ex, even when she was frustrating to deal with? During the day at work, I got to see his character with others. Always kind, always respectful, courteous, intelligent. Often not speaking up, only revealing gems of insight when asked directly. Needless to say, after the challenging last few marriage years, this was a welcome distraction. I fell in love. Our poker game of love had multiple risk factors. All bets were off. Opposites attract indeed. Atheist and cult Christian. Introvert and extrovert. Snowboarder and surfer. Track pants and high heels. Laid back and driven. Early bird and night owl. Mountain and beach. Logic and emotion. Routine and spontaneity. His daughter started to call me Mum. I called her Sunshine. With a heart full of love, life was beautiful again. Calling. As usual, as soon as my mind has figured something out, it wants a new challenge. My brain is like a 5-year-old, always curious. It keeps asking why and how and when. After a few weeks at the new workplace, I browsed through the study options of an online vocational education provider. My role was in project management, and I loved learning about the methodologies. I was keen to add a proper qualification to my toolkit or study something that would feel exciting. My work contract was only short-term, and I figured that upskilling myself outside of work hours would give me an advantage when applying for future opportunities. I screened the options for project management as the mastermind walked into the room. Hey, what do you think about the one next to it? It pretty much looks like all the stuff you read about anyways. He looked over my shoulder and pointed at the degree description next to the one I was considering. Professional Coaching Psychology. I had not noticed the title until his comment, and only ever heard of coaching in regards to sport coaches. As soon as I looked at the details of the degree he pointed at, I was stunned. This described my interests to a T. It was all about people's behavior, the neuroscience behind our emotions, teaching practical tools for making decisions and creating innovative solutions. This was a mirror of the content of most of the books I borrowed from the library. Since my teens, I have been addicted to self-improvement books. I read about behavioral science and personality types, studied NLP and body language as a side quest. Wow, this is amazing, thank you. Seems like I don't have all those local qualifications and requirements they want, but who knows, what's meant for me will never pass me by. I will write them a detailed letter explaining my overseas background. Maybe they can make an exemption and allow me access. They did. For the following months, I was hooked. Next to my normal 9 to 5 full-time job, I spent evenings, nights, and weekends discovering coaching psychology. It was eye-opening to dive deeper into the science. The teachers were amazing. We set up student buddy systems to practice the coaching tools and techniques with each other. It helped me to understand the patterns I use naturally with people. In the social law work in Germany, I was always surrounded by difficult conversations and heated arguments. Citizens felt frustrated with the bureaucracy and acted aggressively towards me and my colleagues. Inside them, plenty of pent-up frustration that comes with feeling powerless, with living at the mercy of a government case manager. Whether a person threatened to kill me or stormed into the office to yell at my colleagues and throw our files around, I always managed to stay calm. I navigated the conversations, kindly, firmly, sometimes with humor, just like back in the days when I was bullied in school. Now I had a much deeper understanding of the methods, the science behind it. Such fun! I got to read books, write papers, and practice real coaching sessions. Effortlessly, I finished with an A+ in 14 of the 16 modules. It never felt like work. It was a hobby, no, an obsession. Soon, the tutors talked about turning our coaching knowledge into a business, into running our own private practice. I hesitated. With an obsessive nature like mine, starting a new business venture was a risk. When I get into something, I voluntarily surrender to it. I allow myself to be fully absorbed, consumed by, merged with it. Studying this degree was for fun. I loved the topics, but I had no plans to be self-employed again. From running various side businesses within my marriage, I saw how much of a burden the work behind the scenes can be for a relationship. I was always in full-time employment during our side gigs and had experienced firsthand how those can take over a couple's life. But life had other plans for me. When you ask the universe to help you grow, it will give you situations that grow you. Moving to the other side of the world and leaving a stable, well-paying job behind is the equivalent to a massive call for expansion in the energetic realms. Once you leap, you learn how to fly. Hence the saying, be careful what you wish for. One of the last papers asked us to create a marketing flyer and showcase our services as if we had our own coaching practices. I was just learning a new skill, making websites, so I was keen to practice it. I'm lazy, efficient. If I had to pretend to be a professional coach for this paper, I might as well do it properly, so I thought. In a day, I created a basic website, added my services, a simple bio, my email address, and clicked publish. This was fun. I sent the paper with the website link to my tutors and went to sleep. A few days later, I received an email. Hi Jen, I'm a CEO, splitting my time between New York and Tel Aviv. I'm looking for an executive coach and your website and background skills seem very interesting. What would working with you look like? I was confused. No marketing, no promo, no ads. How did he find me? Anyways, there is a person wanting something and I might have what they want. Let's go. Hi, lovely to meet you. I'm just about to finish my coaching psychology degree, so I cannot promise you any specific results nor provide references. I'm more than happy to jump on a video call and hear what your current challenges are. Here are a few times I could work for your time zone. 2 weeks later, another email. This time, it was an executive telling me he is working with the intelligence services in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and is looking for a mindset coach. Was the mastermind playing a funny email trick on me? After a few moments wondering, I did the same thing, honestly telling him what he can expect. No sales, no strategy, just pure facts, a 1-minute email. Throughout the 2-year degree, we always practiced coaching with our fellow students and tutors. I simply pretended that my new clients were just the same. I prepared each meeting, explained the core concepts and ethics around coaching, and we dove in. In my usual direct style, we did not waste time with small talk. Raw honesty, trust in advance, and full professionalism on both sides were the magic recipe for co-creating results. Within minutes, we were clarifying goals and challenging assumptions. My clients started to understand their values and limiting beliefs. Soon they could envision future pathways and spot dead-end streets with confidence. After each session, I was buzzing with energy. I felt ecstatic, barely remembered anything I said. The coaching questions bubbled like a spring from within me. The first time I received payments for my services and glowing testimonials, I had a hard time believing it. How could something that came so naturally to me be so valuable to others? Doesn't everyone listen actively and ask tailored questions? Doesn't everyone help the other person come up with their own solutions? Clearly not. We had a simple agreement via email. I had a disclaimer about what coaching can and cannot do and gave them my PayPal link. My clients got results and were happy, and happy clients talk. But where was this going? I had no intention to run my own business full time. Been there, done that. There was no passion for admin, paperwork, structures, processes, and accounting. I just loved the deep dive coaching conversations. More clients showed up. I asked my friend to set up a company structure for me and look after the accounts. The more I enjoyed my coaching side gig in the evenings and weekends, the less I enjoyed working in the project management offices during the day. I saw many people come and go. High hopes on arrival, frustrations and delays during their tenure, relief on departure. Why was project management so tricky? The more I served my clients, the more I noticed the absence of coaching skills in most managers. Instead of drawing wisdom out of their most capable people, they used meaningless KPIs to force them to perform better. But just like my teenage self, not many people like being told what to do. They rather run off and become chimney sweepers than doing what their parents want them to do. Personal development was always my passion. Now, through my coaching side hustle, it turned into my biggest obsession. I reduced my hours at the office, scaled back to a 4-day week to be able to grow the coaching side. Seeking out more mentors and coaches, reading more books, and listening to more podcasts made my brain tingle with joy. I compared tools from project management with coaching psychology tools. I mixed and merged them, creating better, newer, simpler methods. I joined hackathons and Google Startup Weekends. In various events, I was an organizer, a participant, or a startup mentor, which gave me insights into the dynamics. Those are high-energy events. They can attract hundreds of people from all ages and industries, and the concept behind them is as simple as it is brilliant. On a Friday afternoon, a bunch of strangers meet and tell each other about some business ideas they have. If enough people like it, they form a team around you. Then you get time until Sunday afternoon to talk to potential customers, test your concept, build a prototype, and pitch in front of a panel of industry experts and investors. The winner gets various prizes, and often the teams decide to keep working on the idea. Building a company on a weekend? No timesheets? People were engaged and worked long hours to build something? This world felt right. Slow government? Frustrating project management? Nope. This was a different environment. My mind was blown by the experience of being around energized strangers working together in their free time, unpaid, just for the fun of it. I met people I would have never met otherwise. All ages, all industries. I made lifelong friends. I learned about the newest tools and apps. Did you know about Bitcoin in 2014? I did. I discovered groundbreaking products and services I never heard of before, all because of the fun and curious people at those events. Most of all, we made things happen in hours. No excuses, we got stuff done. The highs I felt in participating and mentoring at those events lasted for weeks. Back home with my coaching clients, The inspiration had me creating new tools. I developed matrices and worksheets around various people, mindset, and business strategies. One day, I was in the middle of a coaching session with a tech CEO. He was a super smart and active man. It was a joy to see his progress. He was always top prepared, took notes, and had questions ready for each session. Hey Jen, so that decision matrix you gave me 2 weeks ago, it's awesome. I also gave it to my daughter. I hope that's okay. She loves using it for her schoolwork. Oh, wow, thank you. That's great news. And your daughter uses it too? How old is she? She just turned 15. You have no idea how busy those young minds are. Your matrix is making her calm and confident in minutes. I laughed and high-fived him, saying he must have a very special young lady at home. I had no doubts that he raised his 3 children with the same focused intention he showed in his strategic time with me. Soon, I forgot about the conversation. A few weeks later, I sat down with a married couple on their big family dining table. I coached the wife individually before. This time, she asked me if I was willing to come to her home for a day. She wanted a longer deep dive session, a whole day where her husband and kids could join. They had big decisions to make as a family, a country move, as well as school, house, and employment choices. I accepted. We have been using your action sheet as a family. Look, we even printed it on large paper and use it every night together. She pointed to the wall next to the kitchen fridge, covered in colorful sticky notes. Their 2 boys looked at me, beaming. Only 12 and 14, but wise beyond their years. I had explained the pros and cons of having minors attending our No Limits session to the parents beforehand. Now I could immediately see why both had full trust in their kids attending our deep dive family day. It was so much fun. Being part of this family's big life decisions, drawing out each member's drivers and strengths, hopes, values, and wishes for the future, and allocating each person clear action steps was incredibly rewarding. The family cat jumped on my lap and started purring. I wanted to pinch myself. Was this really my job? Sitting in a beautiful house with my pen and paper tools, asking people deep questions, helping them with big choices and decisions, making exercises and tools so simple that teenagers could use them, turning something super serious into something sincere and satisfying? No, it was not my job. It was my calling. Cambodia. My 2-year coaching degree was based on the guidelines and ethics of the ICF. The International Coaching Federation is the largest global organization of professionally trained coaches. I was not worried about gaining special certificates or climbing the ranks of a governing body. I simply loved exploring the world of personal development. I wanted to know other coaches' stories and learn about their approaches and ways of working. One day, I found myself in a random group of healers and coaches chatting about psychology and our journeys. You would be great for the role, and you are eligible since you went through the full ICF-approved training. Since the earthquakes, we haven't had anyone step up and connect the coaches in the South Island anymore. The chapter needs a new president, and your energy is contagious. A few weeks later, I added Chapter President International Coaching Federation to my LinkedIn profile. Big title, small steps. I just did my usual thing. Coaching, connecting, organizing meetups. At that time, I had already founded a professional development meetup group. It was an easy way to test my newest ideas and practice my facilitation skills. I could demonstrate my knowledge in a casual way, attracting new clients without spending a cent. The group grew to over 250 members in the first year. Now, I simply extended the concept and made my way through the list of old ICF members. I reached out to them, connected them to good people, and invited them to public and secret meetups. A few weeks later, I received an email from the ICF headquarters in America. Dear Chapter President, we are delighted to have you representing New Zealand in our International Coaching Federation. It would be an honor to have you as our guest, all expenses paid, at the inaugural Global Leaders Forum in Atlanta, Georgia. You will get to meet the elite of coaches from all over the world, discover the newest tools and techniques in the field of professional development. Please RSVP via... What on earth? Me? Mixing with the elite of global coaching? Pretending to be one of them? I hadn't even received my printed degree yet. The official graduation ceremony was only held once a year. My initial snort noise turned into a giggle. Oh well, what do I have to lose? I better do what a chapter president does. I applied for annual leave from the project management office and responded, yes. The Global Leaders Forum was an eye-opener for me. I saw the patterns, potentials, and pitfalls of the professional coaching world. I met incredible people, from spiteful to successful, intrusive to inclusive. I saw how some people only cared about their credentials, others were fixated on money, and some were like me. We enjoyed the journey, the clients, and exploring psychological mindset tools. My clients did not care about certifications or fancy titles. All they cared about was whether I could help them to get results fast and efficiently. I found my first leadership coach there that I resonated with, a driven, highly energetic guy from San Francisco. The sessions with him were fast, deep, and provocative. He coached in a similar style to me, and despite me being able to predict his next question, it still worked its magic on me. If you think it's difficult to find a coach you click with, try being a coach yourself. The hardest person to coach is another coach. Is that the same in your industry? What was once a secret code for my 3-year-old self, using words to shape a story and creating new worlds, turned more and more into secret sorcery. Within coaching, I found myself using words to shape a person's inner story, helping them to create their new world. I was in awe of how fast a good coach can turn the knotted ball of wool in one's head into a smooth, silky red thread. Ping! Another email several weeks later. This time from a very experienced ICF coach I met at the Global Leaders Forum. Dear Jen, we are supporting the world's first female entrepreneurship conference in Cambodia. It would be great to have you present a workshop as well as join us on several field trips around the country, visiting and supporting small business owners. A few months later, I was in Phnom Penh, standing in front of a crowded conference room. The host introduced me. Before the intro, I had Googled a few words, asked my translator how to pronounce them, and scribbled them on my hand. Stepping forward, peeking at my hand, I said the simple sentence in Khmer. The whole room was suddenly smiling. Loud applause broke out. The magic of language. The ice was broken. For the remainder of the conference week, I found myself in front of the most attentive audience of business owners and entrepreneurs. It was a joy to share hands-on practical advice with people who dealt with tough challenges. The women started pouring out their hearts, sharing their worries with me. My husband does not allow me to work. We cannot use this material anymore. Our fields keep getting flooded. The government is very corrupt. We have to be careful with how we do things. My brain was seeing patterns again. I was relieved. My worksheets would work just as well here as they did with a tech CEO or the family that planned major global moves. And so I started my workshop as usual. Most people have only 2 major challenges. 1, I don't know what I want. Or 2, I know what I want, but I don't know how to get it. My wonderful translator Manette passed on my words in her beautiful Khmer language. The frustrated chatter stopped. People looked at me and Manette, slight smiles, their eyes widened. I spoke calmly, but with enthusiasm and gestures. Creating options or removing options? That's pretty much all I help people with. Are you stuck Why? No options? Cool, let's create some. Are you stuck? Why? Too many options? Cool, let's remove some in a way that respects your values and inner drivers. Oh, you don't know what those drivers are? Cool, use this exercise. It's hard to agree with others? Cool, let's use those numbers. Copy and paste. Rinse and repeat. When I looked back at all the challenges people came to me with, I kept seeing the same few come up all the time. And so I made different worksheets, and we will use them together today. All we need is pen and paper. I walk you through it step by step. Once you understand them, you can use them in several ways for your business. Are you ready? Shall we practice together? I looked at the audience while Manette finished translating my opening words. Curiosity had now fully replaced the frown lines on their faces. You need weights to create muscles. Being a female in a highly corrupt and restrictive country is tough. But tough conditions, just like in post-quake Christchurch, create incredibly creative, resilient, and highly capable humans. All I could do here was to admire and encourage these courageous women. I would have never dared to tell them what is right and what is wrong. I could not choose my cult past, dividing people, but I could choose my coaching future, uniting them. My only job here was to listen deeply, ask the right questions, and humbly share my fun and simple psychology tools. Universal tools, mind and heart tools. Let's go! Action dispels fear. Movement removes worry. Repetition builds confidence. Soon the whole group scribbled with whiteboard markers on my laminated worksheets, supporting each other, asking, laughing, suggesting, erasing, discussing, improving. The energy was beautiful, filled with hope and cross-industry creativity. I still get goosebumps reminiscing about this experience. This was a flow state. This was my happy place. As with most of my clients, those moments teach me. My clients teach me just as much, if not more, than I can possibly teach them. Little did I know that I would soon get a taste of the restrictions in the country. I had finally been able to tick off a major bucket list item. Angkor Wat. For a whole day, I wandered around the famous temple complex, touched the stones. Walls and doors were interwoven with tree trunks. Wondering what those places have seen and felt is, to this day, one of the highlights of my life. 2 days before leaving Cambodia, after a ton of field trips to different women-led businesses, my phone was full of photos, hundreds of memories from a trip I will never forget. Stepping out of a busy market onto the side of a big road in Phnom Penh, I held up my phone high above my head with both hands to take a wide-angle shot. Suddenly, I heard a roaring sound right behind my back. In a split second, a hand snatched my phone out of my grip. In the corner of my eyes, I saw a motorbike with 2 young men swerving back into the busy traffic. 1 driver, 1 thief. Smart move, guys. In a country with a monthly average wage of $100, my phone was worth a year of working to them. Well, now it was no longer my phone. Unfortunately, logic was not on my mind. I was on autopilot. Thread instantly activated my old Berlin Bronx girl mode. I turned around in milliseconds and stopped the next motorbiker, a middle-aged Cambodian man. Jumping on his passenger seat, holding on to him, I pointed towards the thieves, a few dozen meters away, while yelling into his ear, "Follow the bike!" He followed suit. The bystanders looked just as confused as him. They were used to tourists, to traffic, to thieves on motorbikes. They were not used to blonde women in summer dresses jumping on a stranger's motorbike and starting a Wild West chase on the busy roads of Phnom Penh. Stupid move, girl. About 30 seconds into the ride, my prefrontal cortex started to kick in again. The voice in my head resembled a mockingbird. "Yo, Jenny from the block, what exactly will you do when you catch up with the Backstreet Boys?" I had no plan. I was not an angry teen in Berlin anymore. I was 20 years older, a professional coach on a business trip in Cambodia. I wore a short dress and ballet flats, not hip-hugger jeans and Adidas superstars. In my purse were a passport and hotel keys, not pepper spray and my pocket knife. Starting a street fight would have been ridiculous. Neither my German nor English negotiation skills were of any use here, and I couldn't even capture a video to prove anything. I did not need to ponder further scenarios. After a couple of traffic lights, my driver pulled over to the sidewalk. There was no chance we would catch them. Boo! 1-0 for the Backstreet Boys. Jenny from the Block's adrenaline was back to baseline. I stepped off the motorbike, more elegantly than I hopped on, thanked him, and refused his kind offer to drive me back. I needed the walk to the hotel to cool off and figure out my plan B. Another man walked towards us, greeted the motorbiker, and they exchanged a few words in Khmer. He nodded and came closer towards me. He put his hand on his heart and looked me deeply in the eyes with a warm yet sad smile. Sorry, ma'am, sorry, Cambodia good people, sorry. I put my hand on my heart, responded with a smile and bowed my head, deeply touched by his kindness. Then he reached into his grocery bag and gave me a bottle of cold water and a pink dragon fruit. I made myself on the way back to the hotel. I knew I could use my tablet to send messages to the lock screen of my phone. My remaining hope was that by offering cash as soon as possible, I might get the thieves to return my phone. I was happy to offer them money. It was never about the device or anything material for that matter. At the age of 6, a house fire turned the majority of my belongings to ashes. At the age of 10, I had to leave my childhood home with 30 minutes notice with only my guinea pig and a gym bag. At the age of 14, thieves broke into our home, stealing most valuables and destroying the place. Someone stealing my phone didn't faze me at all. My fellow coaches and the hotel staff in the lobby were more upset than me about the robbery and commented on how calm I was. Why should I be angry? If I was them, poor, growing up the way they had, I would have done the same. Losing my photos was a whole different story. Since I got my first camera, photos meant memories. Photos were ways to remember big highlights and tiny joys. They were a way to keep loved ones in my wallet or on the walls of my home. Photos had the magic power to preserve time, people, animals, and places. Apart from a few photos I had sent to friends during the trip, I had zero memories from this experience of a lifetime. I had no cloud backups or similar ways of getting my images back. The thieves did not react to my office popping up on the lock screen. I had to let it go. My insurance company said I have to get a stamped and signed incident report from the local police station to claim the cost of my phone back. A few hours later, I was in a dark room. The blinds were closed to keep the heat out. The old police station in Phnom Penh. Behind a massive dark wooden desk, a police officer in a white shirt was looking at me. The ceiling fan was the only sound in the room. I explained the theft and asked him for an incident report. Without saying a single word, he gave me a paper template and a pen. I wrote down what happened and pushed the form back towards him. He reached for his police stamp and a red stamp pad, but neither stamped nor signed the document. Instead, he looked down and silently pushed a white envelope towards my side of the desk. A little confused, I just sat there, looking at the envelope, tilting my head, raising my left eyebrow. In the corner of the room was a lady working on her computer. She stopped typing and looked at me. "Give money! You want stamp, you give money!" Duh, the corruption I heard so much about. I had no clue what would be an appropriate bribery amount for a phone theft insurance claim. Ironically, I didn't even have my phone to Google for an answer. Okay, Jen, you better improvise. I looked into my crossbody bag, found a few banknotes, took some of them out and handed them to the police officer. He looked at the desk, avoided eye contact, didn't move nor speak. The lady in the corner chimed in again. Girl, he no take money, he police, he take envelope. I almost laughed out loud. Well, who knew that even corrupt officers have an ounce of pride? Accepting bribery money is not cool, but accepting bribery envelopes is just fine. With the stamped and signed incident report, I left the police station. Within days, the insurance money was in my account. I began to understand a tiny glimpse of what the courageous Cambodian women shared with me at the conference about corruption. Humans making other humans feel so powerless, so voiceless, so lower class is just unfair. Why is injustice not spelled unjustice or outjustice? Hoarder. Back from Cambodia, my obsession with growth and professional development expanded more and more into my personal life. I had already stopped watching TV and consuming the news since leaving the marriage. Instead, I surrounded myself with people, books, and mentors who were about learning and evolving. I unfollowed people who were scaremongering, lazy, angry, and fearful. The only people that made it into my social media newsfeed were those who inspired me, who lived lives I wanted to live. A few weeks before I went to the Global Leaders Forum in Atlanta, I came across videos of minimalism and carry-on only travel. Whoa, there were people who spent a whole year traveling with only a backpack? Their whole life could fit into a duffel bag, had the size and weight of a piece of carry-on luggage. This was fascinating to me. How simple, how fast, how convenient. I tried it out for my trip to the States, then for the trips to Cambodia, Singapore, Bali, Australia. It felt amazing not having to drag a heavy suitcase around. By that time, I had moved out of the tiny studio that I lived in after the separation. Now, I was living in a beautiful 2-bedroom house in a good suburb. With many hobbies and interests, a shopping habit and a stable income, my house was soon full of UFOs. No, not the flying kind. The UFOs I'm talking about were my unfinished objects, random piles of random things. A box of craft-making supplies, a sewing machine and patterns, dress-up costumes, piles of fabric, glues and haberdashery, makeup, perfume, hair products, kickboxing and home workout equipment, yoga, snowboarding, mountain biking and surfing gear, clothes, bags and shoes, a hydroponic indoor plant system with grow lights, DIY tools and materials, books, magazines and brochures, coaching study materials and event merchandise, furniture, home decor, kitchen gadgets, random mismatched coffee mugs, baking equipment, bits and pieces I kept for just in case. I used most things for a while before moving on to the next hobby or project. Some items were gifts from clients or friends. One evening, I browsed one of my favorite YouTube channels. TED Talks never failed to open my mind and give me the mental stimulation and inspiration I was craving. A title stood out. What on earth was a 10-item wardrobe? I clicked on the short talk. An American woman described her experiences and lessons from a gap year in France. She highlighted the importance of quality over quantity. After that, I watched a video about Swedish death cleaning. Then a talk by a Japanese woman, Marie Kondo. She spoke about her discovery, a decluttering system. Instead of focusing on what to get rid of, she stressed the importance of what to keep, items that spark joy. She called it the KonMari method, the life-changing magic of tidying up. My head was buzzing with the clarity, energy, and intention oozing from the speakers. I looked around my house. Which outfits do I truly love? Which kitchen tools do I cherish? Which hobbies still spark joy? What does it say about my inner world if I have so many unfinished objects in my outer world? I suddenly remembered a best-selling book from Germany. The author linked certain areas of clutter in the home to specific psychological hang-ups. Physical baggage reflected mental and emotional baggage. The subconscious feels the weight and the guilt of old shoulds and coulds, even though we are not consciously aware of it. According to his findings, A stuffed pantry related to body weight issues. A cluttered bedroom meant a below-average sex life. Dropping and leaving things on the floor correlate to financial problems and bad spending habits. Whoa, I was never messy or dirty, but I was definitely splitting my attention between too many things. I accumulated mental and physical clutter. My home looked clean and tidy from the outside, but my cupboards, shelves, and drawers were full to the brim with UFOs. The more I learned about personal growth, the more I found that the topics overlapped with spirituality. The more I became sensitive to the supernatural world, the deeper I understood Western psychology studies and quantum physics. I started to learn Reiki and manipulating energies. Whether I gathered wisdom from ancient spiritual masters or information from modern Western scientists, the messages were the same. Mind and matter were linked. The famous quote, "As within, so without," finally made sense to me. Was this the reason why I always did my best creative work in sleek cafes, stylish hotel lobbies, and open library spaces? Was this why my thoughts were flowing with ease when writing on my laptop in my tidy car next to a river or ocean? I connected deeper with my physical environment, my space. Soon I identified the mental and emotional baggage of unfinished hobbies and projects. All these women in the videos, from America to Sweden to Japan, were speaking about the same topic as the German author. And now, this decluttering concept had knocked on the door of my conscious brain. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. Knowledge is fine, but only applied knowledge turns into wisdom. A few days later, my home still in the same state, full of UFOs, an image popped up in my Pinterest feed. I still use the app extensively to bookmark ideas, find inspiration, and curate my vision board. Oh my God, people live in that? My eyes were wide open, my heartbeat quickened. On my screen was the most gorgeously designed small space. It was bright, airy, had multi-purpose furniture and smart storage solutions. It was a home. It had wheels. It was a tiny home built on a trailer, able to be towed to wherever its owner wanted to live. I was in love. I always loved DIY, renovating homes, airbrushing cars, making things, furniture, clothes, jewelry, small details, and multifunctional items. Seeing the thoughtfulness and ingenuity that went into designing these small spaces was right up my alley. I pinned it to a new vision board. The app quickly adapted to my dopamine avalanche, flooding me with similar images. More and more cleverly designed tiny homes on wheels appeared. I kept scrolling. Wait, what was that? A van? I'm not talking about the big camper vans that New Zealand roads are filled with every summer. Tourists flood the country, squeeze themselves and their huge suitcases into a 4-bed motorhome to make the most out of their holidays. No, this was a very different concept. Similar to the first tiny home I saw, it was a mix of white and wood. Its layout was open. It didn't make you feel like you live in a skinny tunnel between a chemical toilet and a tiny sink. This van felt like a smaller version of the tiny studio I called home after leaving my marriage. The tiny houses, the vans, they felt like freedom, like peace. Those mobile living spaces were like a cozy cave that was there whenever you needed a bubble to breathe and just be. I followed the hashtag van life and turned off the phone. I walked around my house and took a closer look. Just like the week before, behind the cupboard doors, on shelves, in boxes and drawers, there were my UFOs. Innocent, unaware, having no idea of what I just discovered, they existed as if nothing had changed. But that day, I had changed. I knew that those well-designed small spaces could be a perfect option for me. I never wanted a huge TV, breed large dogs, or have a big family anyways. Rather than paying a mortgage for one large home for many decades, would there be a chance to have several tiny homes around the globe? perfect for 2 people. Me and my man could live in one for long or short term while renting out the others. We would generate passive income and employ a local as property manager, creating jobs. I could work globally as a coach, popping in and out as needed rather than booking overpriced hotel rooms. I watched the movie unfolding in my head. There I am with my carry-on backpack, walking out of the plane. I dance past the people waiting at the baggage carousel. Full of energy, I skip past the counter for lost or damaged luggage claims. I grab the keys to a rental car or hop into a bus or taxi. I arrive relaxed at my tiny home and whip up a delicious dinner. It has a proper computer workstation, a fold-away queen futon bed, a kitchen with an instant pot and NutriBullet and a hand steamer for business clothes. It sits on a beautiful plot of land next to a fruit and veggie garden and a garage with DIY tools and space to work out and hang out with friends. Imagine this, having global mini homes to recharge between serving, coaching, and connecting. Oh, so nice. I had a huge smile on my face. I wanted this. I knew this life was possible. When the why is clear, the how will appear. To get from a full UFO house lifestyle to enjoying life in a tiny home, I had to break things down into steps. Sure, some people dive into a minimalist lifestyle overnight and simply throw out 80% of their stuff. However, there was no need for me to rush or act on impulse. There was no urgency, no eviction letter or other deadline that would force me to put any decision-making pressure on my busy brain. I figured it was better to truly understand myself and observe which things I would consciously choose to keep in my life. So, long before the KonMari method took the world by storm, I was among the first people to try it. Marie was right. Her method worked fast. Only 2 days later, my whole body was energized. My house looked so inviting, relaxing, and intentionally curated. I had space on shelves, in drawers, and in cupboards. No more UFOs. No longer would I keep an ornament, mug, painting, or souvenir just because someone gifted it to me. No more kitchen space would be taken up by appliances that no longer fitted my current food choices. No more would I hold on to 20 hobby items from the past, but I would rather invest in 2 hobbies big time. My home, my whole material life, had visibly shifted from quantity to quality. Now, my wardrobe only contained my favorite pieces, those that fit, that suited me, that I wanted to wear all the time. No longer the guilty feeling of pulling out a hanger, looking at an item of clothing, and putting it back for some reason. I had made my way through each category in the book. Following the KonMari system, I touched and connected with each piece. Before putting anything on the discard or donate pile, I thanked it for the function it had in my life. I took a deep, satisfying breath. My brain felt so clear. In my home, there were now only 2 big piles. One for donating and selling, and one for discarding. It felt so good. I repeated the process a few weeks later. It took even less time and was even easier. I could clearly identify which things sparked joy. Who is Jen 2.0? What fabrics, shapes, kitchen gadgets, tools, hobbies, and materials does she want to have around her? It changed my shopping behavior. Now, when I walked into a store, I no longer wandered aimlessly. No more impulse buys. No more mumbling, "Thanks, I am just browsing," to the shop assistants. Most salespeople were surprised when I described in detail what I wanted to buy. I knew exactly what items I wanted in my life. I saw which things would suit my future self and which ones had to leave my space to make room for growth. I asked my friends to not give me gifts anymore. I was happy to give and receive experiences or flowers, but I did not want any presents that stayed with me as an item in my home. Whenever people or companies gave me trinkets, mugs, pens, books, clothes, deco stuff, merchandise, or souvenirs, I donated them to op shops and goodwill places. My place had turned into a sanctuary. My home was beautiful inside and out, It gave me peace, energy, creativity, and happiness. A few months later, in the evening, I received a message from a coaching client. A short, simple request to reschedule our next session. Her and I always met in nice cafes and hotel lobbies for our coaching sessions. We were planning goals, reviewing action steps, reframing mindsets. She was in her mid-20s, a financial advisor, and always dressed very well. Hair and makeup done, nice nails, stunning heels, glam business bag, smiling, bubbly, driven, #boss babe. Her message looked normal, but something was off. I had a weird gut feeling I couldn't shake off. Trusting my inner voice, I messaged her back. I might just read between the lines, but you sound different. Is everything okay with you? I'm fine. Well, not really, but I'll be okay. Well, we all know what I'm fine means, eh? I called her. She was in tears and told me she was about to harm herself. I had noticed scars on her wrists at previous meetings, although they looked quite old. After a few minutes of listening, she gave me her private address and allowed me to visit her for a quick chat. I arrived at a beautiful big house in a lovely suburb. On the phone, she said to take the stairs to the first floor. The main door was unlocked and I stepped inside. The stairs were full of stuff, leaving only a tiny path just wide enough for 1 foot at a time. I found her in her bedroom. For a moment I thought I was in an episode of A Hidden Camera. I was sure an eager TV producer waited for a stunned facial expression to keep the viewers hooked. There was stuff everywhere. On the bed, on the desk, on the floor, spilling out of drawers and cupboards were piles of paper, clothes, beauty products, bags, and shoes. I couldn't see where the floor ended and the bed began. The beautiful, always well-dressed businesswoman was sitting on the bed, sobbing in her PJs. A crying, shaking blob with messy hair, unable to figure out her next move. I looked up to the ceiling for a split second and thanked the universe for my intuition, for making me check in after her message made me feel funny. Then I took off my shoes, crawled onto the bed, and put my arm around her. Silence. After a little while, her breath got deeper. The tears and shaking slowed down. She started speaking. Shared her major business worries with me, talked about relationship dramas and family trouble. She had lost her wallet and car keys for the 5th time this year. She was overwhelmed with the clients, the admin and paperwork parts of her job. Her health had declined. The relationship to her mother was difficult and triggering. Things in her life had just gradually gotten out of control. As within, so without. I knew that more talking would not be of too much use here. When emotions are so deep, so strong, so intense, logic is not going to cut it. No coaching session in a nice hotel lobby can transform your core and help you to master your mind when your body is drowning in a messy environment. When every physical corner of your life feels too full, too overwhelming, you need more than words. I told her that I have recently learned a technique that works fast and connected mental and physical cleaning. Most importantly, it meant action, now. I need your full commitment. This might take us a few days, but it will be worth it. I'm happy to reschedule my next appointments and stay with you until you are better. If you'd like me to leave now, though, I need you to tell me the number of someone you trust. I couldn't forgive myself if I leave you here alone and you start harming yourself. She had nothing left to lose. Our KonMari time started ticking. She gathered all her remaining strength and we got started. We went to my car and drove to the nearest supermarket, rushing in just before closing time, gathering the basics for our mission. Rubbish bags, rubber gloves, cleaning products, paper towels, candles. We got into action mode. Her journey to reclaiming her mind started slowly, item by item. Throughout the whole night, I guided her through the simple steps. At the start, it was slow. Every clothing item she held up had a story attached, often mixed with excuses, apologies, and tears. bit by bit, she learned to reshape her thoughts, to build neural pathways that serve her, not scare her. Focusing on one physical item at a time, one category after another, she began to understand her emotions, decipher attachments, make decisions, and tease out her values. 48 hours later, we sat on the same bed, in the same room, in the same house. I was with the same young woman who was about to harm herself. But she was 48 hours older and no longer the same person. The drastic method worked for her. She was no longer a hoarder with external chaos mirroring her internal chaos. The KonMari technique is creating an instant shock, shining a light on her inner world by using the things in her environment to process memories. Now her place was beautiful. It looked so big and luxurious after our hard work. We lit the candles to celebrate her new life. In the coming months, she rebuilt herself. With her own power, she was able to navigate stressful situations at work and manage her triggering family relationships. I got several updates and lovely handwritten cards from her, telling me about her progress in her life and at work. She had a calm confidence surrounding her, never lost her wallet or keys again since our deep dive decluttering days. Boot camp. A few weeks later, in the evening, I went to a public lecture at the university. Next to me sat a lady who kept yawning and looked quite tired. Having learned and adopted the Kiwi way of making small talk with everyone, I smiled at her and made a brief, empathetic comment. "It's been a long day, huh?" "True that. I've been getting up at 4 a.m. for my meditation. That's why I'm yawning. I'm quite tired." I was stunned. For about a year, I had tried to master this elusive magic wand called meditation. Neuroscience studies praised the effects, talked about rewiring the brain. Yet, no technique I tried was able to get my hyperactive creative brain into a quiet state. I was not able to focus on a mantra or my breath for more than a few minutes at a time. "Wow, you get up at 4 a.m. for your meditation? Voluntarily? What kind of meditation is that? I tried every technique I found, but failed. My brain must be broken. What kind of meditation do you practice?" She looked at me calmly and said, "Vipassana." I had never heard that word before and raised my left eyebrow. It's a tough, silent retreat. 10 days, just you and your mind, 0 distractions. It is not connected to any religion. Do not look too much into what people say. Just give it a go. You have to face your inner world and make your own experiences. That night, back at home, I checked out the Global Vipassana website. There was some general information and a schedule of the next available 10-day courses. Without further research, I applied, got a place, and flew to Auckland a few weeks later. Vipassana changed my life. I call it my brain boot camp. I don't want to give you too many details about it. In this chapter, I share some basics about the course and some details that are important for you to follow my journey. Later in this book is a chapter where I go more in depth, but I give you a spoiler alert in case you like to skip that one. Why? Just like the lady told me, if you know too much, you create certain expectations in your mind. Desiring specific results will make the process of decluttering your mind much more difficult for you. In the Vipassana course, you learn 2 levels of meditation over the 10 days. It's pretty much a breath observation and a body scan. Everything is done in silence. You're not allowed to have physical or even eye contact with people. Males and females are separated. Everything is taken off. You cannot keep your phone, music, reading or writing materials. At 4 a.m., a loud gong starts your day. You meditate for 10 hours a day in a meditation hall, and you may walk in the breaks, but no yoga, running or dancing. Breakfast at 6, lunch at 11, and no dinner. The intermittent fasting helps your biochemical system to be light and clean, supporting your deep mental work. The first retreat allowed me to finally find a technique that worked. I had no idea what my brain was capable of. I was able to focus for longer, to go into my subconscious and see things I never saw this way before. Just like in hypnosis, Vipassana allowed me to reach theta brainwaves. I was able to connect with a very ancient part of my brain, unlike during busy days when the brain uses beta brainwaves. As I was sitting there in silence, I had thoughts come up about the cleaning up journey that I had just gone through a few months prior. The beautiful tiny homes reappeared in my mind's eye, as well as the stylish vans. Homes on wheels that people could travel in and stay wherever they pleased. At this time of my life, as the coaching journey was taking off, I only came home to sleep. It dawned on me that I didn't need a home. I needed my laptop, a bed, and a car, because most of my days were spent being outside my home. I was out at the project management office, networking, meeting clients and friends, at yoga, running workshops, and going to events and road trips. I only came home to sleep. During these 10 days of meditation, my thoughts cleared up, my vision got more details. What was portrayed on the app as an eccentric lifestyle for tourists, travelers, and outsiders could actually be perfect for me. A workaholic coach obsessed with challenges and personal development has to be on the road, meeting people where they are, guiding transformation in the best possible places. Could I do van life? Instead of looking at Pinterest at other people living their life, could I figure out how to build a cozy mobile office/bedroom on wheels? Was this just preparation? Was my whole decluttering and cleaning journey just the start? A plan emerged out of the silence. And since there were no other distractions, all I had to do was listen to that inner voice. I tuned into my inner tutor, my inner tuition, my intuition, the voice. I felt energy buzzing through every cell. The plan was simple, the voice in my head excited. I will take the smallest room of my apartment and practice living there. If I can work out how to best live in a tiny room or a van, then moving into a tiny home later will feel like a palace. Smiling on my cushion, equanimous to the intense pain from sitting long hours, I already visualized the future. Just like a few months ago, when I first discovered tiny houses, a dream started playing in my head like a movie. I saw myself buying a van and converting it into an office on wheels. I would insulate it for the frosty winters, add light strips around the ceiling, integrated storage areas, tinted windows, and a resilient dark wooden floor. From the outside, it would be in stealth mode, looking like a standard tradie van. No one would suspect a person living and working in it. Removable solar panels, furniture that adapted to workshops, sleeping, and strategizing. As soon as I got home from my first retreat, I started moving into a corner of my house. I marked the rough footprint of a van floor on my carpet and set up my air mattress. Whenever I used a kitchen tool, a piece of clothing, or any tech, I put it into my new tiny perimeter to see what would be most useful on the road. In the following weeks, I researched van life hacks, listed my furniture and hobby equipment for sale. I donated dozens of bags to the Red Cross and camped in my own home. It felt like an adventure. I was on a mission to becoming a digital nomad. Since I'm already trying to live on 6 square meters, why don't I also try a tour, say 10 days? The South Island of New Zealand is one of the best places in the world for stunning road trips. I'm biased, but I dare you to visit and prove me wrong. The landscape changes all the time, from oceans to mountains, remote beaches to lush rainforests. We have stunning lakes and cute towns bustling with locals and tourists over summer. I went on Google Maps and looked up nice cafes and hotel lobbies in the bigger towns. I selected a local event website, wrote a fun description for my brain coaching workshop, and put tickets up in a handful of venues. Yay! People started buying them. And so, with dates decided and tickets sold, I now had deadlines to meet. Weird term. Things are supposed to come to life on those days. They don't die. Creating artificial lifelines always helped me to avoid overthinking. Due dates prevented procrastination. I had to be in various cities on various days, so now I had a start date to work towards. At that time, I had a little city car that ticked all my boxes. Small to fit into parking spots, cheap to run, easy to repair or sell. It was definitely not good for sleeping in it, but nothing is perfect at the beginning. This was only meant to be a test tour. So, I packed my little Nissan Note with what I thought I would need to run workshops on the road. Laptop, sleeping bag, a single air mattress, business clothes, a mobile whiteboard, and markers. When I came back from the tour, I was buzzing. This is the way I wanted to live for the next while. The people loved the brain coaching sessions, and I felt such freedom. I knew this idea of a mobile office would get me on the road, into the real world, deeper than coaching on the laptop and meeting local clients. I wanted to go all in. I wanted to be the best possible coach, able to adapt to whoever and whatever was in front of me, all ages, all backgrounds, all challenges. I wanted to get strangers from confusion to solution in the shortest possible amount of time. I wanted to be totally outside my comfort zone. That's where I would grow the most. It was such a joy to meet strangers at random cafes. I loved teaching them coaching tools, hearing their stories, and simply connecting. The test tour was not sold out. I was not a rock star and had bras thrown at me. But it covered the costs of the trip and made me realize the deeper driver behind my excitement. When you're on the road, you cannot hide. You're among the people. You're not in your home. You're not behind a locked door that keeps everybody out. You're in the middle of everything. The trial run was fun. My prototype worked. Being a nomadic coach, zooming around in a tiny office on wheels was my next mission. Soon, I had curated a basic selection of future van life bits and pieces. A warm sleeping bag and a foldable Thai kapok mattress. A foldable solar panel. Storage for tech, books, pens and paper for workshops. All gear had to be chargeable with 12-volt and USB-C. All outfits must be business casual, washer and dryer proof, and no need for ironing. I figured the easiest way to create a capsule wardrobe was to go all black, so I donated all my colored clothes. I chose natural fibers over plastic. A polyester dress or blazer would smell bad quickly, while I can wear merino, linen, or silk for days. A few weeks after Vipassana, after moving into a corner of my home, after doing a test coaching tour sleeping in the back of my tiny city car, I purchased a van. Winemaker. After 2.5 years, I ended the relationship with the mastermind. It was bittersweet, but we both knew that our paths would separate eventually. He was a laid-back dad with a school-aged girl and therefore tied to the city for the next decade. I was a workaholic coach who loved challenges and wanted to travel. A few months later, I had just completed my first Vipassana experience and was glowing. My body was several kilograms lighter, my mind several tons lighter. I was happy and open to whatever life had in store next. My friend talked me into downloading a dating app. Looking back, I don't even know why I did it. My future nomadic lifestyle was definitely not a good foundation to start a commitment. After a couple days of swiping, I had enough. I don't do one-night stands, and the app was full of people I would never consider as a long-term partner. Hunting, fishing, drinking, dirty mirror grumpy selfies, and unsolicited dick pics? People being too lazy to fill in a short profile? How you do the little things is how you do big things. I was not attracted to lazy, bare minimum kind of people. This was a stark contrast to the rest of my social world. During my work days, I spent time with driven entrepreneurs, intelligent managers, optimistic students, creative startup founders, energetic recruiters, and ever-smiling salespeople. I was around people who loved life, who went the extra mile, who strived towards building better lives, products, and services. My LinkedIn inbox was full of fun and witty messages, ideas, and interesting projects. Most of the initial conversations on the dating app were boring and small-minded. After a couple of days, I decided to log in for the final time. My plan was to say a proper goodbye to the chats I had going on, because ghosting is not me either, and then delete the app. But the universe had different plans. A new face popped up. This profile looked different. A nice smile, clean look, and fit body. Photos showing him doing different fun activities. No blood-drenched, smelly wild pig on his shoulders. Even a complete profile description? I must have found a unicorn. I swiped right for fun, and the app screamed happily. It's a match! Oh no, stupid me. Why did I even continue to swipe when I had no intention of giving this app any more of my precious time? He was a winemaker and lived in Blenheim. Blenheim is a small town in the north of the island, a 4-hour drive from my city. I was confused. The dating app was supposed to show me only people in my town. It turned out that he was traveling through my city. Returning from a conference, we matched as he waited at the Christchurch airport for his connecting flight. Wrong timing, wrong place. Or was it? I was very direct from the start. Look, winemaker, I'm obsessed with my work. I love coaching, have just handed in my notice, and will be traveling in an office van for the foreseeable future. I want to be on the road and connect with people to test my tools, grow my skills, and challenge myself. We met for a first date halfway and had the most amazing time in a mountain retreat with natural hot springs. We had fun with dating conversation cards, and our values seemed to match. A few days later, a massive bouquet shows up at my doorstep with chocolate and a lovely card from him. We kept chatting and video calling for a while, him in Blenheim, me in Christchurch. I was still in Zen mode from the silent retreat, just going with the flow. Rather than thinking why, my default thought was, why not? The summer is starting and I have already reduced my belongings to the smallest room in the house. I can live out of a carry-on. It doesn't really matter whether I do up the van at my house or in Blenheim, and we can get to know each other better at the same time. He was keen, of course. Hormones are not rational. I deleted the dating app, put my DIY tools, materials, and carry-on in the van, and moved in with him on our second date. Courageous? Crazy? Whatever. I heard there are people who get married at first sight. I was able to get to know him, and at the same time I could do up the van, discover a new town, and connect with strangers. Wasn't this the exact thing I asked the universe for? The romance only lasted for a few months. He was a very sweet and kind person, one of those people pleasers who can never say no. Rather than being direct and open, their shadow is showing up as passive-aggressive behavior. Instead of speaking up, he would lie, do things in secret out of fear of confrontation. What the first date didn't show me was that he still had strong ties to his ex-partner. They would go running together, and a few weeks later I caught him swiping on a dating app. When asking him what that was about, he started lying to my face, saying I must have imagined it. I was halfway through my van renovation, and more signs showed me that this is not the right place for me anymore. I found it really hard to connect with the locals because the main topic was wine. Since the meditation retreat and my increased sensitivity to energies, I already removed myself more and more from alcohol. I was never a big drinker. I never had any problems with any alcohol addictions or abuse. Yet, life in Blenheim highlighted my growing dislike for intoxicants, my love for clean, clear, and conscious minds. I recoiled from fake courage, damage to mind and body, deaths from drunk driving, increasing homicides, blaming alcohol instead of owning responsibility for one's actions, cult behavior and injustice in our backyards. Whoa, what? Let me explain. During my summer love with the winemaker, I got introduced to the best wines and learned how to taste and evaluate them. I could pick a different fancy bottle every night if I wanted. Every day, I overheard industry conversations, listened to people geeking out about the flavors, brands, and reputation of a bottle of wine. It felt like being in a cult again, just this time the gods were grapes. The more I read the newest medical study abstracts on the detrimental effects that alcohol has on cells and brain matter, the more I moved away from the grape groupies. I saw more and more of my clients embark on a sober lifestyle. But wait, there is more. What about my injustice comments? The more I heard from insiders about the business of wine, the more I was disgusted. My justice alarm bells were ringing loudly. The little town multiplies in population during the vintage. The vineyards employ seasonal laborers during the busy harvest months. Those are mainly Pacific Islanders doing the toughest physical work tending to the vines and harvesting the grapes. Some work in the scorching sun all day, being on rosters 24/7. I was told some were spraying chemicals without sufficient PPE and were treated badly with no regard for labor laws. They were paid minimum wage and stayed in crappy accommodation. Was this true? Did they ruin the soil and their health, while at the same time there are $1,000 bottles of wine in front of me? Did I sip expensive wine on the backs of those poor people? Are we turning a drink into a cult? Are we glorifying intoxication? Are we sipping injustice juice? Being surrounded by an industry rooted in harmful monocultures, intoxicating substances, and unethical labor practices, I had enough. Witnessing the winemaker's dishonesty and avoidant behavior, I did not find a good reason to stay. Maybe Blenheim had the purpose of getting my van life journey started, but now I felt it was time to move on. I packed the van and my journey took me over a mountain range. It was time to explore the next place, the Nelson Tasman area. Leader. There's a song by Joni Mitchell where she sings, "Don't it always seem to go, that we don't know what we've got till it's gone." And just like the song claims, as soon as I was gone, the winemaker deeply regretted losing me. And his love letters came and his tears flew. The lying was confessed and words of regret were spoken. When I close a door because of someone's character or lack thereof, then I close it for good. And so, after I broke up with him, it was bittersweet to hear him apologize and read the poems he wrote for me. He drove over to Nelson, wanting to go for beach walks and repair the relationship. I wasn't interested. I wanted his lying, cheating energy out of my life. If someone acts this low in the beginning, how will they act in the long term? No, thank you. But I couldn't cut cords just yet. I had to wait a little longer, tolerate his presence for a few more weeks. Why? In the few months we spent together, he became curious about my daily meditation habit. He signed up for the next available 10-day silent retreat. This time, I wanted to be a server. The role of a server is to support the sitters, the people doing the full 10 hours per day meditation course. Servers do kitchen, cleaning, or gardening tasks and meditate 3 hours a day with everyone else. You can only serve when you have completed one full 10-day retreat as a sitter. Our course was a few weeks after I had ended things and left his town. He was heartbroken, and one of the worst things you can do is entering a 10-day silent retreat after a big, emotional, and traumatic experience. The emerging feelings can simply be too raw to handle. It is hard work to deeply engage with your thoughts, even more so when they are painful, when emotional wounds are still fresh. Luck was on our side. The center asked us if we wanted a ride from the airport. The meditation teachers were on the same flight and the center sent a driver to pick them up. There's a male teacher for the male side of the hall and a female teacher for the female side of the hall. It was great for us to be able to share the 1-hour drive to the center with them. The teachers, a husband and wife team from Wellington, were kind and understanding. We explained that we had recently ended our relationship and that it would be good for the teachers to be aware of this recent trauma. The male teacher was wonderful and helped the winemaker get through those difficult days. Sitting with his feelings, not able to distract himself, having to face his lies, was extremely challenging. He was suffering, seeing me walking around the retreat center while knowing I won't come back home to him. Despite the pain, he pulled through and completed the 10 days without giving up. As he told me afterwards, it changed his life, just as it did for mine, and worked better for him than any therapy. While he went through his mental and emotional boot camp, facing his inner world, I had a completely different cerebral challenge. I was going to be part of the kitchen team, made up of 11 volunteer servers. Our kitchen manager lived on site in the retreat center. She knew all the processes and recipes. She knew where everything was in the pantry and when the next food delivery arrived. She knew how the ovens and all the other special machines worked. Cooking for over 100 people in a remote location is not something you can do without preparation, especially not when you have a team of volunteers. In our case, we were from 10 different countries and spoke 8 different first languages. A truly global group of strangers. Everyone was new to a commercial kitchen. Amazing. I love learning and I love multicultural groups. I couldn't wait to get stuck in and discover a new way of working. I had never worked in a bar, restaurant, or hotel before. Today we have to chop 30 heads of broccoli, prep 110 portions of morning porridge with apples, and start sprouting 4 jars of mung beans for lunch on day 4. Let's go! I love cooking, especially healthy food with lots of colors, flavors, and textures. It's meditative, creative, and fun. Give me a sharp knife and a chopping board, and I get lost in my bubble. At the end of the first day, the kitchen manager pulled me aside. "You look like a leader." "What do you mean?" "Well, the way you look around. You double-check the recipes and you scan the room where everybody's at. You see what they need before they do, and you make their tasks easier and safer, like taking the knives out of the sink. I like the way you get along with all these different cultures and your sense of humor. I saw you chose different words and ways of chatting when you realized that a person hasn't understood the task. I think you're a natural leader." "Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I didn't realize that this is a special thing. I just see details and like to make everything flow smoothly, I guess. Thank you." "I have a full-day medical appointment on day 9 of the course. You would be a great replacement for me on that day." I don't know. I have no idea how to cook for over 100 people. But I trust your judgment. You have worked with many volunteers, so if you teach me in the next couple of days, I will do what is necessary on day 9. She nodded. We both smiled and looked at the team. Of course, my mind didn't shut up in the evening meditation. Me? Managing a team of 10 people, responsible for over 200 meals in a foreign kitchen? Some of the people spoke only broken English. I was nervous or excited. Same for the brain. The next morning at 5 a.m., I arrived in the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the retreat. The rest of the team was already gathered around the center table. Everyone stared at me as I walked in. In unison, with a slight smile, they said to me, "Good morning, boss." The crew looked half happy, half sad. I was hyper tired. My natural bedtime is 2 to 8 a.m. My night owl chronotype clashed extremely with the retreat timetable. I raised my eyebrow, blinked a few more times, and suppressed a yawn. What was going on? Our kitchen manager was rushed to the hospital late last night. She is in critical condition. The center manager just told us that she nominated you to lead us for the next 9 days. She was just heading to your room to speak to you. So, yeah, good morning, boss. I was totally out of my depth. This was not my familiar project management office where I spent half a decade coordinating multi-million-dollar projects. There, I knew all the moving parts, hiring and training, software and schedules, and all the people and secret hacks. But here? I could not imagine myself leading these volunteers from all corners of the world. How would we create meals on a strict schedule for over 100 people? This is not a school camp where we put jam on toast and marshmallows on a stick. The meditators work extremely hard. They face serious psychological processes. The food is a major factor in how they would navigate the mental challenges. For a moment, my mind kicked in. My logical voice nagged inside of me, seeding doubt, spreading fear. We have fire hazards, gas pipes, sharp knives, huge pots with 20 liters of boiling soup. What if we put the wrong stuff in a meal and someone gets sick? What if a person in my team chops their finger off? I couldn't Google anything, didn't have access to a phone or laptop. But if the seasoned center management put full trust in me, I couldn't back out. I had to lead 1 hour at a time. And yet, as tired and surprised as I was, my mind calmed down again. I always lived by the guideline that my trust is given, not earned. Sure, 1 in 1,000 people might break my trust, disappoint me, or misuse my generosity, but 99.9% never will. So I keep giving my trust in advance. Faith before fear. Clear comes, clear goals. Inhale, hold. Let's do this. Exhale. I looked at everybody in my team for a moment before I started speaking. I wasn't fully awake yet. Words just tumbled out of me without a plan. Guys, I've never done anything like this before, and I could not possibly tell you all the details of what we need to do here. All I can say is that I trust each of you to look out for each other. I ask you to remember the most important thing. We have to put love into the food and intention in our work. My voice was still a bit raspy from the early start. I took another deep breath and continued channeling this pep talk. It was just as much a pep talk for me as it was for them. Please close your eyes with me for a moment. Do you remember your first 10-day silent retreat? It was so difficult, so painful. Some days, the only thing that stopped us from walking out and saying, I have enough of the pain and the discipline and the lack of sleep, the only thing that kept us going was the food. The food was the highlight of the day. Everybody says the food at Vipassana tastes unusually good. Just like eating a meal at your grandparents' home, I can only explain it with energy, trace it back to the person who prepares the food. Now it's on us. We are responsible for putting the same loving intention into every vegetable we chop, every pumpkin we roast, every pasta we cook, every dressing and dessert we prepare. Let us work with as much love as possible. Please, let us cook with pure desire to serve and support the meditators out there. That's all I can ask of you. And if there are any issues with how I give you instructions, please come and tell me immediately. I've never done this before. I need you to help me so we can pull this off together. Are we clear? I opened my eyes. Everybody was smiling, nodding, holding thumbs up. Calmly and confidently, we were clear. Clear on the why, the actual goal, the reason behind making hundreds of meals. Enthusiastically, the team got into action mode. We went through the recipe books and checked the kitchen folders with various instructions. We started dividing the tasks among us. I logged the menu items and actions for the day on the big whiteboard. We had regular mini check-ins, quick updates, just like I was used to from my Agile projects. It was incredible. My first experience leading a team that I have not selected. A first for me in navigating unfamiliar work tasks. An environment in which I had no experience in. The thorough recipe and kitchen process folders were invaluable to keep us all on track. When someone screwed up, another person in the team quickly figured out a plan B. I had to stop myself from micromanaging, from doing the work. Rather, I had to keep walking around, making sure everyone had what they needed. Then, my best move was get out of their way. When we finished the retreat, and everyone was allowed to talk again at the end, over 100 people gave us standing ovations. Everyone commented on the amazing taste of the food. I was so relieved that we were able to deliver every meal on time. Nothing was burned or undercooked. We had no injuries to report. We managed to cater for everybody's special dietary needs. We were conjuring up home remedies to soothe minor health troubles. We had a ton of fun in the kitchen. and learned so many things about the cultures and food habits of our birth countries: New Zealand, Australia, Chile, France, England, Italy, Israel, Germany, Japan, and China. The best news on the final day was that our kitchen manager was on the mend. We were told she made it through the emergency surgery and was slowly recovering. I cannot stress enough how much this experience has humbled me and taught me a critical lesson. A good leader is neither doing the team's work nor trying to help by controlling, aka micromanaging. A leader is supposed to get the best out of the team, to encourage and enable, to observe, communicate, and create clarity, to set expectations on what needs to be done, to what standards, and then to let go. Courage means trust. Trust in others. Flashbacks to my time in the cult showed me once more how destructive religions and dictatorships can be. I'm not God in a Bible kind of way. I don't have the right to judge what's right or wrong for someone else. People don't have to do things my way. People have free will. I let people choose their responsibilities and do their tasks in their way. A courageous leader does not lure you with a heaven or scare you with a hell. That was the lesson this retreat had for me. Trust and having trusted recipe books. Light. Dear reader, this is a spoiler alert. If you have never done Vipassana, but you want to, it could be wise to skip this chapter. You cannot unread, unsee, or unhear certain things. If you like to experience your retreat as pure and as unbiased as possible, jump to the next chapter for now. Love, Jen. At my second Vipassana course, being a server, I could not drop deep into my meditative state, which was not surprising. As most of you who lead families or teams know, having big responsibilities means that you carry a lot of thoughts in your mind. I could not calm my brain in the 3 daily meditation sessions. Way too many kitchen and winemaker thoughts occupied my headspace. I gave up trying to reach my subconscious mind. I acknowledged that I could not dive into my old memories this time. This retreat, I would not be able to process old trauma slumbering in my cells. I simply surrendered and accepted. I was here to serve, not to search, not to solve. Whenever I trusted the process and handed the reins over to a higher power, to infinite intelligence, to God, to the quantum field, whatever the name, magic things happened. As a night owl, the early meditation sessions were always the most challenging for me. I kept drifting off to sleep, my head bobbing down, despite my dedication to stay away and focus on the breath. I found it extremely hard to get into the meditative state. In the evenings, it was the complete opposite for me. When most people struggled and nodded off, I sat upright like a Buddha statue. Alert but calm, with a straight back, hands on my knees or in my lap. Focused, aware, and tuned into my inner world, I could have stayed up all night. The last evening sitting, before we had to go to our rooms, was my favorite. The cicadas were quiet. The birds had gone to sleep. The only noise was the odd possum rustling around in the bush outside. It was cool and dark. Only a small, warm light next to the teachers illuminated the hall. Every now and then we would hear an owl. Hoo, hoo. Quite the philosophers, those owls, aren't they? Apart from that, the hall was as quiet as you can imagine. Over 100 people in deep meditation at the end of a long day full of focus work. It was calm, it was peaceful. Stars were sparkling outside. On day 7, in this last session of the day, my eyes were closed as the gates of serendipity opened. I had an experience I can remember in extreme detail, as if I'm watching a movie. Still, I cannot explain it properly in human words. It was the most unusual, surreal moment, beyond words and beyond worlds. It came over me in subtle, gradual stages, like fog building up in a valley. My heart rate slowed down, stopped for long periods. My breath went right down, maybe 2 per minute? What's time anyways? Bit by bit, I dissolved completely. I wasn't a body anymore. I had no more hands, no legs, no head, no more boundaries of skin and outside world. I contracted, became smaller until I was nothing, no thing, not even an atom anymore. And yet at the same time I expanded, turned into a massive bubble of light, energy, power, force. I completely took over the whole meditation room, then the whole country, the planet, the universe. I was everything and nothing at the same time. I was bright, blinding, white light. A feeling like staring right into the sun, in a blissful way. I was the core of a lightning strike, beyond mind, beyond matter, bathing in warmth, floating in space, buzzing with electricity. It was the most peaceful, powerful, and loving feeling I ever witnessed. Although it went beyond witnessing, I didn't feel peace. I was peace. I didn't feel powerful. I was power. I didn't feel love. I was love. Again, I have no language to describe this to you even remotely. Try to explain a full-body orgasm to a person who never had one. Pure bliss. Time was completely still, frozen, non-moving. And yet at the same time, it felt like I had star powers in a Super Mario game. This elated moment of hyperspeed, being invincible and full of charge, my cells bursting with photons. All of these things happened to me at the same time. Nothing, everything. Tiny atom, infinite space. Utter stillness, speed of light. Peace, awe, light, love. I cannot tell you how long this experience stayed with me. When I came back to Earth, my breath did too. Softly, slowly, peacefully. It seemed to have stopped during my journey, just like my heartbeat. My inner drum was imperceptible to my senses while I meandered through other dimensions. Slowly, I regained awareness of my physical form. My lightness was gradually replaced by the heaviness of the human body. My legs and hands became a part of me again. I felt gravity coming back, turning me from a floating soap bubble to a solid diamond. Same rainbow hues, different density. Hello, matter, it's been a while. When I opened my eyes, the meditation hall was empty. It took me a moment to figure out where I was. I blinked a few times, allowing my eyes to get used to the dimly lit hall, after bathing in the warm floodlight of pure love and peace. It was only about 200 meters from the meditation hall to my room. It took me forever to walk back. It was like I had been born again. I walked like a toddler, stopping every 5 seconds, looking at everything. Everything. Every single thing. I felt like a visitor coming to Earth for the first time, admiring and marveling at the tiniest details around me. It was as if my senses had been water blasted. Eyes, ears, hands, nose, from touch to hearing, smell to sight, my body was infused with wonderment and clarity. I've never experienced anything like this before. I saw the plants and bushes next to the entrance of the meditation hall. For the last 6 days, I had walked past those plants every day, dozens of times. They were new. I could have sworn I had never seen some of them before. The smells were so strong, the stars so bright. It was the same place as the day before, but I wasn't the same person anymore. Like Anais Nin said, we don't see things as they are, we see them as we are. I get it, Anais, I get it. Again, like I said, I do not wish to create any expectations that this will happen to you during meditation. I can only share with you what happened to me. It happened when I least expected it, when there was not a trace of me trying to get anywhere. You cannot aim for bliss, hunt for love, or chase the light. There is no way that you can reach for any outcome in meditation. When you are ready, things will come to you. When you are open, things will reach you. When you are craving, demanding, or desiring something, you are operating from a state of lack, not from a receptive state of mind. If you were a radio, you wouldn't run around and chase the station to be able to receive its music. You would chill, stay put, and fine-tune your antenna. When I finally reached my room, I found a small piece of paper and a pen in my cardigan. I was sure I handed in all the forbidden items at the start. I must have taken them from the kitchen. Serendipitously, on this very evening, I had a chance to write down what I had felt, and I'm so glad that I did. Today, years later, I still have a photo of this tiny piece of paper. Time often makes us forget things, and photos help us to remember. Whenever I feel low, sad, or like I'm just a powerless, unimportant being, I can look at the little note I wrote after I was reborn. It keeps reminding me of the essence of this moment with Source, of this purity I had the honor to witness. Since that day, something in me permanently shifted. I cannot explain to you what an endless source of power, peace, and pure love it has unleashed. I still have human feelings, experience emotions like I did before, but I don't worry about things anymore. I'm deeply at peace with whatever happens. I guess there are several paths that can take you to the source of everything. It will be a different experience for everyone. It can be meditation or practicing yoga or maybe freediving. And when you get there, please share your story, turn it into words, into songs, paintings, movies, so that our stories can reach others, encouraging them to keep going. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Just like I will never know who has been touched by my words and tools in this book, so will your magic travel on its own. Our human experiences are universal. Love and peace are neither American nor German. Bliss neither belongs to Norway nor New Zealand. They are ours to enjoy, yours and mine. France. In the 2 years leading up to the end of my marriage, I spent countless hours at home on the couch next to my husband. His main evening routine was relaxing, aka numbing himself with watching TV. I couldn't stand to watch the news, engage in violent movies, or engage with reality shows. What he considered winding down time was winding me up. I couldn't enjoy the passive consumptions of the lives of other people and the dramas they created out of boredom or egotism. But I also didn't want to make him feel alone, so I stayed on the couch most evenings. And while fake stories erupted on the big screen, I was next to him, buried in my little screen, learning and creating vision boards on my Pinterest app. I was busy growing, evolving, and manifesting my ideal life. On the boards, I pinned places I wanted to visit, things I wanted to build, activities and hobbies that I wanted to try. One of the images that stood out for me was a fascinating building. It was designed by Antoni Gaudí, a famous architect. He had this crazy vision of a Catholic church that would be quirky and eccentric. A building with freedom of form, built with organic shapes inspired by nature, surprising visitors with unusual colors and textures. And so he started to draw the plans for it and named it the Sagrada Familia, the Sacred Family. In most European cities are massive religious displays of power and money. Old cathedrals, domes, basilicas, and churches were normal for me, even boring. True to Joni Mitchell's earlier words, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. I had to move to New Zealand, a very young country, to appreciate old buildings again. But The age of the cathedral is not at all what caught my eye on Pinterest that evening. This building was different, and I do not even talk about the gorgeous style. This church, Antoni Gaudi's vision, was a building that people are still building today. I was amazed. Every minute we can see someone starting a company, generating energy and enthusiasm, and being able to inspire other people with a vision of building something is truly inspiring. But often, as soon as that leader leaves or directs energy to another project, the company dies. The vision dissolves, the people go away. The once glorious dream disappears, products dissolve into mere memory. And yet, there was Gaudi. This man was able to convince hundreds and hundreds of people to embark on such a huge project. Building a massive and unusual Catholic cathedral? The mission was unheard of, crazy, dangerous, expensive, unpredictable, and risky. Still, today, almost 100 years after his death, people are bringing his dream to life. People come from all over the world to visit what is technically a gigantic building site. For me, the Sagrada Familia became a visual representation of what the word legacy means, what it means to inspire others to build your crazy dream, what it is like to have a dream live on, continue way beyond the dreamer's physical body. Isn't this what great books, songs, paintings, and movies do too? Continue to live way beyond the author, composer, artist, or director? I was fascinated. Sitting on the couch next to a beer and TV husband, stuck in my unhappy marriage, I pinned the picture of Antoni Gaudi's cathedral to my vision boards. Fast forward to me being single, renovating a van to become a nomad executive coach. A few weeks after the second meditation retreat, I went to a startup weekend to join a team of mentors. A bubbly entrepreneur and I started chatting. We were like twins, the same mind in two different bodies, full of energy, ideas, laughter, and enthusiasm. We talked throughout the whole weekend about business ideas, strategy tools, and personalities of the people we mentored. At the time, he was running a company. His wife was the complete opposite of him, calm, introverted, diligent, and responsible. The most beautiful support system his crazy creative mind needed to put his big dreams into reality. Together, they were the ideal person, all strengths combined. The epitome of opposites attract. I told them about my passion for coaching and the results my current one-on-one clients have had so far. They invited me to coach their team, or rather, prepare a full summit program for their upcoming annual strategy week. Being a global tech company meant that they had to cover customer support in all the main time zones. Their team was located all over the world. These guys were experts at decentralized work long before the world was forced to catch up and remote working became a common thing. It would be great to have your coaching magic at our company's summit. It will be a week in the south of France. Are you keen? Of course I was. Escaping winter and getting paid good money to speak about my favorite topics? Coaching a multicultural team in a French countryside retreat? Hell yes, sign me up. I did my best to create a tailored program for the team summit. We looked at strategy, team personalities, their current products and services. We analyzed their current tech stack and improved processes. It was an amazing environment to get everybody together. At the end of the week, I felt so happy. People had renewed energy and clear action steps going forward. In between team workshops, I did one-on-one sessions on demand. I was able to clear the air and remove friction between individual members of the company. I was so energized. This was my element. Afterwards, the founders told me they had done anonymous surveys to measure the impact of my program. I had doubled the team's engagement after only 3 days. On the last day, I received standing ovations and plenty of heartfelt thank yous from everyone before we parted ways. My plan was to spend some extra days in France before my flight back home, but until then I had kept things open. The company founders were living semi-nomadic lives. Being used to running a company of remote workers, they arrived at the retreat in their Land Rover. With a roof tent and solar system, even fresh herbs growing above the glove box, they were set up for a life on wheels. We are heading along the Mediterranean coast for a couple of days towards Portugal. Would you like to join us for a bit? Hell yes. We jumped in the car and stopped a few hours later in Catalonia. After a delicious lunch, I said goodbye to the founders. Something inside me told me to stay here for a bit and simply wander around the area and book an Airbnb for the night. Summer in Europe, a perfect time to relax and reflect on my first global team coaching summit. I did my usual intuitive travel thing. With my carry-on backpack and music in my headphones, I walked around aimlessly, taking photos, looking at shop windows, and stopping wherever felt right. This was such a creative place. I found plenty of street art, quirky cafes, visited an erotic museum and a hemp one, both full of fun facts and unusual objects. I kept exploring, walking along streets at random, eating local snacks, watching people and smiling at strangers. My intuition was the travel guide. When I turned around another random corner, I suddenly realized the true destination of my wandering. I stopped in shock. Full body goosebumps hit me. I was in the middle of Barcelona, standing in front of Gaudi's unfinished Sagrada Familia. I love being tickled by the divine. In this poker game of life, serendipity presented a royal flush. I had long forgotten about my vision board from 5 years ago. Now it all came back to me. Ever since I became familiar with manifestation, whenever I wrote something down in detail, visualized it with photos, it came true. I often send emails to myself and then snooze them until a chosen date in the future. When they pop up in my inbox, months or years later, it's always a big laugh and often a crazy surprise. From mind to matter. Soon, sooner, soon better. As long as I put pure intention and love into what I was doing, focusing only on the present moment, the universe delivered presents in its own way, totally out of the blue. Unexpected moments, that's what I lived for. How did this even happen? One moment at a time. I had no idea how to best create a week-long strategy summit for a remote, multicultural team. I simply said yes and figured things out as I went. When I recognized that the team needed something different, more bold, I completely scrapped and redesigned my program during the flight to the venue. I had no idea that the founders would offer me a spontaneous ride along the coast. I simply said yes as it felt right in the moment. Discovering the cathedral from my vision board just after a big career milestone made me realize what had happened. I had taken the leap of faith, speaking to myself as I do. Jen, simply do the next step. What's needed from me right now? What's best for the benefit of everyone involved? Okay, I will do whatever it takes. This attitude gave me rewards I could have not imagined in any shape or form. And the best thing is, I know there will be more surprises in my future. Apocalypse. I was only looking for a rental or Airbnb to sleep and shower for a few more weeks until my van would be ready for full-time life on the road. A lady in Nelson looked for a flatmate. She lived in an amazing house on top of a hill with ocean views. She had a spray-free wildflower garden full of healing herbs, butterflies, and bumblebees. There was even a beehive behind the house. I was instantly hooked. She was in her mid-50s, super tidy and plant-based, so it was a perfect fit for me. She wanted solitude, I was always out. Consulting to local businesses, tinkering on the van, I was coming and going at all hours. One day, I came home and a potent smell greeted me as I walked in the door. A stench like a mix of pub and hospital. I went into the kitchen. Massive bags of white sugar covered the dining table. The pristine kitchen, usually decorated with large glass jars full of crystal water, fresh sprouts, and homemade sauerkraut, had transformed into a brewery. The lady peered at me from behind a giant copper distiller. Alcohol? You don't even drink. My apocalypse insurance. On doomsday, when the economy crashes, money will be worthless. We need cigarettes and alcohol for trading if we want to survive. She turned around and pulled out the big drawer under the stove, showing me hundreds of homemade cigarettes in clear Tupperware containers. I grow my own tobacco behind the house. Those ciggies will come in handy. I also have around 60 kilos of grains for bread making under my bed. Now I'm making 80% pure alcohol. Then I need to find a simple way to remove shells from sunflower seeds. Okay, you do you. Glad you have hobbies. One day I came home and found her lying on the couch, pale like a ghost, looking almost dead. What's happening? Are you sick? Do you want me to call a doctor? Do you want me to get you some medicine? Don't ever call me a doctor. Just leave me. I know what to do. I have just taken some bleach. It will fix the illness from the inside. Oh boy, I suppressed a giggle. I escaped the Armageddon cult and moved in with Auntie Apocalypse. I said goodbye to Wine Boy and hello to Liquor Lady. The irony wasn't lost on me. She surely loved her YouTube binges full of conspiracy theories. She watched doomsday preachers and the news, both profiting from constant states of fear. As much as I like living with others, I don't like to tell them how to live their life. My life experiments are weird enough, and I change all the time when new data becomes convincing, so who am I to judge her? However, this had gotten more and more extreme. Mrs. Doomsday Prepper seemed to have no clue how sick her mind food had made her. I knew I had to say something. This negativity is eating you alive. Your mind sets the tone for your body, and sickness thrives in the dark. Fear weakens your immune system. When you are operating from a space of victimhood and doomsday, your brain will give up on life and force your body into submission too. Contrary to what her mainstream news wanted to make her believe, we are living in the most abundant, safe, and prosperous times in history. Could I plant a seed of doubt in her self-constructed hell on earth? I shared Eastern philosophy nuggets on the mind-body connection, sharing data about health breakthroughs and innovative global and local companies. It took some time, but eventually she connected the dots. The world was not a waiting room for disaster. Horror was not lurking around every corner. She took the large bags of grain and gave them to a local farmer. A small step for her, a big step for his chickens. Around that time, I had finished my van conversion and was ready to move on. I wished her luck. All the best, enjoy your life. May you always find the next best thing, not the next worst. And with that chapter closed, I was finally starting van life. No fixed abode, able to park wherever I wanted to wake up the next morning. What started as a picture on my vision board was now parked outside, waiting for me to take it on the road. It was time for first row ocean views. Builder. Leaving the lady's house behind, I hit the road, zooming around the South Island. I still delivered some training days for the project management office in Christchurch, but based myself in the Nelson Tasman region. Whenever I explore a new region, I dive deep into the local council's strategic plans. Seeing their vision and mission for the future helps me to be selective with my time. Soon I was building a network with individuals from all industries and backgrounds. I started to coach politicians in local government and young adults in community centers. I ran personal development workshops for various places, from dancers to beekeepers, meeting a colorful mix of beautiful people. A few weeks later, I delivered a workshop for an IT company. The organizer introduced me to a friend. I shall call him the builder. Tall guy, athletic physique, eyes twinkling with carpentry visions. He had bought some land with ocean views and was about to pour the foundations for his home. As I mentioned that I converted a van into a mobile office and am obsessed with small space design, he was all ears. No way! I just bought a trailer. I want to have a side project while I'm building the big house. Have you ever heard of tiny homes? Needless to say, our shared passion for DIY and clever designs made us chat well into the night. My own tiny home designs, full of clever folding furniture, were itching to jump out of my CAD software and turn into reality. Pen and paper between us, we envisioned our little masterpiece. It would be sustainable, cozy, and packed with quirky details from boats and other tiny homes. His practical skills and experience were a great counterpart to my tech and digital design skills. Since I was location independent, the deal was simple. I would park my van on his section and help him design and build the tiny home in between my coaching trips to town. This would be a perfect balance for me to have a hands-on learning hobby project next to my brains-on coaching work project. Yep, I know what you're thinking. She moved in with a stranger on the second date again. Ha, but this time I was neither moving into his home nor were we dating. The section was stunning, perfect for me to start van life while having a base 30 minutes outside of Nelson. They say, how you do the small things is how you do the big things. He never rushed the work. He took pride in doing it well. He was more like a boat builder or Japanese woodworker, focused on quality, beautiful and clever details. Weeks flew by as we navigated blueprints, laughed at DIY disasters, and set up makeshift showers. He was a super warm, kind, supportive and intelligent person. We shared stories next to our camping cooker while watching the sun go down. Of course, the dynamics shifted. The former builder buddies developed affection and mutual attraction. He invited me to his family home for Christmas. His parents welcomed me with open arms, and his 11 nieces and nephews were a picture of warmth, laughter, and giggles. I knew that the builder wanted nothing more than finding his forever person. He was a true family man, keen on marriage and kids as soon as possible. The universe was testing me. Curveball, Jen, do you want van life or stay at home with a husband and kids? Meditation gave me the clarity I needed. Deep down, my nomad soul said no. I had just started my journey. My quest for exploration, pushing boundaries, and diving into innovative coaching tool creation had just begun. This wasn't my happily ever after, not yet. Right guy, wrong time. With a heavy heart, I knew I wanted to choose my job, no, my calling, over the home, comfort and belonging that was offered to me on a silver platter. I pointed the van towards the horizon. For now, my tiny home dreams with my forever man remain unfinished. A reminder of a beautiful detour, a lesson that not all chapters have happy endings. All was well. I left with lovely memories and some tiny home building experience. I got another chapter for my book and hope he has completed the tiny home and found someone to start his family with. Sometimes, being courageous does not mean to start a new opportunity. Sometimes it means to end one. Mountain. I was traveling in my van, coached and gave workshops to people in random places like laundromats, campgrounds, beaches and boardrooms. I used tools like whiteboards, cards and games to make coaching and challenging conversations easier for people of all ages. The nomad couple asked me to come back to facilitate the next Team Strategy Summit, this time in Italy. After another successful week with their company, we chatted about our experiences as working nomads. The three of us talked about the benefits and deep insights we had gained from a life on the road. We became so resilient, adaptable to any circumstances, and could work whenever, wherever. Noise? Got earplugs. No internet? Work from a cafe, co-working space or library. No users to test something? When you live on the road, you meet fascinating people all day. The environment was a key factor, not only to grow my personal skill set, but also for my clients' success. Whenever I coached in natural, relaxed environments, serving them in their private homes or outdoors, it led to so much better results. We would go much deeper, spend quality time exploring their inner world and psychology. No snoozing through a 2-hour neon light office meeting after a sugary morning tea robbed everyone of their brain power. As much as I loved the flexibility of van life, the ability to work at a beach or wake up in a forest, I knew that it was temporary and one day I will be settling again. I shared my vision with the nomad couple. I dream of dedicated personal development spaces, cute little homes surrounded by nature. People would get so much out of it. We build schools for kids. Why don't we have schools for adults? Lifelong learning is the only investment no one can take away from you. We totally agree. Nomadic life builds character, networks, and life skills. We love it too. Now that we successfully sold the company, our next dream is living on a yacht in Europe for a few years. Would you like to look after our little home in New Zealand? It's on a remote mountain range with its own forest and stunning 180-degree views over the Wairau Valley. I was touched and curious. After almost 2 years in my beloved van, I was itching for some DIY time, some kitchen fun, and having some space to play with. Creating a tailored learning environment for my clients would be incredible. When I first drove up the hill, saw the house and the big bell tent on the front lawn, I immediately fell in love. The energy in this place was strong, pure, captivating. I could see all the way to the eastern horizon where the sun would rise in the mornings. I could see the western ranges where the sun would set over the Tasman. Sitting at 800 meters above sea level, kaka parrots were flying around the treetops. Tui birds screeched in the big harakiki flax bushes. The couple's black cat, Mr. Kitty, was the icing on the cake. He reminded me of Yoshi, the sweetheart we had to leave behind on the day my mum's life crumbled. I saw it all happening in my mind's eye. Deep dive coaching days for 2 to 4 guests. No phone reception up here. We had only satellite internet. My clients couldn't be distracted. Mwahaha, insert dirty facilitator laugh. During the day, we would have workshops in the big lounge and dining room. Spacious views make for better brainstorming. We had tons of natural light with the floor-to-ceiling windows. On full moon nights, me and my clients would sit in the wood-fired outdoor hot tub overlooking the glistening river in the bottom of the valley. On new moon nights, we would step out of the sauna, looking up to the Milky Way. The home was in a dark sky reserve. The stars sparkled with such boldness that it was impossible to not feel humble and elated at the same time. A truly magical place for personal transformation and deep insights. I said yes. But first, the place needed a little transformation. Let me take you back in time for a moment. In my first week of van life, a council warden woke me up. She knocked at 6 a.m. in the morning, and when I opened the side door, there was no denying that this was my full-time home. I had to swallow the hefty fine for freedom camping. Around 12 months after that experience, the same council warden knocked early in the morning. I opened the van doors. As usual, I had already stashed my sleeping bag away and wiped down the wooden floor. The tie mattress was converted into a seat, and I was dressed in casual business clothes, working away on my laptop. My to-do list was written on the whiteboard film windows. From the outside, they looked black. I had fresh flowers in a vase, and my bikini and towel were drying out of her sight. She looked confused. "Oh, I thought you were... Do you live here?" "Haha, does my office van look like I live here?" She apologized and left. I didn't get a fine. The van looked so stylish. It didn't look like someone lived in it full time. Bit by bit, I had refined all my day-to-day life admin processes. From a removable solar to hidden water supply, everything was adapted to stealth mode and had double or triple purposes. I was so deep in the minimalist rabbit hole, it was fun. Whenever I parked somewhere and opened the doors, strangers came over, asked to take photos of my setup, and wanted to know how I live and work on the road. A seasoned council officer could not pick up on my stealth camper lifestyle. So, as someone who even took van life to such an extreme, moving into a cluttered mountain home felt overwhelming. So much stuff. I had to do some big-time KonMari cleaning to make the space fit for purpose. Of course, I would not sell or donate things that weren't mine. A small lockable shed on the property was perfect to store the owner's personal belongings. I put all their private and sentimental items away and spent weeks cleaning, sorting, painting, and rearranging the space. It didn't stop there. Next to the house was a double garage, full of bits, pieces, and lots of tools. Plenty of UFOs, unfinished objects. Rats and birds had taken over. Days went by tidying and clearing workspaces. During my van life years, I had gym memberships to have showers and stay fit. Here, instead of putting my physical energy into a group class or a rowing machine, I put it into energy cleaning up the place. I learned how to use and maintain a chainsaw and chopped lots of firewood for winter. I brought gravel from the river, made pathways around the home, leveled the ground, and set up outdoor workshop areas. The Nelson Tasman area attracts people who love nature. People here are passionate about sustainability and regenerating the land. I was one of the first people who pre-ordered Paul Hawken's book Project Drawdown. When it arrived, it opened my eyes to many impactful options I never thought of. More and more, I fell in love with a zero-waste lifestyle. As with any courageous moves, it's easier to make changes when I choose to, not when I'm forced to. I can always go back if the change is not for me. I started going to bulk food shops, eating plant-based, shopping from local businesses. I went to permaculture and composting workshops, learning how to turn food waste into amazing black soil within only 3 weeks. I put the rubbish bins away and gave myself the challenge to buy only zero waste and reusables. Paper and cardboard could be burned in the fireplace or composted. I didn't buy a single can or tin. I opted for glass instead. Soon I knew which glass jars lost their labels with ease and which ones I would not buy again. I bet that 80% more people would reuse their jars from olives, jams, pickles, yogurts, and sauces if we forced companies to use a glue that makes labels come off easily. I removed all plastic bottles from the bathroom, offered my guests only solid shampoo, conditioner, and soap bars. A metal razor replaced my plastic version. I turned the fridge off to see what real off-grid life would feel like. I made sourdough breads and kombucha. I played with lacto-fermenting vegetables and planted edible flowers, fruits, and vegetables. After some trial and error, I harvested potatoes, tomatoes, and various herbs and leafy greens. The simple life was peaceful, healthy, and colorful. It introduced me to people, companies, and communities who cared deeply about the future. The mountain home gave me a public canvas. My coaching workshops was the painting, but my home was the frame. I could show people through my actions that living sustainably is a joyful, colorful, healthy, and creative way of life. I could show them with my coaching tools how to actively discover one's values and prepare a path towards a sustainable future. Hair. As you can imagine, living on top of a remote mountain, there was silence and fresh air all around. I had clean water, dark skies, and epic views. Plenty of time to reflect and turn into a little stoic philosopher. One day, a memory popped back into my head from a couple of months back when I had gone to a wedding. One of the guests was the most gorgeous woman. Beautiful hairstyle, stunning dress. As I glanced down further, I saw her hairy legs in high heels. Ew, was my initial thought. How disgusting. Now in the mountain home, another memory joined the one from the wedding. I traveled back in time to when I was with the mastermind and his little girl. How hypocritical are you, Jen? What if this wedding guest was your former stepdaughter? When is that moment in time when things go from natural and normal to ew and disgusting? How does it work? One Monday, I look at my little girl and admire her. The next Monday, I say, ew, shave your legs? I reflected a lot on society, on expectations, on looks and ego. I thought of all the companies that make tons of money by making people feel ugly or not clean. From Renature hair color for men to shaving products and makeup for women, thinking about beauty products, I felt like the most hypocritical person for a moment. Since the age of 12, I had not left the home without mascara. Since I grew body hair, I felt dirty and ashamed when I did not remove it. I was curious and began to research more. Apparently, the trend for hairless female bodies was driven by the porn industry. Consumers preferred virgins, the younger looking, the better, which includes smooth skin everywhere. As an ironic counterpart, the same industry was supposedly behind cumbrellas, aka fake eyelashes. So some hair is desired, some hair is not. I snorted. What will we do next? Using unwanted pubes as wanted eyelashes? All those distortions in our minds. Could I challenge the norms I grew up with? Could I get out of my comfort zone? I didn't want my South Pole to look like I was a 5-year-old. I didn't want to feel dirty or disgusted with a stubble on my legs. I didn't want to feel naked or ugly when I had no makeup on my face. What makes me me? What's beauty and what's youth? I decided to try. I went makeup free until it felt no longer weird, stopped shaving until I could accept my body hair. Those trials took several months until I was happy to reintroduce those external things as a form of creative self-expression. I made myself wait until I felt comfortable either way. Around this time, I decided to kill any remaining ego thoughts. I always loved playing with my long, straight, dark blonde hair, braiding, curling, cutting, dyeing it in many different colors. There were only 2 hairstyles I never tried, for fear of social rejection. But now I realized that this kind of thinking was ridiculous. My clients got results because I'm good at coaching, not because I looked like the average white female in the Western business world. It was time for courage. Hairstyle number 1. Alone at home, I grabbed clippers, trimmed the sides, and shortened the top. There it was. A fine mohawk crowned me. My inner rebel was happy about my bold move. I really liked it, giggled at myself in the mirror, and then proceeded with hairstyle number 2, or rather 0. I shaved everything. Soon, a shiny bald head smiled at herself in the mirror. This wasn't a mental breakdown Britney moment, nor was I affected by any stimulants. It was hilarious. Shaving my legs was great, but shaving my head was unacceptable? My inner Seneca was pondering. Who am I? What role am I playing now on the theater stage of society? If you are reading this, you might think that this was a courageous move. I would say it's an empowering one, especially as a woman. I highly recommend everyone to try it once in their lives. When I updated my social media profile photos from long blonde hair to a shaved head, I was flooded with messages, questions, and comments. Did you lose your mind? Did you donate it? Do you have cancer? Did you have lice? Are you a lesbian? You cannot do this in your job. I cannot be seen with you like this. I liked you better before. Wow, it really suits you. Oh my God, I always wanted to do that. We see things as we are. All of these comments did not describe me. They described what their main thoughts and values are. Their reactions are their perspective of me. It was very easy for me to see who my true connections were and what was important to them. Did they just want a pretty girl by their side? Were they concerned about my well-being? Did they appreciate me for my character, my quirkiness? Did they enjoy my philosophical nature, my depth? Or did they focus on a couple of silky strands of keratin growing from my head? Whatever, do something bold. Maybe it's not a shaven head in your culture. Maybe it's wearing makeup if you are a guy, or carrying a sequined briefcase into the boardroom. Make yourself comfortable with being uncomfortable. You will become bulletproof. And most importantly, you will see who is there for you, not for your look. Do you like my book? It doesn't matter. I already wrote it. There is nothing your opinion will change about the way it is written or the fact that I like it. Your thoughts about it only show me who you are and what you value at this time. Write your own one. Be courageous. Money. How much money do you make? This question is a standard conversation opener in China. For most people in English-speaking countries, it's a no-go, hush-hush, secret topic. Wherever I coach people, money is a theme, whether they focus on it or try to avoid the conversation altogether. Some clients come to me with a certain money goal, like making X amount in X time. Other clients have lots of money and tell me about their biggest worries. I fear losing it again or investing it wrong. I might attract partners and friends for the wrong reasons. I bought plenty of fancy things and now I have to maintain, insure, store and protect them from theft. If you have a lot, you might like to show off with luxury items and status symbols. Or you might like to do the opposite, keeping a low profile, not wanting anyone to know about your wealth. Wherever you are on the spectrum, in our current life on earth, you have a relationship with money. How emotionally charged this relationship is, and whether your emotions are positive or negative, I don't know. It will depend on your upbringing and life experience. My personal relationship with money was a roller coaster. I got to experience lots of variety. I have been broke 3 times, on social welfare, working on side hustles, working in well-paying jobs, living paycheck to paycheck, helping others out with money, investing in very stupid opportunities, investing in very lucrative opportunities, and juggling the ups and downs of self-employment. Setting appropriate fees for services and deciding on prices for products is always a challenge. When I first heard about the concept of blank invoicing, also called pay what it's worth, I was intrigued. Should I take a risk and leave the numbers entirely up to the intelligence and generosity of the buyer? As a coach, I was selling my expertise, my creativity, my brain, my focus, my presence, my time. I did not have many of the overheads some businesses face. No factory, no stock, no office rent, no perishable materials. I had a savings cushion allowing me plenty of time to play with the concept. So I went with my usual approach, asking myself, what is the worst that can happen? And embarked on a trial of blank invoicing. At that time, in 2018, I usually charged $150 per hour. I didn't take on long-term contracts. I enjoyed the flexibility of being as needed support for any brain challenges. A company owner messaged me. Hey, I read your article on LinkedIn and it really resonated with me. You have great reviews too. Could we have a chat about some coaching for me and my team? We jumped on a video call and he told me about the core challenges of his company. It was the usual stuff. Our people need to be more engaged. Some new managers should be integrated better. We have a value statement on the wall, but no one demonstrates them. Our people have been taking alarmingly more sick days. Always a warning sign. I knew my tools would help them, just as they did for others. Environment is key. So I suggested a half-day session at a neutral venue outside their offices. When he asked me about my service fees, I introduced the concept. I work with blank invoices, so this means there is no risk upfront for you. After the session, you pay me what you think it was worth. I can send you a few links of my competitors if you would like to have a guideline to see the average fees for strategy coaching. The session was a full success. As usual, I took the team through a simple process. I always start with introverted exercises to create trust and ease, Then we gradually move on to open, honest conversations, discussing relevant topics. Raving feedback afterwards. This was amazing, Jen. On behalf of my team, thank you so much again for your work. We were so energized and the newbies felt included from the get-go. For the 3-hour session, could you please send me an invoice for $3,000? I blinked a few times. I zoomed in on my phone to count the zeros. Did he just offer to pay me 1,000 New Zealand dollars per hour for my coaching? Was my morning just having a blast with my tools worth this much to them? This was not the only example in this trial of blank invoices. In the following months, several clients paid the same amounts without being asked to. I spoke to my coach in the States about my blank invoicing experience. He was not surprised at all. Jen, do you realize how much these clients gain when you show up with all your skills and experience? Can you see what they might lose when you do not help them with their strategy and direction? You coached people who make millions, and those people spend on average 15% of their money on professional development. Of course they pay you those amounts. Some motivational speakers earn much more, and they just deliver general talks. You give them deep and personalized coaching, facilitate for groups on the spot, and invent tools. Remember the stellar reviews you already have. Jen, you can double a team's engagement in days. It's your gift. Wow. All those early years, with financial struggles, living on the dole, and being bullied for not wearing cool brand clothing in school, must have messed with my subconscious perception of what I was worth. I was used to losses, to lack, to not being good enough. I worked with my coach to change that. Now I can see the true value of my services. There was another benefit to the blank invoicing model. Having no money figure hovering in the middle meant I could go into a session with even more boldness. I had nothing to lose, no expectations to fulfill. With my intensity cranked up, my clients showed up with more energy too, leaned in more, became bolder, and got results even faster. I highly recommend you to try it out, if you can, and if it suits your particular business, of course. I guess supermarkets, designer clothing shops, and liquor stores would have to close shop pretty quickly if they told their customers to pay what it's worth. After a while, I went back to setting prices again. The blank invoices experiment did what it was supposed to do for me. It opened my eyes to the true value of facilitating deep transformational changes in people. But the back and forth and the admin processes around the payments can take a decent amount of time. I rather delivered value in a coaching session than spending time educating people on average prices. I didn't enjoy being tied up in lengthy corporate supplier account processes and other paperwork. As a solopreneur, I prefer to work with simple upfront payments through my website. It allows me to focus on my work, not the flow of money around my work. There are many questions attached to money. People feel guilt, question their self-worth. They can sway from generosity to the fear of being taken advantage of. Energetically, money is attached to our root center, where our bodies hold the emotions of safety, security, foundation, and belonging. Chances are you are currently not in the place you like to be when it comes to money, and that's normal. If you are currently going through a particularly challenging time around money, you might want to reflect on the value you can bring to others. What are your beliefs around the value of money? How do you show others to treat you? What does your spending say about the things you cherish and hold dear? Would you spend more or less on certain things if you could choose the perfect price for it? Are you devaluing your friend's business skills and sense of worth by asking for mates rates or even expecting them to serve you for free? Is there a way you can try out blank invoicing to tease out what other people perceive your value to be? A good coach can take you to the parts of your mind that might benefit from a closer look and some deep questions. Unlocking generational wealth requires healing generational wounds. If you desire to be the first millionaire in your family, you likely have to do what no one else in your family has done. Being different requires a very different mindset, and that pays off big time. Food. I always loved cooking and never followed recipes. Opening the pantry and playing with ingredients feels creative and fun to me. I love random kitchen chats, and I would often hang out with a friend and cook us something, using whatever I can find in the house. The kitchen was a source of pride and gave me a sense of identity. I was the amazing wife that could whip up 3-course meals at any time, make a mean roast, and always brought amazing home-baked goodies to share with workmates. While my brain loved making food, my body didn't enjoy processing most of it. I gained weight and was diagnosed with cancer in my early 20s. I suffered from skin issues and excruciating headaches. I experienced hormone roller coasters, fatigue, and arthritic joint pain. My body gave me plenty of hints that I was not treating it properly. I simply didn't know enough about biochemistry and well-being. I became obsessed with various fields of health, studied nutrition, psychosomatics, orthomolecular medicine, natural herbs. I experimented with different diets: carnivore, keto, plant-based, low-carb, raw foods, starch-based. I stopped using creams, lotions, and synthetic medicines. I ditched prescription-strength painkillers and the contraceptive pill, removed sunscreen and all animal products from my body. Bit by bit, I walked on the plant-based path. It worked. I started to heal and age backwards. Joint pains, excruciating headaches, and early wrinkles disappeared. Genetic skin conditions like keratosis pilaris cleared up. Early gray hair turned dark again. Extra weight dropped off. Myopia and blood markers improved measurably. Instead of falling asleep after work, I was energetic and felt creative. 15 years later, I was in the mountain home in New Zealand. A long drive away from a supermarket, the remote location made me reflect on all those nutrition studies and the experiments I had done since my early 20s. My clients asked me all the time for food or skincare advice and commented on my youthful appearance. When I had all those health troubles and horrible symptoms, I always used my own body to experiment with new ways of living and eating. I always try a new thing for at least a month. What's the worst that can happen? If it works, great, I stay on track. If I don't like it, I can always go back. I'm a big fan of trying things when I don't need to implement them. Nothing worse than having illness forcing a lifestyle change on you. It is so much easier when you get to try a month without gluten, dairy, sugar, or meat, without having a horrible prognosis looming in the back of your mind. So now, in the mountain home, I finally had some extra time to gather and collate all my learnings. Van life, as romantic and simple as it may sound, takes a lot of life admin time. This is what I call the tasks that are much easier in a fixed home. Some of my life admin tasks during van life included finding places to sleep and stay overnight, finding gyms for showers and workouts, finding public laundromats and waiting there, finding co-working offices and libraries. In the mountain home, I had more time to create and also more space to prepare food, play with ingredients, and invent recipes. My brain loves to analyze tons of data and then sorts them into what is simple, fast, and practical. Of course, I approach the topic of nutrition in the same way. Not everyone is like me, obsessing about the amounts of magnesium in a Brazil nut, and then reading 5 medical study abstracts about whether to buy the chelated or the oxalated supplements. I found the Western way of guiding people through the jungle of food choices too complex. To me, it's one step too many to tell people carrot equals provitamin A plus beta-carotene equals better skin and eyesight. Traditional Chinese medicine has a much simpler way. TCM practitioners are able to look at the largest and oldest amount of data on human health and still keep things more practical. In TCM, people look at the direct interaction between an ingredient and the organs and parts of the body. Each ingredient has a flavor and a temperature, meaning they can be warm or cool, taste bitter or sweet. Those things will then tell you what organs they support and in what way. Studying this fascinating subject is fun for me. it still is not practical enough for a hobby chef trying to get healthy. So I found a solution. Simple food info cards could fill the knowledge gap. I took the 95 ingredients I used most in my daily life, then summarized their core benefits from Western medicine, energy medicine, and TCM. The food info cards were born. Whenever I served food during my coaching workshops, I put the info cards on the table. In one glance, people could see what my food can do for their body, not how much vitamin A it has. In a few seconds, they knew whether they should go for the potato salad or the cinnamon porridge if they wanted to get rid of fatigue or increase their libido. I have been inspired and taught by people from various medical, scientific, and healing backgrounds. I learned from hundreds of years old herbal witch books. I watched documentaries and read hundreds of meta-studies by reputable authors. My current way of life may or may not work for you, so I will not tell you how to eat or what to avoid. I just want to highlight that health is wealth. You can always make more money, but you cannot buy health. So if you are currently suffering from incurable or terminal illnesses, stay strong. I have met many people who were able to cure those with simple, affordable tools and protocols. Seek, and you shall find. My deepest gratitude goes to all the farmers and companies who make sure to focus on biodiversity, on regenerating the health of our soil. I bow to people preserving the precious seeds of heirloom fruits, vegetables, and nuts. I'm grateful for everyone out there trying to educate people on health and holistic well-being. I don't vote for any politician. I vote with my money every time I go to a market, online or offline. I buy products from people that prove their values with their daily actions rather than being swayed by a smile on a big billboard in election years. This chapter was written to encourage you to be courageous with your food, your health. Go and try. Challenge the norm of the culture you've been brought up in. Start questioning whether you are putting the best possible fuel into the magical machine that is your body. Fasting. What does fasting mean to you? Is it abstaining from a substance like alcohol, coffee, sugar, or meat? Is it a physical or mental challenge? I cannot remember the first time I heard about fasting, probably as a child in Bible studies, hearing about Jesus spending 40 days in the desert without food. It definitely popped up more in my YouTube feeds during the time when I wrote all the food cards. Apparently, as much as food can be used to heal, not consuming any food is even more healing? As you know by now, unless it is something really crazy, dangerous, or might hurt anyone, if I'm curious enough about something, I just do it. I try it for a while and see if it works for me. And so I started to gather knowledge from people like Walter Longo and Alan Goldhammer. They spoke to interviewers about the benefits of water fasting, citing numerous studies and results from decades of research. I was curious. Spiritual enlightenment? Brain power? Cell cleanup? No need for sleep? Reclaiming all the time spent on food planning, shopping, prepping, eating, food coma, doing dishes? Sounds great. I have done several long water fasts. My longest to this day was 3 weeks on nothing but water. I also did a 3-day dry fast. Dry fasting means consuming nothing, not even water. I didn't go cold turkey. I researched best practices and learned about the risks. Fasting is not difficult. Everyone can stop eating for a while. But if you do not refeed properly, you risk death. Let me repeat this. Flooding your body cells with a mix of nutrients after your internal system calibrated itself to run in a different way is dangerous and can be fatal. So, your job is to do your research and find out your way. My job here is to share my stories that give you the courage to play, just as I did. And boy, was it rewarding. Day 2 or 3, when the body changes over from burning carbohydrates to burning ketone bodies, can be difficult, especially if you're detoxing from a lifetime of processed foods and stimulants. However, 90% of fasting is an incredible state of feeling sharp, clear, light, and full of brain power. Different to the insight spikes I gained from meditation, fasting was more like a consistent high. I had aha moments and eureka experiences throughout the day. And the best thing was that I did not need to sit still for hours to reach those altered state of mind. During my water fasts, I was able to move around, do light gardening, coach clients, write, create, and go for walks in nature. Why does it work? In a very simple nutshell, fasting turns on a cleaning process in your body. Autophagy literally means self-eating. It is a clever method that your body cells can start when they are not busy processing all the food you constantly put into your body. Even just going from snacking all the time to eating 2 meals a day can help you feel much better. But wait, there's more. After around 24 hours without food, the cells activate little rubbish trucks. Those go around your body and consume all the leftover waste from constant cell division processes. I know, I'm using sophisticated medical terminology here. Haha, Dr. Jen entered the chat. Jokes aside, fasting is an incredible process. Your body is ingenious. Studies claim that fasting can repair your immune system, reset metabolic syndrome, and cure most illnesses. As long as you give your body electrolytes, like Celtic sea salt or pink Himalayan salt, and clean water, natural spring water or distilled water are good options, it is able and eager to clean itself from the inside. Within a few days, you see changes. Skin becomes softer, pores get smaller, eyes get brighter. Your hair is shinier, thoughts are flowing, and energy is increasing. Whenever I have an important project where I want extra brain power, fasting is the best solution I know. It is a time for healing and rejuvenation, as well as for deep introspection and creation. It gives you so much extra time. You need less sleep, and your brain runs on cleaner fuel, ketone bodies, while you are awake. You don't need to spend hours every day planning, buying, cooking food, and cleaning up. Fasting is a period of resting and recovery. It is not the right time to stress your body with exercise or a physically demanding job. If a water fast is not feasible for you right now, intermittent fasting could be a way to support your health and well-being. There are no refeeding risks like for long-term water fasts. Plenty of apps can support you by tracking your fasting and eating times. All major cultures have fasting practices. Christians celebrate Jesus, who was spending 40 days on water only in the desert. My Muslim friends follow Muhammad's example and observe Ramadan. My Indian mates observe Ekadashi based on the moon cycles. When your child or pet gets sick, its natural instincts tell it to rest. It will not want to eat until the biological self-healing powers have sorted out the issue. Doing a water fast, even a long one, is not an act of courage. It is an act of simplicity, of surrender, of returning to our roots, physically and spiritually. We can learn so much from nature if we are willing to be open and curious. We can gain so much if we observe, simplify, and most importantly, just try. Mushrooms. You can probably tell one thing from the red thread of courageous exploration weaving itself through my life stories. This chapter is not going to be about white button mushrooms. While most people try out partners, substances, and unusual things before they get married and settle, I seem to do life against the norm. I was always against taking any drugs. As a teenager growing up in one of the roughest areas in Berlin, I saw death and despair daily, drug victims on the streets, syringes on children's playgrounds. In my neighborhood, people used MDMA, Molly, ecstasy, LSD, acid, ice, crack, meth, heroin, cocaine, speed, ketamine, and the likes. So it was easy to stay clean through adolescence. Later, after all the crazy health troubles I went through in my early 20s, gambling with the health of my mind was a no-go. I saw too many people going downhill fast after consuming lab-made substances. I know it's kind of hypocritical to be anti-drugs while I consumed socially acceptable drugs like caffeine, alcohol, and refined sugar. Anyways, I meant classified drugs, the ones that trigger a bunch of uncomfortable questions from police officers and judges. Only in my 30s, after I had incredible mind-altering experiences through meditation and fasting, I explored spirituality and energy mastery on much deeper levels. Soon, one thing led to another, and I was curious to learn more about the vast world of certain drugs, natural plant medicines. Some of my friends offered kambo, a frog poison, had access to peyote, a cactus, or facilitated ayahuasca ceremonies. It's a mix of two plants creating natural DMT. Those things were all natural products and mind expanding, but they never interested me. Who knows, maybe just not yet. I always go with my intuition, my guiding motto being, if something is not a hell yes, it's a no. The mastermind introduced me to cannabis, and I spent weeks of reading medical information about different strains and effects before I smoked my first joint. I started asking people about their favorite natural mind-altering substance. Magic mushrooms were the undefeated number one, taken not as party enhancer, but in quiet solitude, often in nature or with closed eyes. The most common reason? Deep and profound insights. Some friends healed cellular trauma and gained more love and appreciation for the natural world. The spiritual benefits spoke to me. I researched more, looked into the medical data, the studies, the strains. It was incredible. I was never into taking substances to have fun at parties. Music is my strongest drug. When I go out dancing, I prefer to go by myself so that I can spend hours bouncing around in front of the speakers with closed eyes, moving my body in whatever way feels right. People always comment on my energy, ask me what substance I am on. Big eyes, screams, and high fives usually follow when I point to my water bottle and say, H2O. I'm high on life. But what about exploring the depths of my mind? Discovering the wonders of creativity and inspiration? Playing with my own metacognition? I didn't want anything man-made, didn't dare to expose my precious brain to synthetic lab substances, but I was all ears about learning about nature's ones. Reading about the newest psilocybin research, the stuff that makes mushrooms magic, I was stunned. One of the largest private donation amounts, $17 million US, had just been given to the Johns Hopkins Institute. They funded a new department of psychiatry. Behavioral science researchers wanted to focus on psychedelics. What was since the 60s a suppressed field of scientific research had now become a mainstream player again. I sat in the mountain home, still glowing from my most recent long fasting experiences. I felt the call to experience psilocybin. It was a hell yes. I looked into guided retreats in South America where the shrooms were legal. I googled flights to Peru and wrote down a few options, then closed my laptop again. Something felt off, as if I had to chase it. I shook my head. It would be quite hypocritical to live zero waste for months and then fly across the world for a fungi trip. I don't chase, I attract. If I was meant to have a psychedelic experience, I would find easier ways in New Zealand. Yeah, now, I was on this mountain for a reason. I continued with my daily work of connecting, creating, and coaching when an email from a scientist popped into my inbox. During my time in the van, I met people from all walks of life. Hot tip, pun intended, if you ever get bored networking in the usual ways, go to a sauna, especially the ones in good hotels, spas, or gyms. Everyone is sweaty and relaxed, no one is dressed to impress. This makes for deep human conversation on all kinds of topics. I met some of my best clients in those places. The scientist and I always had interesting sauna chats, but I hadn't seen him since I moved to the mountain home. He was on his way from Nelson to Christchurch, a 5-hour road trip. I lived right in the middle. I messaged back. Of course he could pop in for a cuppa and a catch-up. On arrival, we chatted for a while, and he told me about his current project, building a super fine air filtering system. Once set up, he would sell it to the producers of brain-enhancing and immune system-boosting supplements made from fungi. I knew he was into research, but forgot that his specialty was mycology. I knew from learning about traditional Chinese medicine that mushrooms had potent brain health benefits. He told me about all the different kinds, from lion's mane to cordyceps, reishi to chaga. All mushrooms can talk to each other throughout the world. Mycelium, their fiber cable root system network, makes it possible for various species to communicate. Also, he told me, mushrooms can crossbreed easily. Spores mix with others in the air, creating new types all the time. If you want to grow a specific strain, you have to keep the environment pristine, sterile at best. Hence him building this special air filtering system. What a fascinating topic. I mentioned that from a coaching and mind-altering perspective, I was curious about the recent research on psilocybin. He looked at me for a few seconds. Then he got up, walked out to his van, and came back into the house with a massive, clear plastic storage box. I have a grow box here, if you like to have it. I just inoculated the grow medium with a fantastic strain called B positive. In a few days, they will produce several big flushes of shrooms for you. What on earth? 2 weeks ago, I researched psilocybin retreats and Googled flights to Peru. Now this guy walks into my home with a huge, free, ongoing supply of one of the best beginner magic mushroom strains? Looks like I didn't need to book flights. I told him that I never had any experience with psychedelics and that I heard it is recommended for people to have trip sitters for the first time. He nodded. I have plenty of dried B positive in the car. If you like, you can have a decent trip today. I can stay with you and make sure you are okay. I have tomorrow off work anyways, so there is no rush for me to keep driving today. Wow, this is not what I expected the day to be like when I woke up in the morning. A random visitor with a magic mushroom grow box. Soon I would get my first trip and a calm scientist trip sitter who would make sure I don't do dangerous stuff while on psychedelics. He did another dash to the car, then put a large jar of bone-dry fungi on the wooden countertop. He pulled out a small scale, then filled a little mug with shrooms. This is a large dose, 5 grams. You can eat them dry as they are now, chew them thoroughly. It will take 45 to 60 minutes before you feel the effects, then it can go on for around 6 hours. Don't have any expectations. Sometimes people don't feel anything during the first experience. Still, I find it is better to have a little more than if you don't take enough and you are in a weird limbo. You cannot overdose on them. Get a playlist ready, something that is calming in case you tend towards anxiety. Sounds great, thank you. I don't get anxious, so I should be fine. But I know a little bit about sound healing and frequencies. I will put on some great playlists with handpans and solfeggio tunes. I will take it now and I get the guest room ready for you before it kicks in. I took the whole amount and chewed them very well. Just like when experimenting with cannabis, I had pen and paper on the table, always writing down the exact times, amounts, and sensations. I got the spare room ready for him to stay the night. While I was not hungry at all, I began to make a selection of random snacks. Telling him to make himself at home, I placed everything on the kitchen counter. He popped back to the van, came back with a bottle, poured himself a glass of red wine, and looked through my bookshelf. It was full of random nonfiction books about coaching, startups, business strategy, alchemy, permaculture, medicine, witchcraft, philosophy, plant-based life, psychology, and of course, tiny homes. The sky changed colors. The sunsets and sunrises in the mountain cabin were always spectacular. I looked at my paper note. 75 minutes. I don't feel anything. A slight tingle in my mouth, like my lips being a little numb, but that's it. As I said, it can happen that your body doesn't really react the first time you take them. Some people say the receptors have to get activated at first. Well, at least you're not having any negative reactions, so it's all good. Feel free to take more. I grow them all the time. I looked at the large jar. Should I take more? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? I don't usually have the opportunity to explore plant medicine with a mycologist staying over, chilling in my lounge with a book. I took another handful, about the same amount I had taken 75 minutes before. The daybirds outside became quiet. The sky changed into darker colors. The evening parrots and owls welcomed the dusky sky. The evening was relaxed and calm. We didn't talk. He was reading while I was pottering around. Gentle music kept us company. I always loved making fire. Within a couple of minutes, the lounge started to have an orange glow. Little flames were dancing in the corner of the room. I took out my cork yoga mat and dropped into some soothing yin yoga poses in front of the fireplace. The deep stretches relaxed my body. Warm fire and enchanting tunes added to the meditative magic. Wait, something looked different. The texture of the mat, the tiny cork particles, were moving, melting, merging. Whoa, my yoga mat was no longer a solid thing. I got up and walked over to the kitchen counter, looked at the clock, looked at the piece of paper. 90 minutes. I definitely feel something. My yoga mat is moving. That's awesome. I'm glad it's kicking in for you. You might want stillness and closed eyes, or you might feel that you want to be creative or active. Take your time. Do what feels right. It will come in waves. Don't fight them, ride them. I will not engage with you. It is your journey, unless you try to jump off the roof. Seriously, I'm here if you need me, okay? I nodded, then scribbled 90 minutes, minor movement of small details on the piece of paper. I thought about going back to the yoga mat, but craved a hot shower. The mountain house had a big walk-in shower, only separated by a shower curtain from the rest of the bathroom. The curtain had a tiny, detailed pattern. A green paisley print. I never liked it. It was too busy. It didn't work for my clean, tidy, minimalist aesthetic. However, at that moment, I took a closer look. The swirls, the delicate lines, just like the tiny cork particles of my yoga mat, they were moving, merging. I smiled. I loved it. This shower curtain was the most beautiful thing. I started humming and singing while standing under the warm running water. Putting soap on my body, I admired the plants around me. I grew snow peas and beans from seeds in the bathroom as they struggled outside with the cool mountain nights. Those climbing plants were so alive, so green. I started talking to them, telling them how lush and green and vibrant they looked. I thanked them for growing in my home, and I told them they will turn into amazing salads and soon become a part of me, creating my muscles, bones, hair, brain. I started counting the tiles in the bathroom and wondered how people first came up with the idea of making tiles and grout. I opened the frosted window and watched the shower steam make its way outside, rising towards the pitch-black sky, floating up to the sparkling stars. New moon nights, so gorgeous. As usual, my eyes were drawn to Orion's belt, then wandered to the Andromeda cluster next to the Milky Way. One day in the future, our two galaxies will merge. A true clusterfuck, I giggled to myself. Language is a funny thing. Suddenly, my shower karaoke, plant admiration talks, giggles about grout, and ginormous galactic thoughts were interrupted. The scientist was knocking gently on the bathroom door. Hey Jen, I can tell you're just fine, but I'm not sure how long your gas and water tanks will last up here. You've been in the shower for 30 minutes. Shit, he was right. The large gas bottles were full, but rainwater tanks do not refill themselves during a dry summer. I turned off the water and stepped into the lounge, wearing a big towel and a cheesy grin. Thank goodness he had looked after the fire while I was busy falling in love with the shower curtain and dreaming of living on Andromeda. I sat down on my yoga mat, beaming. Laughter overcame me so hard I could barely breathe. The plant guides were definitely kicking in now, taking me for a ride. Half breathing, half snorting, I tried to communicate. Everything is so funny and perfect. It's perfect. It was contagious. He started laughing too. I sat down, cross-legged on my yoga mat in front of the fire. The skin on my knees, calves, shins, and feet changed into rainbow fractals. Fairy legs. I was sparkling and moving, looking like the inside of a kaleidoscope. I closed my eyes, dove into the trip, and followed the plant guides. I went inwards to the place where my laughter came from. The sensations built up like waves, varied in intensity. The music wrapped itself around me, triggered waves of happiness and deep love for everything. The shrooms changed the flavor of the trip, showed me memories, pictures of past experiences, people and situations I forgot, suppressed, avoided, didn't like, ran away from, found unfair, unjust, sad, depressing, frustrating, painful. The images morphed, softened, just like my yoga mat earlier. Slowly, I started to leave my body, zooming outwards. A house on a remote mountain, a girl with wet hair, closed eyes, wrapped in a towel, sitting cross-legged on a cork yoga mat in front of the fire. I was hovering above the lounge. I saw the scientist chilling in the corner, and I watched myself from the outside, looking at my darkest memories on the inside. The shrooms acted like teachers, mentors, coaches. I was asked to zoom out, see what those experiences were good for. I understood what the pain and despair gave me, taught me, shaped me into. I was taken through an intense ride of facing the abyss. Just like a woman in labor, there was no point fighting the waves. Eyes closed, I moved with the music, swaying, rocking, and breathing through the darkness. As soon as I made it through one wave of pain, reaching a neutral point, the childlike laughter took over again. My body was shaking with giggles. All worries and traumas, bit by bit, were dissolved through observation, integration, and laughter. Everything made sense. Everything was perfect. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, was not hungry at all, but now, a few hours into the trip, I felt a strong craving for water with lemon juice. My coordination was out of whack. Trying to get up was challenging. The scientist saw me moving around and came over to me, kneeling down in front of me. I have no idea how long I have been giggling and shaking off traumatic moments on that yoga mat. Whoa, you really had an intense ride, didn't you? What do you need? Can I get you anything? I asked him for some water with the juice of half a lemon. You sure? It might change the trip, just so you know. I could smell the red wine in his breath and almost jumped back. For a split second, my oldest memory popped up. I was 3, sitting on my grandfather's lap, his alcoholic breath wafting over my little face. Shortly after, he passed away, leaving my grandmother behind with my mom and her 2 siblings. My sense of smell was always strong. I changed sideways to be away from cigarette smoke. Bars smelled like hospitals to me. More and more, my body physically began to reject the smell of alcohol. Since reading recent meta-studies on how alcohol affects the brain, I hadn't consumed a single drop. The shrooms highlighted my senses, connected them with my memories. At this moment, I craved only the fresh, pure, clean taste of a New Zealand Maya lemon. If you never tried one, put it on your bucket list. Sipping the lemon water was like having a shower from the inside. The flavor tingled my brain, was a funny contrast to the earthy shroom taste lingering in my mouth. My mind was so clear. I saw lights dancing when closing my eyes. A peaceful place, all darkness and doubts replaced by bliss and happiness. I could see why the researchers use psilocybin with such amazing success. People with terminal illnesses, people afraid of dying, could transit with ease. Fear was wiped from the hard drive. There was no fear. There is no fear. We come from a place where fear does not exist. We come from the place where childlike laughter comes from. We come from the place where Andromeda was born. Galaxies, expansion, pure energy, light force, effortless perfection. I could write another book full of stories about how I started to grow the magic mushrooms and do more trials, tested different amounts, foods, and soundtracks over several months. Then, I sat with several of my coaching clients to their first mushroom experiences with profound and magical insights. But I will leave it at that, trusting that you got the core message of this chapter about the courage to expand your mind. I know that whatever mind-altering experience you are meant to have, it will find you. Relax into it. Speak to the sky, to your favorite tree, chat with your gods or your shower curtain. Tell them you are ready to learn more. Ask them to take you to places where your soul can expand. You will meet your guides along the way. My way is not yours. You might feel called to play with different medicines and modalities. Embrace them. Human laws don't matter. Nature knows best. Trust the process. Return. Around 10 months after moving into the mountain house, I received several grim messages from Germany. My mum suffered bullying at work, then a horrible burnout. She stopped leaving the house. Her mental health was the worst it has ever been. My parents and I had only repaired our relationships a few years ago, after 15 years of no contact. At the same time, my Nana was diagnosed with early dementia, and my best friend was going through the difficult breakup of her 13-year relationship. I had no plans to ever return to my birth country for more than a short holiday trip to visit loved ones. I never felt German or any other artificial nationality anyways. I had built a life from scratch, in another language, on the other side of the world. I was happy, self-employed, well-connected. But with those 3 major things going on, my mom, grandma, and best friend going through difficult situations, I could not avoid a visit any longer. After 10 years in New Zealand, it looked like the time had come for me. I had to put my own things on the back burner and give some love and energy to my people, living thousands of kilometers away. With a heavy heart, I told the nomad couple that I needed to leave their home soon. Return date unknown. I booked a one-way ticket, departing in Nelson, arriving in Berlin. I started to wrap up my in-person workshops and client commitments. The nomad couple was busy on the other side of the world, sailing their yacht, and agreed to my suggestion to find a new home for Mr. Kitty. I found new tenants for the mountain home, due to move in the week after I leave. I listed my trusted van for sale on TradeMe and arranged for the buyer to pick it up 2 days before my flight. For the last 3 days in New Zealand, I would stay at my close friend's home, spending quality time with each other. She was the first friend I made after the heartbreak with the winemaker. Most joyful, driven, and caring person you can think of, always up for spontaneous missions and deep heart-to-hearts. Sitting in her lounge on the hill, seeing the airport from which I was due to leave my heart country soon, was surreal. Saying goodbye to someone, not knowing the next time you will meet again, is something I should be used to by now. Still, it's harder with certain people. I handed over my keys. Goodbye to the van that has heard so many stories in the 2 years of being my home and office on wheels. Goodbye, Mr. Kitty. Goodbye, mountain home. Goodbye, van. My life was back to nomad mode. All my belongings fit into my trusted carry-on backpack. 10 kgs total, my clothes and some tech was all I truly needed. Thank you for calling Air New Zealand. You are currently number 154 in the waiting line. Oops. You remember what happened to travel plans in March 2020, right? My flight to Berlin was supposed to go via LA. 48 hours before I was due to be in Los Angeles, America had closed its borders. A few hours later, New Zealand announced a full country lockdown, duration unknown. The airline call centers were flooded, and I stranded. No home, no van, no flights. I was stuck. Plan B? I mentally walked through my options. My van was gone. The new house tenants were equally stuck on the North Islands. Flights and ferry has stopped. With no chance of them coming over, I could stay in the house for now. I took my carry-on and hitchhiked back to the remote village. Standing on the side of the road, with my thumb out, Everyone looked at me like I might have the virus. I spent the lockdown in the mountain home. I never get bored. There are more than enough things I want to do, try, learn, and create. I kept busy chopping wood, practicing Reiki and yoga, and video calling my people. Instead of driving an hour to a supermarket, which I couldn't do without the car, I ordered groceries online, which was limited to non-perishable items due to my remote location. I hosted clients for one-on-one sessions and dove deep into learning about sound healing and frequencies. There was magic in music, a true marriage of yin and yang, a beautiful balance. Strong, steady, predictable masculinity in the beat, the rhythm. On top, held safely by the firm foundation of the masculine, the feminine danced with melodies, ad-libs, and solos, free in her eccentric unpredictability. My magic mushroom grow box produced large amounts for several months. I saw firsthand in me and my clients how I could affect, direct, and guide a trip to serve the different stages. From those experiences, I had plenty of data and practice. My findings echo the results that scientists recommend today, several years later after embarking on psilocybin research at the Johns Hopkins Institute. A gentle build-up, an almost painful segment of discord, then a consistent beat. By choosing the right songs, instruments, and rhythmic patterns, I could intensify the trip experience. Then at the end, I helped the new neuronal pathways to integrate, stabilize, and ground again. Time disappeared. My Spotify playlists grew in size and complexity. Finally, after lockdowns and several cancelled flights, I landed in Berlin. A lovely change from New Zealand winter to European summer, lots of tears and hugs from dear friends and family. Soon, I found a little studio close to my parents' place. It was freshly renovated and, unlike most places in New Zealand, unfurnished. Amazing! Another clean slate for this tiny space designed fanatic. I had lots of fun creating and decorating the studio. Just like my apartments, the van, and the mountain home in New Zealand, my studio in Berlin was my sanctuary, my cave. My home is a place to be, create, recharge, learn, meditate, reflect, and host deep coaching sessions. I always loved creating spaces that allowed room to breathe. Japandi is the word describing it best. A blend of Japanese and Scandinavian ways to create cozy, calm, and clutter-free spaces. Not a fan of art on every inch of wall space and surfaces full of knickknacks, I decorated with natural colors and lush green plants. I chose to enhance my studio with sacred geometry, solid wood furniture, shiny metal, and selected crystals. I added soft lights and candles, aroma lights, solfeggio sound frequencies, cool linen, and warm blankets. No plastic in my kitchen, clear surfaces, fresh flowers. For several months, since her burnout and mental breakdown, my mom had not left the house, kept spiraling down into darkness. My stepdad, always supportive of her, was at his wit's end. Him and I had repaired our relationship. We both matured in the 20 years since I put the leaving note on the kitchen table on my 18th birthday. He confided in me, considering ending the marriage, moving out. My mom fed her mind the food that made her situation worse. Just like the prepper, she had gone down the slippery slope of watching the news. So, while her burnout and anxiety began with being bullied at work, soon it expanded. She worried about things outside her control, thought about dangers and wars in faraway places, and involved herself in political and medical propaganda. While some conspiracies turn out true beyond the initial theory, they were bad mind food either way. No one with mental health troubles should be exposed to any of those things. Me and my mom set up weekly dates at mine. To visit me, she had to leave her house. My studio was a calm space. No TV talking fear in the background, no clutter holding stuck emotions from the past. A major hoarder herself, I taught her decluttering. Fun fact, she even had the book about the KonMari method. Just buying the book, is not reading it. Just reading it is not getting into action. As soon as we started the cleanup session, the universe rewarded her for taking the leap. She found hundreds of euros in a secret place. She had put the money there for a rainy day and forgot where it was. One conversation at a time, she started healing. Her laughter came back. Hope and future visions started to pull her forwards again. The proudest moments were when we visited a castle that she had not been to since her teens, and taking the underground into the city center, things she wasn't able to do for years. She started to dedicate more time to her hobbies and put effort into working towards my parents' dream, moving to Scandinavia after retirement. My stepdad and I had a rocky start, but we're now very close. His words of gratitude after several months of my courageous decision to uproot my life again and come to Berlin touched me deeply. Jen, I cannot thank you enough. You brought my wife back. Agency. I didn't know how long I was going to be in Berlin for, and where to best invest my time, money, and energy. A part of me thought about starting from scratch here and building a network for my coaching services. I started a personal development group on Meetup and took over an existing conscious entrepreneur group. Now I could arrange meetups and get new local connections through hosting taster workshops. Another part of me considered a new challenge. Would I be able to become part of a team again, joining a company? I always loved having peers and coworkers. Running my own practice was fun, but having to include other people in decision-making would make me grow in different ways. Being my own boss was easy when you look at it in this way. No one challenges my assumptions. I can use the tech tools and methods I consider best. I can pick the clients I want and change my services as needed. I sent off a few job applications for fun. It had to be an English-speaking company, as all my coaching and psychology vocab is in English. A few weeks later, I started in an internationally renowned design agency in the center of Berlin. Sitting in a fancy office in a skyscraper overlooking the city, I was now the director of people and development of a 50-people multicultural team of designers and project managers. The interview process was stretched over 4 rounds. In hindsight, I should have said no after the first 2. The red flags were there, but I ignored them. Over 40% staff turnover in the last 6 months. The predecessor was not able to discuss or hand over her work to me. The leadership team was not willing to see the damage they did to the team. It was a shit show. As hard as I worked, as many one-on-ones I did with each member of the team, as many grateful words I received from everyone, I had to accept that there was no way I could turn a sinking ship around by myself. Feeling extremely low, doubting my skills and abilities, I contacted my mentor in New Zealand. He listened empathetically, then pointed out the obvious to me. Look at all the screenshots of the messages you got from the dozens of team members who love you and want you to stay. All those people felt uplifted and empowered since you started. Opposite to that, 2 core people in the leadership team are feeling threatened by you. The team clearly loves you, and you are not afraid to point out bullshit. What you described to me from the leaders is called gaslighting. Still, they call the shots. They pay you. You are between the camps here. No single person can save a company. I sighed. He was right. Hearing his calm support meant the world to me at that moment. I left after 2 months and was instantly invited by the team to a secret Slack channel, ex-employees of X. The channel had more members than the company. When I first began reading through the backlog of stories, I started crying. For the past 2 months, I had doubted myself, my work, my ability to affect change in people. The stories echoed the nasty behaviors from the leadership team. I knew about narcissism, but had not heard the term gaslighting before. Now it all made sense. Being on the receiving end felt first confusing, then devastating. Now, in this channel, with all the experiences from others, top professionals in their own respective fields, I no longer doubted myself. I no longer worried about my performance or wondered whether I could have done anything else to stop the turnover. Not everyone who has the title of a leader has the qualities of one. Not everyone underperforming at their job is a bad worker. Bad leaders, bad peers, and a bad culture can bring out the worst in us. Again, the environment in which we work is one of the most important factors for our and the workplace's overall success. Many times, the reason for failure stems from a lack in our skills, an ability to learn and or predict events. Was it courageous of me to join a new place? Of course. Yet, there are times when we have to stop blaming ourselves and have to allow for circumstances outside our control. From now on, I use the top 6 active questions that Dr. Marshall Goldsmith recommends. Did I do my best to increase my happiness? Did I do my best to find meaning? Did I do my best to be engaged? Did I do my best to build positive relationships? Did I do my best to set clear goals? Did I do my best to make progress toward goal achievement? Fame. My studio was on the ground floor of an old farmhouse. The big building was sitting on a beautiful section on the outskirts of Berlin. A quiet street, a massive backyard with a pond bordering the forest. The owner had bought the place, fully restored it, and turned it into a stunning place full of art, nature, and quality decor. He divided it into 4 parts. On the ground floor was his large apartment, my little one-person studio, and another large apartment. In that one lived a graphic designer and his wife, expecting their first child. On the top floor, a celebrity couple with their 5-year-old son and a baby on the way. Quickly, small friendships started to form. I instantly clicked with the couple on the top floor. Their place was the complete opposite to my Zen studio, a colorful, loud, family life home. She was a bubbly, outspoken, honest, and eccentric singer and songwriter. He was an actor and a general multi-talent. Energetic, deep, and funny, there was always a new project, challenge, and side hustle going on. Both co-authored several successful books, made music and movies. Having been through hell and back well before age 30, both had quite the stories to tell. Since I hadn't watched TV or news in over a decade, I was completely oblivious to their fame. I had no red carpet stories in my head when we got to know each other during our first farmer's home barbecue. I got to experience their unfiltered life. When their 5-year-old son, wise beyond his years, felt like chatting, he would pop downstairs, knock on my door, and we hung out for a while. When my washing machine wasn't working, his mom instantly grabbed my laundry bag and returned my clean clothes. On new and full moons, we would set intentions. We charged crystals, celebrated successes, and talked about deep topics. The actor started coaching sessions with me. Having coached several people who gained fame, wealth, or both, I heard the same stories all the time. Whether those people wanted status or not, no one ever said that money or fame made them happy. It was almost worse when people had worked very hard to become rich and famous. Once they reached a certain number in the bank or followers on social media, they understood the issue. Those goalposts are always shifting. Once they buy the big house, the expensive car, or collaborate with their dream artist, other issues pop up. While luxury is definitely enjoyable and makes many things easier, it doesn't replace true satisfaction from within. Inner happiness only comes from growth through challenges, mental or physical. Deep shadow work and trauma healing, making it through rough patches in life, having crucial conversations, investing in authentic relationships, pushing oneself beyond perceived physical limits. Those things reward us at the core of our being. No amount of money, no status symbol can replace it. I heard from someone recently that this is the reason we are so fascinated by a fit and healthy body, loving relationships and the likes. He said, "You might be Elon Musk or Bill Gates, but you cannot buy a six-pack or a happy marriage. You have to work every day for it." The celebrity couple knew this intuitively. Some of the people I coached made their money through smart investments, property, and other more passive methods. Unlike them, these guys went through some of the most horrible life situations you can imagine. From drug overdoses to rape, their life and upbringing could have given them every excuse to become bitter. They were destined to become abusers themselves. The couple could have given up on life and played on the victim's playground. And yet, have you heard the story about the two kids whose father died of alcohol poisoning? One kid starts drinking, turning into an alcoholic. The other kid never touches a drink and stays sober. When asked why they choose to live this way, both kids say the same reason. "I'm like this because my father drank himself to death." Despite or because a lack of good role models? Despite or because of their rough upbringing? Either way, the celebrity couple had some of the best character traits, most loving relationship habits, and sweetest parenting behavior I've ever seen. We had TV crews come over to our place to film various shows and interviews. Unlike the viewers of the final product, I was privy to the raw, uncut version of it. I had the true behind the scenes every day. We often talk these days about breaking generational curses and healing ancestral trauma. Plenty of advice is floating around the web about resolving core cellular damage by making sure not to repeat our parents' mistakes. The couple was a living, breathing example of doing inner shadow work. Our corner of Berlin was almost rural, super old school and conservative. The couple's tattoos and eccentric clothes often triggered other people to volunteer their opinion. In the park, in the supermarket, on social media, living with the celebrities, I saw the ugly side of fame. Since when is it acceptable to judge someone's ability to be a loving parent based on their hair color or clothing choices? Seeing the same parenting from a conservatively dressed parent did not evoke a reaction. I had flashbacks. My judgmental reaction to the woman with the hairy legs at the wedding. The opinions from friends and clients after I shaved my head. I was reminded of how quickly we make assumptions based on appearance. We see others as we are. The weird thing is, we have no power over how others perceive us, which is great. It means you can do what you want. And yet, keeping a good reputation is a balancing act. The actor asked me if I wanted to be in the next TV show with him, a documentary about his life. His vision was me doing several deep coaching sessions with him. Just like the ones we had already started, but now with a camera crew in my studio. I hesitated. I pondered perception. I considered my future career path and country. Did I want to coach him on TV in German? Did I want to expose the sacred container of deep transformation to ruthless cutting and editing? Were our intimate conversations and his profound breakthroughs worthy of an industry geared to extract only the most dramatic parts? Would they distort the whole sacred journey? I declined. While I'm totally open to sharing deep one-on-one coaching sessions with an audience, they would have to be authentic. No jagged edits, no dramatic trailers, no clickbait or cliffhangers. Pure, deep, raw. Hiding the build-up, hiding the slower parts of this deeply transformative work was not my kind of way. Fame was tempting, but here the editing was not in my power. I did not want to skew the public perception of my deep coaching work with clients. Fame, status, wealth, fans, all those things come and go. Sometimes we have to make tough decisions. Being authentic is our duty. Being true to what our intuition tells us is the best way to live, to raise kids, to dress, is our birthright. It does require enormous courage to stand up for an opinion, to defend a way of life. But, just like the celebrity couple, it enables us to fly free and to raise courageous children. It takes guts to consciously walk on this path of fame day after day. It takes thick skin to ignore hate and jealousy from others. It takes empathy to walk past nasty couch critics in the online and offline worlds. But if we do, we get rewarded. We, possibly for the first time in our own lineage, are able to do what no one else in our family had the courage to do. Having courage means shaping the future in alignment with our truth, our core values. Sometimes in the limelight, sometimes in the basement. Games. After I left the design agency, I went back home to my studio full-time. Now, Germany decided it was time to stop public life for a while. My gym was closed, the capital was a ghost town, and so it felt like a déjà vu, having 2 lockdowns in the same year. The darker months are always my favorite time to sort and reflect. Winter is perfect to go through thousands of photos and videos, read books, and make stuff. This Berlin lockdown also meant more time to hang out with the 5-year-old boy from the celebrity couple above me. He loved coming over, chatting and playing with my coaching and tarot cards. He loved hearing stories about magic creatures and the fool's journey through the deck. I began to draw more connections between play and personal development. I had collected tons of images during my creative process of making resources and content for clients. Could I create a game-like coaching experience? It had to be simple, easy to learn. It had to apply to different cultures and a wide age range. It had to feel like play. I asked my network from various countries, what's the game you remember playing the most with your family? What face-to-face games kept you hooked during your teens? The answers kept coming in. Some preferred board games like Monopoly. Most people said card games because they are easy to take with you anywhere and you could explain the rules to others in minutes. So, I went and bought games like Monopoly, Uno and others and started pulling them apart. Can I use the figures? What is great about the cards? Do I want a dice? Could I take the concept and apply it somehow to my simple coaching tools? Could I find a rhythm, a syntax, a structure that created a whole experience? Could I make personal development and business strategy work fun? It probably took you a few seconds to read about a process that took me several months. Most days and nights I was on my laptop. I was reading, sorting, messaging, writing, designing, and selecting. Time disappeared. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Once I looked at coaching psychology through the lens of play, everything turned into a toy for me. Since Berlin was in lockdown, the online world was my only way to test my concepts with my meetup groups. I sorted my coaching tools and questions into different learning styles. I invented a human CV. Instead of work history, it showed your innate transferable talents and skills. I created coaching cards, developed a memory game, made one that worked with personality types. I mapped the ancient meanings of tarot cards to Jungian psychology, alchemical elements, and the Gallup or Clifton Strengths Finder. Slowly, restrictions started to lift. I saw that the Vipassana Center in Germany opened applications again for a 10-day silent retreat. I know what you might think right now. Jen, you spent most of 2020 in lockdown. Now you are craving an additional 10 days in silence? Yep, special silence. I needed the meditative peer pressure around me. The meditation method was now much more popular compared to the year I first went. Like New Zealand, Germany has only one Vipassana retreat center, but Germany has 18 million more inhabitants. And so, each course attracts thousands of applications. With the pandemic restrictions in place, the available seats were reduced by half. The center used a lottery system to fill the 50 spots. Once again, the The proverbial lifelong luck of a chimney sweeper seemed to help me out, and I got one of them. The retreat center was in the hills of southern Germany, tucked between Bavaria and Saxony. Winter was coming, the trees let go of their last colorful leaves, and I could smell the upcoming snow in the air. Samhain or Halloween was around the corner, the mystical time when the veil between our world and the others is the thinnest. Divine timing for downloads, insights, and listening to inner tuition. As usual, I entered the meditation hall with a mix of anticipation and discomfort. To this day, Vipassana is the hardest and best thing I do for myself. Here we go again. Hours of sitting still. Inhale, exhale. Your job here is done. The next place is Atlantis. Go to Malta. What? The voice in my head didn't mess around. I knew that arguing from a place of logic had no place in the realms of wisdom from beyond. I left the retreat with an answer to a question I did not ask. Back home in my studio in Berlin, I started another water fast. I wanted more clarity. The first snow fell outside my window. What was this Atlantis comment about? Where is Malta exactly? I opened my laptop. Malta was a tiny island state, part of the European Union and very close to the south of Italy. High population density, sun and sea. Okay. During an online sustainability summit the next day, I connected with another participant. We chatted about various topics. She told me that she lived in Malta and to say hi if I ever visit her country. Okay, what are the odds? I googled Malta again. The first YouTube video coming up was a spiritual documentary. I turned up the speakers. Malta is considered to be the true remains of the ancient civilization of Atlantis. The Mediterranean archipelago is full of mysteries, temples, crystal ores, and a rich underwater world. One of the smallest in the European Union, this English-speaking country boasts the highest amount of sunshine hours. Wow, full body chills. The Atlantis comment again. I felt a little bit like my childhood hero Indiana Jones. I knew little bits about Atlantis, mainly from my passion for alchemy and reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. An ancient civilization, advanced beyond belief, then starting to mess with their power. Ego took over, the leaders began mistreating the earth, ignoring the law of nature. Soon, the once glorious empire was destroyed. New Zealand was the Lemurian counterpart to the Atlantean rulers. Was I supposed to explore the Maltese culture to experience the ancient polar opposite to my heart home? Were those sagas, fables, children's stories? Were those real-world empires like the Greeks and Romans? My school history teachers were only talking about World War I and II. School never taught me about other parts of the world. I remember how strong my pull to Egypt was. I went twice. The land of Thoth was really calling me. I touched the pyramids, climbed Mount Sinai in a black desert night, and watched the sun rise from the top. I gazed at the Sphinx, spent hours in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, and many days underwater near Ras Mohammed and Dahab. There is something special about certain places. I remember how invigorated I felt arriving in the Cook Islands, then the I'm home vibe coming to New Zealand. Now, while Malta did not have this pull, I received more and more signs to go to there. I followed the rabbit hole. The more I found, the more I got goosebumps all over. Some of my friends call them truth bumps. I just knew this place was my next location. My mom's mental state was okay now, as was my best friend. I had spent some quality time with my grandma, and there was nothing I could do to stop her beginning journey with dementia. Berlin, with its cold, gray, dark and depressing weather for 6 months of the year, was not a long-term solution for me. I prepped a non-spiritual, logical explanation for my move. Different people need to hear different stories. People say they want to hear the truth, but they actually want to hear a truth they are comfortable with. Most people prefer the new truth to be at the fringe of what they accept as true, not the extreme opposite. Not everyone understands my version A. Hey, I need to move to a foreign country where I don't know anyone nor have a job lined up. Had severe spiritual downloads about Atlantis in a silent meditation retreat on Halloween. Malta is calling me. Goodbye. I told most people, version B, that I missed the sun, the sea, and working with English-speaking clients. I said that I didn't want to be too far away from Germany, just in case my mom got worse again. This was plausible enough for my non-spiritual or risk-averse people. My EU passport allowed me indefinite stay and work rights, so it was a no-brainer. In case of another lockdown, I would rather snorkel in the Mediterranean Sea with colorful fish than sweep snow off my deck in a gray city. Once again, I started packing my backpack. I walked over to my landlord's apartment. Things aligned. A quick chat to him reduced my furniture selling time to 0. Hey, I will move on soon and I will start putting all the furniture, plants and decor I bought on eBay. Let me know if there's anything you want to keep. Are you serious? Damn, we all will miss you here. The studio looks amazing. What do you want for all of it? I'm just doing my taxes. Your stylish fit out would be a perfect home office expense to claim. Deal. We shook hands. My work here was done. It was time to tell my friends and family. The downstairs couple gave me a leaving gift, a CD. I giggled a little. My laptop had no CD drive, and I was used to digital albums on Spotify. When I saw the name of the singer, my jaw dropped. Claudius Mach. How on earth? The same unknown guy who, 30 years ago, comforted my mum with his songs in her rock bottom time. The graphic designer smiled. Don't say you know him. He's a good friend of mine, and this is his newest album. I designed the cover art. The album looked happy, colorful. Unlike the Like Numb album about heartbreak and empty rooms, this cover showed a pop art couple just about to kiss. The album title? Making Love. Malta. Hot, dry, dusty desert air welcomed me as I stepped off the plane in Lua. If I could give you any advice on how to start life in a country you don't know, I'd say get an Airbnb for a month. The last week is usually free, you are not tied to a rental contract or bond payment, and this gives you plenty of time to explore without stress. I knew that Malta was tiny and had one of the highest population densities in the world. To start, I chose one of the least busy areas. Still, it had to have a bus line going to the main centers. I also made sure to have a Maltese host living with me because I love learning from a local. My host was a social worker, and so we chatted about psychology, coaching, clients, and Malta. It was perfect. When I first saw her big bookshelf in my room, I knew I made the right choice. I already knew half of the books, mainly the coaching and psychological ones. I had a goal to not read any books for a year. I wanted to focus on creating content instead of consuming. Only my all-time favorite book was allowed in my carry-on, The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. However, 5 books caught my eye. Aleph, Paulo Coelho. The Prophet, Khalil Gibran. The Road Less Traveled, M. Scott Peck. The Celestine Prophecy, James Redfield. Sacred Symbols of Malta, Francis Xavier Aloisio. My no input, only output goal went right out of the window. I read the 5 books in 2 weeks. Sometimes it's okay to miss or defer a goal. The books gave me further confirmation and valuable insights for my journey. My other goals for the first 4 weeks of settling in a new country were simple. 1. Explore the main areas. 2. Figure out transport. 3. Find a rental. 4. Connect with local movers and shakers. I quickly learned that outdoor life in Malta happens before 8 a.m. and after 8 p.m. It is way too hot for most people to spend the day outside, unless you are a superhuman construction worker, farmer, or going for a swim. I love the heat, and so I spend most of my days walking through the main areas of the island, getting to know various suburbs. I wanted to live close to the business districts. Going to the right cafes and events there would allow me to connect with interesting clients. Building networks takes time and effort. Better keep the commuting times short. Malta used to be a strategic hotspot in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. Plenty of different cultures ruled it over the years. You see traces of the Phoenicians, Romans, Arabs, Normans, and Knights of St. John. Most recently, Malta was ruled by France and then Great Britain. You can still see red British phone boxes in various places. Just like southern Italy, its closest neighbor, there's a strong Catholic influence. A ton of churches ring their bells many times during the day. If you think of Malta as a food, it's a truly global buffet. The language is a unique blend of Arabic, English, and French. Confusing at least, mesmerizing at best. If you think of Malta as a color, it enchants you with honey-colored limestone buildings, red beaches, and every shade of blue from sky to sea. If you think of Malta as music, steady construction sounds would be the bass. The rhythm of cars stopping and starting in rush hour traffic jams is the drum, honking resembling cymbals. Subtle exhales of cigarette smoke from raspy throats sound like the brush of a snare. Amongst it all, people on balconies, looking out of windows, chatting with their neighbors across the street, yelling "Mela" like a jazz trumpet, riffing over the ever-present church bells and meows of feral cats. Almost daily, you hear massive explosions. Don't move to Malta if you are from a war-torn country. It might be triggering to say the least. Fireworks are a constant event. Each village has a patron saint who gets honored with a party. Weekly festas happening all over the islands with street parades, lights, music, explosions, and tons of waste. The capital, Valletta, launches ancient war cannons daily to commemorate the past. Even assassinations are done in a loud way. A journalist hinting at corruption in the government? Why use poison when you can use a car bomb? Malta does not know the meaning of silence. It is dusty and dry, buzzing with locals and tourists alike. People come to it for language studies, diving, cultural experiences, tax reasons, and sunshine at the beach. The Maltese people are a hardy, adaptable bunch. Most of the people I met were incredibly hardworking, inventive, stubborn, passionate, and very family-focused. Extreme environments create extreme strength. Just like most island cultures, Maltese people make do with what is there, are able to survive with the meager resources the island has to offer. No rain for 8 months of the year, no natural rivers or fresh water? Let's make underground cisterns to catch the rainwater in the winter season. Land too expensive for big backyards? Let's build flat rooftops and grow plants and have barbecues on them. No shade from trees? Let's build high houses that shade the small alleyways between them. No natural resources for exporting? Let's attract wealthy investors, digital nomads, and sun-deprived European tweens studying English between beach parties. The roads are narrow and always crowded. Once built to fit Roman horse carriages, today they barely manage the ever-present metal snake of cars and buses. As much as I love driving, I could not see myself adding to the problem. The car ownership and density is among the highest in Europe, especially shocking given the tiny size of the country. Maybe all that sitting in cars is also a factor why Malta has the highest obesity rate in the EU. The distances and the heat were not suitable for walking, the buses were rarely on time, and so I looked for a better option. I found one within 6 days. "You're insane! That's suicidal! That's courageous!" Those were the daily comments as I zoomed around the Maltese hills, city suburbs, and villages on my brand new e-bike. I was used to riding push bikes and mountain bikes. Going electric was a first for me. Having a little engine supporting my legs was exhilarating. I could wear my business outfits and arrive fresh. The wind chill made commuting around the busy streets comfortable. What looked like courage or insanity from the outside changed, like most things, with gaining an insider perspective. As with my other life choices, I stopped listening to people having a strong opinion about something they have not experienced firsthand themselves. Questions? Sure. Concerns? Maybe. Advice? Nope. Family members having an opinion on water fasting? Funny, how about you give it a go first? Friends commenting on van life or minimalism? Nice try, we can talk when you've tried it. Strangers dismissing my plant-based life? Sweetheart, have you seen my blood work improve? Just like the poet Rumi said, when setting out on a journey, do not seek advice from those who never left home. Riding a bike in Malta might sound crazy, but let's be analytical for a second. This is one of the most populated places in the world. The islands are full of drivers who are used to narrow roads, crazy traffic, buses, and horse carriages. They expect wildcats, tourists, and kids stepping onto the streets every second. They know the dimensions of their cars, having to squeeze daily into tiny parking spots. Hence, Maltese drivers are also great at keeping an eye out for bikes in traffic. They might not check for bikes when opening their doors to get out of a parked car, though. That's the biker's job. To me, it felt just like when I hired a scooter and discovered Bali's hinterlands on my own. People made similar, "you are going to kill yourself" comments, creating unnecessary fear. Fear is not a good driver. When someone loves you, they want you to be courageous, not afraid. Risk-aware? Sure, but never nervous or scared. Moving amidst Maltese traffic was all about being present. Similar to deep meditation, observation is key. I was watching and anticipating the next moves of everyone. Just like me, on their missions were my fellow kings and queens in their modern carriages. Tuning in, fully aware, we were all a tiny part of the same giant metal fish swarm. Riding an e-bike around the city, there is no place for music, podcast, audiobooks, eating, drinking, or putting on makeup. The Maltese traffic was a daily practice in focus, patience, and understanding human behavior. Biking is a bonus for mind and body. All stress levels go down. I'm active, get stronger legs, hearts, and lungs. I never have to worry about a parking spot or getting a ticket. I don't run late. I can zip through dense traffic with a smile and wind in my hair. In the evenings, yin replaces the yang. Empty roads, cruising around during warm summer nights was magical. Live music playing, kids dancing, people sitting outside, restaurants bustling, moonlight ocean swims, dark sky, and cozy yellow lights on buildings and balconies. Soon, I had walked and biked around the island and had a feeling for what most areas were like. I browsed the web and got in touch with various real estate agents. From my time in the New Zealand mountains, I knew how to create a space that supports deep coaching work. The disadvantage of my place was a 60 minutes drive up winding roads. I didn't have space inside for more than 2 people to stay over, so people would come in only for the day. I had learned my lesson for the next place. Either I would get a rental with plenty of accommodation options nearby, or I'd lease a place where I could run workshops and have up to 8 people stay over as well. I found both. The first place I looked at was a winner on all accounts. A recently renovated traditional Maltese home in Pieta. The suburb is only 5 minutes away from the capital Valletta, next to the yacht harbour. To my surprise, the 5-bedroom 4-bathroom home near the top of a hill was well within my budget. The landlord was a lovely Maltese guy, the same age as my little brother. We instantly hit it off. With my own passion for DIY and renovating, I could see how many hours this home renovation project must have taken him and his wife. They revived the terrazzo floors, painted the walls and high ceilings, and made the space beautiful and functional with simple pieces. A luxury for an inner city rental. I even had a small backyard with space for 10 people to sit outside, dine al fresco. The garden area was home for a baby olive tree and some local plants adapted to the desert climate. It was perfect for my vision. To satisfy the reasoning part of my mind, I looked at the few other places I had on my viewing list. None came even close. After only 10 days of being in a new country, 3 of my 4 tasks for my first month were ticked off. Explore the main areas, tick. Figure out transport, tick. Find a rental, tick. It was time to connect with local movers and shakers while creating the perfect workshop home. I had to find out where to get what. I had the core furniture items sorted, but needed linen, towels, workshop equipment, kitchenware, bathroom bits, and places to get plant-based bulk ingredients. Apart from a large European supermarket chain, everything was new for me. I had to slowly figure out what I could get here and to what prices. If you never lived on a tiny island, getting equipment is a challenge. Prices and availability of goods is a different world. Places like IKEA or Amazon do not exist or deliver. Imported goods are either crazy expensive or take lots of time and shipping fees to arrive. Local goods, shops and brands are unknown to foreigners, and it takes time to figure out the best suppliers. Another disadvantage of being a solopreneur in a foreign country on an e-bike, the limits in regards to carrying goods. Slowly, I got all the bits and pieces, linen, sound and light setup, whiteboards and other workshop materials. I created a cozy outdoor space with beanbags and herb planters with an irrigation system so they would survive the heat. I set up a sound system, aroma lighting and cozy lounge areas. I turned the main dining area into a workshop space with adaptable furniture, whiteboards and a large screen. Just like in New Zealand, I wanted to set up a minimalist, zero-waste, bulk plant-based kitchen. I had to adapt my recipes to the local produce. I streamlined my cooking processes, wanted to have only a simple weekly meal prep session. I had to change my daily rhythms of networking, connecting, working out and creating because of the extreme heat. Parallel to biking around and working on the place, I worked on step 4. I had to figure out where to hear about local happenings in the business and entrepreneur world. Not everyone uses LinkedIn or Twitter. Small islands have their own ecosystems. The culture, dynamics, and comms channels are often invisible to new people. Most foreigners find themselves connecting with other foreigners for that reason. A newbie gets help from other empathetic newbies. The pandemic restrictions were still on and off. We had bans on gatherings, and once they resumed, the numbers were limited and only for vaccinated people. I was not allowed into cafes, bars, restaurants, and meetups. Here I was, in a new country, but excluded from networking opportunities as I was too afraid to get the injection. Putting something into my body that had not been tested long term, receiving a substance that messed with my DNA and could not be taken out, preventing a virus with a lesser fatality risk than the standard flu, a virus so dangerous that you had to be tested to see if you have it, with test kits that reacted to all sorts of stuff, watching my jabbed friends still getting it, forcing mandates on people? No thank you, it did not sit right with me. During my time in Berlin, 2 of my close friends had suffered severe vaccine injuries. A formerly healthy, energetic surfer guy has now permanent heart damage. A young woman who just gave birth to a healthy baby girl was suddenly declared infertile and had mysterious cell growths on her uterus. My nana received her jab on a Monday. By Friday, my shocked granddad and devastated parents had to organize her funeral. Several medical professionals told me alarming insider stories about vaccine side effects. Daily, they saw the damage caused, from injecting a substance without long-term research to gambling with our DNA, the thing that's the essence of being human. Then, the absurdities of the masks. If the virus is smaller than air, and air gets through your mask, why would a mask protect you from it? This made sense to me. I could not deny the logic in the doctor's stories. For fear of losing their jobs, most did not dare to speak up in public. The weapon industry wins all wars. The pharma industry gains from all illnesses. Who benefits from peace? Who makes money from health? Being limited in this way, I resorted to open-air meetings and held smaller approved gatherings in my home. Soon, I found my happy places, businesses and organizations that ran hackathons and conferences. I joined the Maltese Climathon as an organizer and business mentor and volunteered at Msida Bastion Cemetery, always meeting all kinds of interesting people. Fun fact, one of my volunteer tasks was to translate and record an audio guide for the visitors. I spent hours in front of a microphone telling historic stories of long-gone heroes that are now buried in one of the most beautiful places in Malta. I launched the first full set of my coaching cards and sold tickets for small group sessions. I hosted VIP days for the celebrity who flew over from Germany for deep coaching to strategize future life and career moves. From mental work to physical work. Yoga had been in my life since my early 20s. I came across a 200 hours yoga teacher training course in Rishikesh, northern India. It included a holistic schedule of philosophy, Ayurvedic principles, and teaching various styles of yoga. I signed up and dove deep into learning more about Hatha, Ashtanga, and Kundalini. It was fascinating to understand the anatomy behind the postures and the energetic flows within the body. The teacher was amazing and made theory and practice fun. I learned how mudras and bandhas work and how it was all related to a balanced mind, higher creativity, and focus. Time disappeared. While I loved running workshops at my place in Malta, I overlooked a crucial bit. The main island is so small that you can get anywhere within 45 minutes outside rush hour. The aha moment hit me hard. There was no need for anyone to stay at my massive house in between workshop days. I had this huge place, my office, bedroom, 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, but only used the 2 large learning lounges and the kitchen to run my group coaching sessions. Duh, I felt so stupid. What a waste of space and resources. I had invested a decent 5-digit euro amount into rent, kitchen, bathroom and guest room items, outdoor garden hangout area and workshop equipment, only to realize that people didn't need to stay over between the workshop days. I used maybe 20% of the home. A family of 10 could have lived here instead. Me, the person who wanted to be zero waste, didn't buy cans of food wrapped in plastic, used only solid body care products and biked everywhere. Why on earth did I set up a coaching home to sleep up to 8 guests on an island where they could drive to their home or hotel in minutes? Ouch, it made no sense. It would have been easier to just rent a place for myself with a large executive-style lounge. Or I could have made a deal with a fancy hotel or lodge that wanted to invest in personal development and offer exclusive services to their guests. Oh well, lesson learned. I couldn't turn back time, but there was no point throwing good money after bad. I started selling things again. I knew that the next path would open soon, and I felt that I had to be flexible to move again. Just like a year ago in Berlin, my Maltese landlord was sad to see me go. He loved my DIY additions. By hand, I had restored the massive carved ancient wooden entry doors to their former glory. The main lounge was now a focus workshop area with tables, chairs, whiteboard, and a big screen. I turned the second lounge into a chill area with couches, soft lights, blanket, essential oil aroma lamps, and sound bars playing healing frequencies. My spaces transported people straight into another world, stimulating all the senses. Lesson learned. Simplicity is key. The more things you have, the more you have to manage, maintain, clean, store, protect, lug around. Simplicity isn't only easier, it is cheaper. The things you own end up owning you. Back to the backpack. Gozo. I had almost finished selling the big-ticket items in the 4-bedroom house. I kept an eye on local marketplaces and property websites to find a better place. Suddenly, a conference popped up for plant medicine. Malta was desperate to attract more visitors. The government needed to revive the country's revenue streams. Tourism had almost been wiped out. Building land was at a premium. The government had to look into digital, iGaming, gambling, tech, and medical income streams. In a, for Europe, bold move, Malta publicly considered legalizing recreational cannabis. Another controversial topic tagged along, opening the first ketamine clinic for addiction therapy in Gozo, the second largest island. Since I'm quite bubbly, I get to know people in the most random places every day. In my home, I'm like a hermit. I can spend weeks happily in solitude, enjoying my own bubble. But when I'm out, I'm out. Hotel lobbies, saunas, beaches, walks, volunteering, beach cleanups, bike rides, digital nomad meetups, live music, sustainability groups, and permaculture places. Soon I knew people from all kinds of places. The conference was the biggest business networking opportunity for me since the pandemic started. For the first time since leaving New Zealand 2 years ago, I could join a large event again without needing a vaccine pass. Of course, I bumped into several of my new connections. Malta's first plant medicine conference attracted a lot of attention from the press all over Europe. A variety of people from technology, government, and health. Agri and horticulturists, spiritual and futuristic folks joined the sessions. Plenty of investors strolled around the exhibitor booths. A mix of venture capitalists in suits, health professionals in zero-drop shoes, Bitcoin millionaires in hemp hoodies, and everything in between. The morning panels and keynotes were amazing, as were the chats on the floor. I was able to mix and mingle and discuss industry insights with all kinds of interesting people. Outside, the hot Maltese sun scorched the pavement. The Mediterranean Conference Center is a stunning venue in Valletta, right next to the ocean. Surrounded by a massive limestone wall, the capital of Malta was built like a fortress. At lunch break, I stepped outside, crossing the street. In front of me, the wide limestone fortress wall, almost 2 meters thick. Dozens of meters below, the deep blue ocean. From the pavement, it was only around 1 meter high, so I climbed on top and enjoyed the heat after being in the air-conditioned venue for several hours. After a few moments sitting in meditation, I noticed another attendee near me. Just like me, wearing a conference lanyard, he also climbed onto the wall, took his shoes off, and looked at the ocean. A stunning day. The royal blue of the sky and the ocean almost blended into each other. Below us, birds flying, seagulls dipping in and out of the water. He was a few years younger than me. Tall, slim, with curious blue eyes and strawberry blonde messy hair. We started chatting, had plenty of interesting topics to discuss. From mind-blowing medical breakthroughs to AI-supported plant-growing methods, the morning schedule packed a punch. He shared that he had made his money with a mobile gaming app and was now semi-retired. He could run his company remotely with a couple of laptop hours every week. He spent his time building a community space. He loved video games, cannabis, off-roading, free diving, and being a DJ for ecstatic dance events. I'm most passionate about human expansion in a fun kind of way. I want people to explore consciousness, altered states of mind, and most importantly, create community. I told the gamer about my journey and that I was obsessed with coaching. I mentioned my adventures in creating immersive spaces and experiences for personal development. I told him about my most recent obsession, geodesic domes. His eyes lit up. That's my plan as well. People need to have safe homes to explore, feel free, and get to know themselves. My partner and I live in the Cyber Temple in Gozo. She's an artist from France, has a background in graphic design, and makes the most amazing plant-based food. I turned around, hearing steps. There she was, right on cue. The artist, designer, chef walked across the street and joined us. A sporty woman with a wavy avant-garde bob in cherry red. Her clear twinkling blue eyes, adorned with a bold teal eyeliner, matched the eyes of the gamer. What a cool couple. Both had a very loving aura, chill, gentle, peaceful. I instantly liked them. We actually need someone to help us manage the project. Why don't you come over on the weekend and get a feel for the place? We are running a community event with a facilitator, vegan potluck gathering, and ecstatic dance. A few days later, I stepped off the ferry. I had been to Gozo before, biking around, enjoying the vibe. When I visited Gigantia, one of the most ancient temples on earth, I could feel the different energies vibrating in my body. For a while, I sat in silence among the temple remains, sharing my visions with the ether. Malta chases, Gozo attracts. Malta's smaller sister island is the soft and passive yin to the main island's strong and active yang. Like Malta, Gozo has construction noise and the ever-present explosions from village festas. Yet overall, it is the place to relax. Many Maltese families have holiday homes in Gozo, often with pools and stunning sea views. The sunset side of the island has steep cliffs, a 200 meters vertical drop between the top and the deep blue ocean below. On the sunrise side are beaches, some with red sand, others with blue-gray silt and clay layers. Unlike the dusty and dry mainland of Malta, Gozo had more green to offer and a slower pace of life. I biked along an unpaved road. My destination was tucked away at the end of a private cul-de-sac, surrounded by fields. My new friends were outside chilling near the pool. Welcome to the Cyber Temple. The Cyber Temple, as the gamer called it, was a 3-bedroom holiday home. With a big pool and large backyard, it was perfect for entertaining. The center of the home was a round lounge with a round conical pyramid roof. The trullo shape was inspired by traditional homes in the Italian region of Apulia. The acoustic in the lounge was incredible. Standing right under the center of the roof peak, I could hear my own voice resonating, reverberating, echoing. From the honey-colored lounge with a small kitchen, dark doors lead to the bedrooms. As it's common in Malta, the floors were tiled. Polished, smooth like a mirror, they added quite some echo to the acoustics. With the solid limestone walls and the massive wooden doors, the house was nice and cool. Through the big glass slider doors, I could see the pool and the olive trees in the garden outside. There's still plenty of time until people arrive. Shall we go for a nice walk to the bay? The 3 of us walked through fields. Beautiful wildflowers, olive trees, baby snails, and fennel shoots everywhere. After a short walk, we arrived at Mjar Ishini, a narrow inlet flanked by rocks. I was told that Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie once rented the whole secluded bay for their honeymoon. I could see why. We hiked up a few more minutes along the hilly side walls of the bay. Soon, we found a couple of big flat rocks, perfect to sit on, a few meters above the sea level. Feel like a dip? The water below looked inviting, but I neither had a bikini nor a towel with me. Malta was super Catholic, and even topless sunbathing was forbidden. On the other hand, Gozo seemed like a pirate island, where you could get away with pretty much anything. Fun fact, one of the first things the locals told me about Gozo is that the Sicilian mafia meets here to discuss their next agenda items. Personally, I have no issues with showing skin. I do love having tan lines though, and so I will wear the same bikini all summer, just so I can smile at my tan lines in winter. Should we skinny dip? Sure, why not? Everyone around us, from the tourists to the boat owners, and definitely any mafiosi members, knew what a human body looks like. My new buddies had the same mindset. Without a second thought, the 3 of us stripped down and jumped into the cool and refreshing water of the Mediterranean Sea. After a few minutes of floating around, we climbed up again to the spot where we had left our belongings. Naked, we sat next to each other on the rocks. The sun did the job of a towel while we were chatting and getting to know each other. I giggled at the similarities to the mountain home. The first time the nomad couple welcomed me at their place, we spent a full moon night together, naked in the hot tub. Later, I offered clients to spend some time in the sauna to relax after the workshop. Such a simple thing. Literally and physically free, nudity is a surefire way to remove any blocks or barriers between people. We all started life without clothes. We are all the same underneath them. Our blood and bones, our sweat and tears have the same colors, no matter the skin. I don't think we would have wars if we could only go into combat in our birthday suits. After a while, chatting about our life stories and future dreams and projects, we got dressed and walked back to the cyber temple. Looking around the property, I wondered if their project had just begun. It seemed as if the gamer and the chef had just moved in. The place, while bursting with potential, was not set up for running any events in a simple and efficient way. It was a stark contrast to my super organized, efficient, clean and tidy four-bedroom place in Malta. The garden was neglected and overgrown, the pool dirty. Building materials were haphazardly laying in the pathways, rubbish bags piled up near the side of the home, and the kitchen was a mix of random bits and pieces. It reminded me more of an unintentional student flat than a conscious event home. Nothing was clearly labeled or organized. Supplies and equipment were difficult to find, clean, and store. Nobody is perfect. The couple compensated for their lack of organizational skills with their passion for art and creativity. The cyber temple was a melting pot of modern minds and holistic hearts. Nature meets technology. An alcohol, tobacco, and animal product-free playground. Homegrown cannabis, magic mushrooms, and acid on tap, courtesy of the ever-so-generous host. Projector, virtual reality headsets, UV paintings, trailing plants, colorful LED lights, and lasers added to the rainbow vibe. The amazing Teufel speakers were almost as tall as me. Slowly, people started to arrive. Soon the kitchen table was full of food, people were chatting with each other. Some grabbed the VR remotes and started a music game. All of us could watch the gamers playing on the big projector screen. After a while, a facilitator started explaining the rules to an adult play fight, and most of us joined in. Around 15 people gathered in the lounge, put a few mattresses on the floor, and the game began. The point was reading body language, improvising, and giving consent without words. A fun exercise in observation skills, play, and spontaneity. Most of the people here would have fitted right into the group of people I often met during my van lifetime. How to describe them? Some people would call them crazy, green, hippies, outcasts, heretics, or dreamers. I like to call them relaxed, tolerant, open-minded, conscious, curious, creative, inclusive, non-judgmental, and spiritual. Later on, we cleared the floor. The gamer began to DJ an ecstatic dance journey. Since I first came across this kind of movement, it quickly became my favorite way to experience music. The rules are simple. No substances, no shoes, no talking, no photos. The dance floor is for sober movement. No one hides behind a happy pill. No one depends on a bottle of fake courage, or worse, dances with it and spills half on the floor. No one looks around with blazed or bloodshot eyes. Natural ecstasy flows through the body, making people glow from inside. Everything is about connecting with oneself, diving into the music. Everywhere, people are dancing themselves into a trance-like state. Everyone moves in whichever way feels right. Whether you want to shake, sidestep, or even roll on the floor, no one gives a damn. No one doles up for duck-faced selfies. No one is touching anyone without express consent. No one is yelling, "Hey, what's your name?" in your ear over a pumping bass. No one is trying to impress anyone with rehearsed dance steps. The sets are eclectic, some are demanding, some outright challenging, lasting from 60 minutes to several hours. Great DJs create a whole soundscape, an immersive journey through different styles and musical emotions. It often starts with a gentle warm-up, moving the physical energies upwards. I noticed that the most transformative journeys follow the main chakras or energy centers of the body. At first, some drumming, bass, grounding beats, often slow and shamanic. A deep bass chakra activation of Muladhara, honoring the masculine element of earth. Moving on to the feminine energies of water, the sacral chakra, Svadhisthana. This means hip-opening tunes, belly dance music, soft swaying. Many dive into fluid movements, gentle and flowing, some sensual twerking for the ones who dare. Next up, we reach the masculine energies of Manipura, the center of power at your solar plexus. This is the theme of fire, of strength and confidence. Do you love the haka, epic battle tunes or e-guitars? Do you get amped by rock or the songs in your gym class? Yeah, you definitely know what this kind of music can do for your energy. Good DJs focus on every detail. Most keep the lyrics conscious and empowering instead of aggressive and violent. It all builds up to a peak. This is the part of the journey where the sweat is dripping, the music makes you go hard, go fast, jump high. Bouncing like a kid, new energy is flooding your whole system. Oxygen is tingling your brain, and you feel young and so alive. Then, a steady return to baseline. From the peak, the pumping sounds of the solar plexus region, the tempo drops. A big smile on your face, cheeks flushed, eyes mostly closed. Your lungs can recover, your breath deepens, the music enters feminine energy again. We reached Anahata, the heart chakra. Anahata is your body's energetic center of love. True love is the most courageous thing I know. Connection without contracts, giving without guarantees, respect without receipts. The songs often include soothing heartstrings like violins, harps, piano, or acoustic guitar. Sometimes layered with hauntingly beautiful harmonies and angelic vocals, it is not unusual to have emotional revelations and insights appear at this part of the journey. Your body keeps the score, storing emotions in different parts. Psychosomatic reactions are common after you have been literally shaking things up inside you for hours. Some people might feel like giving a partner, friend, or stranger a long, consensual hug. You might see people standing still in silent embrace as the tunes envelop them. After that, we move towards stillness with a calming song or two. Some DJs will play crystal healing bowls. Some dim the lights even more and play a low gong or a mesmerizing flute while walking around. Everyone is now sitting or lying on the ground, soaking in the last subtle vibrations. The journey ends usually with everyone gathered in a large circle, sweaty, blissed out, beaming, happy. As some people say, ecstatic dance means leaving your demons on the dance floor and going home on a natural high. My plan was to stay the night at the Cyber Temple and speak more about the project the next day. Before we went to sleep, the gamer showed me the rooftop. We climbed up the round pyramid and sat down at the top. 360-degree views. The ancient Shokiya dome next to us, the lights of the villages dotted around Gozo. One place was celebrating a festa. Fireworks were exploding in the far distance. He pulled out his Storz and Bickel vaporizer, loaded with cannabis, and started chatting. As a neurodiverse person, drugs affected him in different ways to common brains. Almost shy, self-conscious, and aloof around larger groups, he was comfortable one-on-one, very open and warm. He was able to communicate his creative thoughts in a much clearer way. It would be amazing to have someone like you here. People love exploration and personal growth on this island. You have the project skills, the managing vibe. We need some structure, some efficiency. I have a lot of plans, including building a heated earthen dance floor in the garage, but things are complex and take long. My mom just moved in next door. She was a manager all her life for a multinational company. I'm sure you guys would get along well with each other. He passed me the vaporizer. I took a puff. Sipping on an electronic plastic tool felt weird to me. No flavor, no connection with the herb. Isn't half of the joy of sharing plants with friends about the ritual? The rolling and passing of a joint or a beautiful glass bong, the "yo, where's the lighter" giggles? Oh well, when in Rome. I guess the device was the cyber part, back to the part about the temple. Transformations. I replied, "Thank you. Yeah, the place has potential, and many Maltese people have holiday homes here. They spend free time in Gozo, so my professional development could work here. I'm in the process of wrapping things up in my huge workshop home in Malta. I realized over the last year that I don't need 4 rooms for people to stay over after a workshop day. I'm used to organizing and streamlining processes. You guys need help if you want to have several weekly events here and make this profitable. And with you doing the music and the chef looking after food, we could be a great event team. At the moment, I do all those things by myself, but we need good processes." A few weeks later, I moved into the spare bedroom. Life at the home was plant-based, free of alcohol and animal products. This suited me well. I had been on this lifestyle for quite some time, as it gave me so much energy and clarity. It always amazes me how good a home smells, from the kitchen to the toilet, when every person is plant-based and sober. No dead flesh or rotten milk, aka cheese, in the fridge or pantry. No putrid stench from the bathroom or the need to buy brain-changing perfume sprays to mask it. The couple shared the main bedroom, and the third room, including ensuite, served as Airbnb. This attracted interesting guests from all over the world who often joined the happenings at the house. His mom, living next door, was lovely, intelligent, caring, and tired. Decades of being there for others, sacrificing her time and energy, leading and managing, had taken her toll. She saw her Fortune 500 company transitioning. From mergers to new product line spin-offs, from personal systems to enterprise solutions. She saw her husband transitioning, from the man she married to an eccentric transgender. Later, she mourned his death due to hormonal complications. She saw her son transitioning, from an overweight ADHD child with black emo hair to a successful game designer. Within weeks, he shedded the weight and started a new life in the Mediterranean. Now, she saw herself transitioning, moving from busy Germany to a tiny Maltese island, supporting her son and his co-founder in running the mobile game venture. She also managed the Airbnb bookings and helped out at our community house. And help was needed here. In hindsight, I could clearly see the major issues that his mom and the chef shared with me. While his mother was close to a burnout, his partner was close to losing her patience. When the gamer had a new idea, he fell into a roller coaster of hyperfocus and apathy. When the initial energy burst died off, when he reached an impasse or simply felt bored with mundane tasks, it could go a few different ways. He would either feel frustrated and give up, become lethargic and depressed, or start playing his favorite video game. Taking his drug of choice and starting another task felt easier and more exciting. The distractions helped his stuck brain to recenter. Off-roading in his Jeep or with electric off-road bikes and freediving gave him an outlet. Then there were other events on the islands and various girls. With him and many other people in the community being polyamorous and our place having an open-door policy, I lost track of who slept with whom in the temple. It was just like Walter Isaacson described, after spending time with people like Elon Musk or Steve Jobs. There's a thin line between genius and insanity. When things go well, everyone's having fun. When they don't, no one is. People enjoyed his generosity, big heart, free drugs, and fun computer games. Once other people were around, the gamer did his best to spread love and fun. But when it came to helping to set up a proper venue, doing the actual work, most people had other things to do. The chef and I spent many hours talking about our ambitions, projects, the things we passionately pursued, the driven and focused people we connected with in the past. Often, it was on us to clean things up and wait for the gamer to do what he promised to do. We constantly waited, reminded, chased, and did the work. Initially, I put on my coach hat and ran a kick-off meeting to check in on our values and visions for the place. I set up a shared digital project board and tried tracking the tasks and accountabilities as I was used to. Quickly, I saw that my way of running a project does not work with a team like this. Using my way of managing large professional projects did not suit a casual community event home run by amateurs. Here, everyone had their own priorities and interests going on. At first, I doubled down on action, just like in the director role in the Berlin design agency. I thought, if I just work harder, things will change. We had to make running future events more efficient, do catering and cleaning in minutes, not hours. I guided them through a KonMari decluttering session for the kitchen. When the delays and erratic behavior in the home were too frustrating, I went outside. I got annoyed seeing the gamer jump from one unfinished project to the next, leaving tools and materials across the floors and walkways, creating a chaotic environment for all of us. Looking at the overgrown areas and the neglected, smelly compost pile, I knew my permaculture passion could transform the outside space. With the place looking like this, there was no way I would invite people to coaching workshops here. My clients deserved the best environment to do their deep work. In the long run, I knew it would ruin my reputation as a professional if I hosted them in an amateur's venue with an unreliable team. From the past year, I knew that I was more efficient running workshops, accommodation, food, and sound for 8 people by myself than running it here with a team of 3. Quality over quantity. I put my blazer away and got out my garden shorts, trainers, and headphones. I doubled down on removing weeds, clearing rubbish, growing plants, and sweeping paths. Soon I had transformed the wilderness around the pool into beautiful hangout areas. Straw covered the dusty ground, culinary herbs were growing in pots, and we had cozy outdoor seating areas among the olive trees. I didn't want to give up too quickly. Maybe my impressions were wrong? Maybe seeing me getting enjoyment from my work would motivate the team to pull together more? It was sweltering hot during the day, so I went to the underground garage. Meant for cars and bikes, it was a massive dump for random stuff. Why do people treat their environments like a dump? What are their standards for beauty and aesthetic? Where's their self-respect? There were the original couches and chairs and plastic pool lounges that belonged to the landlord of the holiday home. Heaters for winter, piles of bedding, tools, and tech everywhere. Bike chargers, diving gear, clothes, and endless cardboard boxes from all the items the gamer had bought for the home. A mess. No workspace inside. Feral cats and rodents had peed and pooped on spare bedding, mattresses, sofas, chairs, toolboxes, and more. Ew, in me the usual war of head and heart began. The head was grumpy. Fuck this, move on, you're a brilliant coach and not everyone's cleaner. People show you who they are by what their home looks like. They have no sense of beauty, cleanliness, or valuing their belongings. Their place is as messy as their mind. You know the science of clutter, Jen. Soon it will look the same way here, and you will feel resentful for doing work that's not yours to do. Softly, the heart responded. You are a queen and deserve a good environment. You love tidy and beautiful spaces, clear surfaces, and organized cupboards. Maybe they simply don't know how to, or what could be done. Maybe you need to give them some more time. You are waiting anyways. Let's put your skills to good use here. The heart won. I sorted and cleaned tons of screws, parts, tools, bits, and pieces from current and former members of the home. I flattened boxes, contacted the owner regarding the damaged furniture and bedding. I removed dead animals, put up storage shelves, and started labeling things. From working with volunteers and supporting community centers, I knew that the best way to get people to contribute is to make working easy for them. When people are able to find stuff intuitively, it's easy to grab supplies and get into action. When people know where to get or put tools and materials, the hosts can relax. Less waiting, less waste, less risk. More energy towards the common goal. I took some scrap wood beams and planks and built 3 movable wooden workbenches. On big rubber casters, they could be rode anywhere for events or workshops. I painted them in 3 different colors and added various hooks to make things even simpler. Weeks passed, the community project progress was neither measured nor managed. The gamer kept talking about all sorts of ideas. He wanted hydroponic plants on the ceilings. Mirrors should reflect sunlight into the future underground garage with the heated earthen dance floor. All great, I told him. We can totally do it. But what about a plan, a clear path? Keeping sporadic ideas stored in his head, coupling it with random bursts of energy on his terms, will neither make the team feel included nor achieve the results without major delays and extra expenses. The team meetings died as quickly as they began. Project board was ignored. At the same time, he neglected his company meetings and worried about the financial feasibility of the project. My thoughts flipped between confused and stubborn. Am I here to learn patience? Was this a test? I had done 2 lockdowns in 2 countries already. How long should I stay locked down in a temple on a tiny island, waiting on others, cleaning up after them, and seeing how long other people's dreams might take to turn real? I decided not to stress about it. It didn't matter where I lived. I would do my best to keep my dreams moving forward regardless. I was solely responsible for growing wherever I was planted. What could I do now with what's around me? What do I love doing except for face-to-face deep coaching? If this is not the place to bring clients yet, maybe it is the place for me to create something for them. Music. As John Miles was singing so beautifully, music was my first love, and it will be my last. Your inner ear was the first sense organ you developed as a tiny embryo. When you were less than 1 millimeter in size, you already had the core workings of hearing in place. I have always been attracted to sounds, frequencies, and energies. Music affects me on a visceral level. I can feel the different layers of a song inside of me. Since my 20s, I have studied and researched various related topics. Fascinated by quantum physics, I was mesmerized when finding out that atoms would change from waves to matter when observed. Thoughts are electric, emotions are magnetic. Matter is nothing but slow-moving frequency, acting like a particle that's observed. What we might think of as solid matter is actually 99.9% space. What was once pure mental theory to me when reading science abstracts, the Emerald tablets and similar works, became experiential reality for me over the years. After my personal journeys with meditation, vision boards, manifestation, Reiki, yoga, psilocybin, and ecstatic dance, those science meets woo-woo things made total sense. We are vibrating. We are frequency beings. During my coaching journey, I tested my theories, experimented with my clients. I saw how business teams acted more harmoniously as soon as I started playing certain frequencies in the background. When individual coaching clients had a challenging moment, I would give them my headphones and play tracks that were proven to reduce anxiety by 65% within minutes. When I needed more focus, I would support myself with the proper tunes to get into focus brainwaves. When I was not doing home and garden tasks around the cyber temple, I was focused on 2 things: bike riding and Spotify. After sunset, when the temperatures dropped, I biked up and down the hills of Gozo to clear my head and discover and feel new music. The roads were empty and the sky was pitch black. Coming home, I spent many nights on my laptop creating the best possible playlist to support personal growth and development. I saw the links between the Western and Eastern worlds. What Italian monks called Sole Mi Fa was not just a collection of notes. Those are the beginning letters of Latin sentences, and those correlated to the same energy centers that the Indian yogis and monks knew. The Eastern counterparts would chant the same frequencies as Lam, Vam, Ram, and so on, connecting them to their physical equivalents in the body. I went way down the rabbit hole, consumed books and documentaries about the science of sound. I gathered large data sheets of similarities, from the Jewish Kabbalah to the solfeggio frequencies to musical instruments. I learned about sounds as colors, the harmonic egg that cured illnesses, and NASA findings about the various tones of our planets. Did you know that Earth has her own sound? As do Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and all the others. Have you heard about entrainment? When you are close to a person, your heart starts to beat in sync with theirs. Hence, be conscious of who you spend time with. The same effect can be generated with music. Play upbeat tunes to feel upbeat. Play heavy metal to feel heavy. Play cello, violin, and piano whenever a wedding or funeral requires us to feel and connect deeply with others. Your heart will match the frequency. After my obsession to create coaching tools as simple games and cards, it now shifted to creating the best sound journeys to support them. I started to sort thousands of songs into playlists, group them by the effects they had, the energetic centers they stimulated. I listened to thousands of song lyrics, removing any that did not support my clients' growth. On my evening bike rides, music was blasting, either in my ears or from the Bluetooth speaker in my backpack. You could tell which tunes made me cruise and which ones made me attack a steep hill without engine support. With the Solar Chakra playlist, I felt the inner force of an army, the mana of a warrior. One evening, I walked into a supermarket with those powerful tunes playing in my earbuds. The security instantly came towards me. I must have walked really aggressively towards the cherries. The round lounge of the house, with its amazing acoustic and massive Teufel speakers, was perfect to test my playlist. Sometimes I DJ'd at ecstatic dance events. When I say I was DJing, I mean that I created moods and journeys with my music, my curated playlists. I do not know how to mix songs on turntables, but I do know how to take people through incredible coaching, psilocybin, yoga, or other healing sessions. With my selected frequencies and sounds, I can amplify the results and insights from the coaching or the substance. Music can strip you bare, reveal your soul. It can make you cry and help you heal. The right instruments will make you walk taller, feel confident, clear, and enjoy productive flow states of pure focus for hours. For the last 2 years, I have been in the top 2% of the over 400 million Spotify users in the world. Apart from my obsession with business and personal development podcasts, this came through thousands of hours of daily effort and practice with others. I curated and used the playlists, guided people through changes and challenges. I added yoga poses and journaling exercises to the mix, creating an immersive experience. After a few months, the gamer headed off to a festival in Portugal and was supposed to be gone for only a few days. As usual, he left us to look after unfinished business, without proper comms or a clear handover. The chef and I were now supposed to do Airbnb hosting service and cleaning tasks on top of our other commitments at the temple. But that was not the straw that broke the camel's back. Instead of completing it before his departure, he left the most physically demanding building site. One of his visions for this rented home was to install a more or less permanent earthen floor. As usual, ethics and the holistic vibe made the project a little more complex. Clay and sand were taken from a local beach and dumped outside the house for processing. After ignoring it for a while, exposed to the elements, the massive pile of sand had turned into a litter box for the numerous wildcats. We spent several days in 40-degree heat breaking up the clay clumps with hammers. Then we had to soak the pulverized clay in water and mix everything by hand with a large drill attachment. The gamer was almost 2 meters tall, easily able to lean over the big pool full of soaked clay mud. With a heavy, vibrating drill mixer in hand, this was way tougher for me and the chef, both short girls. I was in the city center for a meeting when I received a message from the chef, a sweet, gentle soul with tons of patience. I never before heard her voice sound so frustrated, disappointed, and exhausted. Hey Jen, so it looks like the gamer is not coming back today as promised. He messaged me just now that he's extending his festival trip for another week. This means we have to keep mixing this heavy clay every day for as long as he's gone. I also just found out from his mother about a last-minute Airbnb booking. Several guests are checking in later and the pool needs cleaning. I'm back later today. Can you check on the laundry and make up the beds for the guests? I rolled my eyes. The chef and I were not happy. I'm cool with hard work. I'm not cool with supporting people who leave their responsibilities to pursue hedonistic pleasures. I'm not cool with helping people who are constantly ignoring the burdens they put on family and friends. A few days later, the Brit, a community friend, showed up on his motorbike. I was outside the home, dripping with sweat, covered in clay drops, wielding the heavy tool around. The sun was already quite high, and I was keen to finish the task before it got even hotter. He offered to help, and I thankfully handed over the mixing drill. The gamer is still not back? No, he extended his party trip in Portugal at zero notice. We're pretty pissed. He keeps letting people down and runs away, while leaving us to look after his chores and mixing the clay pool. Oh boy, it makes no sense. Trying to keep it smooth during this heat is backbreaking work. Would you like to go for a ride to the beach afterwards? I have a spare helmet. I always loved motorbikes. Since I was a little girl, I was a speed-loving pillion on my dad's bike. My stepdad was a rider too. The acceleration, the wind, the feeling of freedom, the open speed limit on German roads. The Brit didn't have to ask twice. We had a fun afternoon hanging out and zooming around the island. For a moment, I forgot about the frustrations with the project. This community event space seemed like a waste of time and human skills. I was used to 20-year-olds starting a profitable business during a startup weekend. The Brit was a happy, supportive chap. We both had fast minds and discussed community ideas and life on the island. He was hoping to secure a work visa through a friend from England who had also moved to Malta. His visa would expire in 2 weeks, then he had to be out of the EU for a few months. Back in England, he had promised to help his parents with major renovations on their home. After that, he wanted to put his tradie tools into a van and move to Malta. Until his flight, we spent plenty of time together. He helped with the clay and we zoomed around, laughing, talking about building concepts and DIY ideas. We fooled around, as dreamers do. Wouldn't it be such a fun thing to hang out more and do up a van? Then do a Europe road trip down from England via France, Netherlands and Italy? I waved him farewell at the airport in Lua. The gamer kept partying in Portugal and Spain, pushing out his return 2 more times. I had enough of the snail pace, the clay mixing, and his constant disrespect for other people's time and energy. My New Zealand driver's license was about to expire, so to not lose driving rights, I had to make a trip to Germany anyway to renew it. It would be fun to surprise the Brit in England and help him with the van build. Little did he know that I was over the situation in Gozo and began to arrange my departure. In hindsight, it all made sense. The coaching home project in Malta helped me to test and complete the coaching cards and games journey. The project in Gozo gave me an acoustic lounge and plenty of time to refine, test, and complete the first edition of my playlists. Now I have plenty of curated frequency soundscapes to support my deep coaching questions and exercises. England. I boarded a plane, hopped on a train, jumped in an Uber, and soon arrived at the Brit's doorstep in northern England. I told him about the recent happenings in Gozo and my upcoming trip to Germany. With a massive smile, he welcomed me in and showed me around. If one's environment tells anything about a person's inner world, I should have left on the spot. The place looked like a bomb had exploded. I have moved houses over 30 times in my life. I was constantly invited to clients' and friends' homes, stayed in plenty of Airbnbs and co-living places. I never saw so much chaos and dirt in one place. Whenever he visited us at the Cyber Temple, the Brit was always super tidy and courteous. He made sure to put things away and respected other people's belongings. Here, in his old family home, furniture was stacked No, thrown on top of each other. Full cabinets with glassware still on the shelves were tilted, squashed, shoved into corners. Dust, grease, supplies, tools, and dirty work clothes everywhere. The kitchen was more like a car mechanic's garage. Half-empty jars of moldy food sat next to cans of WD-40, screws, tape, paint. The fridge hadn't been cleaned for years. Sauces and spices with a decade-old expiry dates were squeezed among the newer groceries. The black stove, the formerly white stove, was covered in a black layer from years of spilling and burning food. The stairs were full of shoes and DIY stuff. On the second floor, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and 1 office nook. Gym stuff, electrical supplies, empty shower gel bottles, clothes, paperwork, things everywhere. I started questioning myself. Was I being unfair? Was he just a temporarily overwhelmed genius? How could I have completely missed the signs of his mental mess? Maybe he was just taking on too much for him. Convert a van, renovate his old childhood home, sort out work visa paperwork, organize a move to another country, and sell his surplus belongings at the same time? Maybe the mess was temporary, as he was about to pour a new concrete floor. Yet, why would he not pack his parents' belongings away properly? Why expose heirloom pieces to dust, paint, and glue? Why would you stack items like a wobbly Jenga tower and risk breaking things? Why not wipe down the stove after cooking? Takes 10 seconds. No one with an ounce of self-respect lives like that. Outer chaos equals inner chaos. As within, so without. I had flashbacks to the hoarder, to the mountain home, to my mum's place, to the kitchen and garage in Gozo. The Brit didn't apologize for the state of the home, didn't seem fussed by the chaos at all. It was normal for him. The kitchen had a glass door leading to an internal garage workshop space. In it, several projects of former glory, unfinished or neglected. Bikes, an electric children's car project, big open metal barrels with, ew, what is this? Me and my friend go to fast food places and pick up old oil, then we filter it and use it in our cars. I loved the concept of driving on waste oil, but the reality hit me in the face. This guy was a vortex of crazy. Too much going on, no plan, no clue where to start or what to do next. Overwhelmed with UFOs, unfinished objects. My helper syndrome kicked in. There must be a reason why I'm here. Just like when leaving New Zealand to help my mum, I thought I might as well stay here until my flight to Berlin in a few days. Let's ignore the mess and see what I can do to support him. We started working on a fun plan. He had to apply for a work visa in Malta through his friend. Once the house foundation was poured, his main work in England was done. His parents, who were currently living in a rental in another suburb, were happy to do the rest of the renovations. We would then drive the van and his special work tools down Europe together, and he could start working for his friend. After all the delays and waiting for months in Gozo, I was really excited to see progress on a project. I looked forward to getting my hands dirty, painting, cleaning, tinting windows, designing and building ingenious small space solutions. Next to coaching, creating is my happy place. The idea was to document the van transformation on an Instagram channel. I wish I had done the social media thing when I converted my van years before. It's always so inspiring to see an idea turning into something real. We quickly made progress, had a lot of fun working together. During our days renovating the van, I took countless photos and videos to have content for our channel. In between, I helped him with the home items sorting and selling tasks. Being dyslexic, he found it difficult to use technology or do paperwork. Since I have moved houses so many times, including across the world, managing the process is second nature for me. I have a system for sorting items, taking photos, writing descriptions, packing and shipping. I easily juggle selling bits and pieces on various auction websites and online marketplaces. While I did the tasks of getting extra items sold and the van road trip ready, his main task was to fix a major engine issue. The contractors pouring the new concrete floor were supposed to come in next week. Plenty of copper pipes had to be taped beforehand. His dad showed up to help. A well-dressed, clean, kind and softly spoken man with a smart mind and clear eyes. While the Brit was tinkering in the garage on the van, his dad and I spent time in the lounge, taping copper pipes. He told me about his son's mental health troubles. Some family members stopped trying to help. Friends gave up on hoping he would improve. In Gozo, he was alive, with brilliant ideas and a sunny, happy mood. Back in England, he was the complete opposite. Here, his life was riddled with dissociation, depression, and anger. Triggered by girlfriends or trouble at work, he would isolate himself for months. Tinkering made him happy, but he was overwhelmed by the most basic life tasks. His dad's comments rang true. The Brit told me that his best friend helped him wherever she could. She would do paperwork, phone calls and emails for him, sometimes even cook. I saw his behavior flip several times, depending on who he talked to. One minute, he would be giggling with his mate, then put on a mask and change in an instant. Whenever he had to do a grown-up call, car insurance, employer, bank, he would put on a suffering, whiny baby voice. A full-on, "I'm dyslexic, poor me, I'm so helpless" show. His tone changed to one of utter weakness. He made the other person feel sorry for him and take on a supporter role, enabling him to continue in victim mode. Soon he did it towards me too, whenever he wanted me to do something for him, from work stuff to cooking. How on earth did I not see this in Gozo? Was he manipulative? Was he schizophrenic? Soon, a lucky break. My flight to Berlin was coming up. I also secured a slot at a Vipassana retreat in southern Italy in a few weeks' time. The plan was simple. I would go to Germany, surprise friends and family, and sort out the driver's license paperwork. His tasks were to get the main engine issue fixed and pack his tools. Once I got back to the Brit, we would start the Europe trip. First, taking a ferry to the Netherlands. From there, we would drive the van down to southern Italy. There, I would go into the retreat, and he would continue on to Malta and Gozo. My surprise visit to Berlin was a success, and when I got back with my renewed license in hand, I was amped and ready for a fun van roadie. Soon we would create videos for the Instagram channel, admire autumn colors, and visit cool places in old cities. The Brit had surprises for me too. 3 in total. 1. Opening the rear door, the van roof had been transformed. I had insulated it with thermofoil before I left. Now it was a fun van ceiling with a giant psychedelic tapestry in the middle, rainbow LED lights and speakers around it. 2. The mattress base. Didn't work anymore. What happened? I frowned. This was our most ingenious part of the whole van build. People would have gotten such an inspiration from this masterpiece. A clever mix of a slat frame and foldable thin mattresses, it had tons of storage and could convert in seconds into sitting benches during the day. At night, we could turn it into a big platform with plenty of space for our sleeping bags. I had painstakingly documented the whole building process with lots of fun photos and videos for our channel. But now, something seemed stuck. I couldn't move the sliding bits anymore. It turned out he had ripped out the base as he wanted to squeeze his old, half-broken plastic bed in the van. My brain could not compute what just happened. The bed had no worth, was a cheap, barely functional thing he would be able to find in any budget shop. Why would he do this? The project we worked on for weeks was messed up beyond repair. Now we had barely any storage space for his tools and personal things. We didn't have time to change anything if we still wanted it to be a road trip instead of a road race. While I was away, the Brit had destroyed the pride and joy of our van projects. All the photos and videos were useless. I couldn't believe it. stuck in England with a messy, whiny man-child who could neither set priorities or keep promises. Now he had even ruined the whole creative part of the project, making daily van life a nightmare. Trying to stash and use items in a cramped space is no fun on the road, especially with two people. Again, I suspected a hidden camera crew to show up. Oh, wait, Jen, you said he had 3 surprises. What was the third? Oh, he had not done the most important part, fixing the engine's head gasket as promised. This meant that the van might not start, might die, might explode halfway. As much as I seemed to be comfortable with taking risks, doing 200 km an hour in a dangerous vehicle was not my kind of thing. I was looking forward to driving, but because of his special electrical DIY wiring and starting setup, he said it would be too dangerous to let me behind the wheel. He spent his time destroying our genius storage furniture system to transport an old, broken plastic bed. He fucked around with a fancy but useless ceiling. He didn't make sure the van would be safe to drive. He didn't pack his tools nor other important belongings. I couldn't believe the insanity unfolding in front of me. Why did I even fly back to England? I felt numb and confused, but calm. I'm too stoic to argue or yell. There was nothing I could do to change things here. Sometimes we take risks and things don't work out. He hadn't forced me to come over, invest time and money into the van or the trip. But again, there is a difference between being patient with another human being and wasting my precious lifetime. I had the retreat date in Italy confirmed, and I would travel there, van or not. We had 2 more days to confirm our ferry tickets or pull out with a 100% refund. Ticket options for a later time were either sold out or 10 times more expensive. He disappeared into the garage. No more psychedelic tapestry fluff. Either we could drive the van then, or we had to cancel the trip. I stayed away from the workshop. I was of no use here. Fixing head gaskets, especially with all the dodgy modifications he had done on the electric parts, was way above my head. His mood was erratic, dark, dismissive. I had arranged a leaving dinner with all of his friends in the evening, but he was not keen on going anymore. Communication left the chat. Isolation behavior took over. He ignored calls and messages from his friends, and they contacted me, being worried. When I went into the garage to tell him about his mates reaching out, he yelled at me to fuck off. He would get back to them when he wanted to, not when they wanted him to. An hour later, a girl showed up on our doorstep, his former workmate and friend. I remembered her from a few weeks ago. She had been in an abusive relationship with a narcissist. After breaking up with him, me and the Brit went over to her place. She was in a bad space on that day, fearing her ex would come back, and asked the Brit to install a security camera on her door. While he was busy setting up the camera, her and I talked, and I comforted her through the drama. Now, she was also part of the group chat arranging our leaving dinner and knew that the Brit's mood was at a breaking point. So, she came over to check on us. We went to the garage. He barely acknowledged her, told her to fuck off, and that he was trying to get a van ready. We popped inside, made a cuppa, and went upstairs to chat. She told me several stories about the time with the Brit. Stories from when they used to work together and had fun, and stories about the dark phases of his life. She confirmed my observations with a split personality, knew about the switching from fun, clever tinker guy to putting on the helpless victim baby voice. I went into the garage again to tell him to reconsider. Come on, if the van situation makes you act like this, it's not worth it. We can just cancel the ferry. She's your friend, man. She came over all the way to check on you, and you treat her like that? It's not worth losing people over projects. He stared at me with an anger I had not seen before. Where was the happy, fun guy from Gozo? The tidy and intelligent guy who was patient, kind, and supportive? He yelled at me to send her away, raised his arm, holding a heavy wrench. I ducked and dashed out of the garage. Enough is enough. I felt no longer safe here. His friend and I left the house and went for a walk around the neighborhood. After a few hours, we hugged goodbye, and I returned to the house. It was quiet, no tool-banging noises from the garage. He was gone. My carry-on backpack had barely changed in the few days since I returned from Berlin. I jumped online and found an Airbnb by the sea, a 2-hour train ride away from his town. I booked the next available slot. From tomorrow night, I would be in a clean room for a couple of days to clear my head and reset. There's nothing the ocean can't fix. I didn't want to just fly down to Italy. I wanted a road trip and see the landscapes changing, not just arrive at the retreat. My friend told me about a bus network she used and liked. I went on the website and started to plan a journey via road. Bit by bit, I put together a bus trip with stops along the way, from the far north of England to the very south of Italy. I would visit Edinburgh, Manchester, London, Paris, and Rome, then make my way towards Calabria. Happy news came from Gozo. The chef also got a space in the Vipassana retreat. We would be able to meditate together after several months of living in a so-called temple. She was excited about trying out the technique for the first time. I had finished my trip plan. My email inbox was full with bus tickets. It was dark outside. I only had to make it one more night, then I would leave the next morning. The Brit had not returned. He didn't answer his phone. While I wanted nothing more than being away from a messy and unpredictable guy, of course I also cared about him. Just because our plan failed doesn't mean I had to despise him. He was still a human being, a man on his journey, a soul searching for sunshine. Like all of the people I met in my life, I don't condemn anyone. I just don't want to be around certain energies. Was he okay? Did he just hang out in a pub or with his parents? I rang his dad, no trace of him there. It got later and later, no sign of him, no message. My mind began to worry, because in my time in New Zealand, I had been exposed to a lot of suicide conversations. Once, I even spent my birthday in a full-day workshop about suicide prevention. I visited a suicide victims gathering and grief conference in a fully packed marae, a sacred community place for Maoris. During van life times, I spoke with many people, especially young men, about their thoughts and feelings, and the topic of ending one's life was very common. I knew that most self-harm and suicide is unplanned, caused by a sudden trigger, and often related to perceived personal failure or external things like unrequited love and rejection. I remembered the heartbreaking conversation when I ended my marriage and how I found his suicide letter in our printer. All those bits of information popped back up in my mind. It was the night of the planned farewell dinner with his friends, which I had to cancel a few hours earlier. My messages in the group chat with his friends changed quite a bit during the weeks in England. Hey guys, look at fun van photos. Let's meet for a farewell dinner at this cool restaurant. Jesus, I think I just escaped flying tools in the garage. Damn, he didn't come back home. I hope he's okay. Hey guys, would he harm himself? Where could he be? What does it mean when the power alarm beeps? His friend, the business owner who was the Brit's most likely door to getting a work visa in Gozo, had just arrived in town a few days ago. He had some family things to take care of and came over immediately to check in on me and hear the updates. The friend who always supported him with his paperwork was traveling again. I briefly met her before I left for Germany. She was a beautiful and caring soul with a ton of patience for the Brit. As soon as she was awake and saw my updates in the chat, she called me from Colombia. Another one of his close friends came over to help me with the power box that suddenly started beeping. He explained that the Brit used his electrician knowledge to steal 90% of the home's power from the city's main line. Yet he had still wired a small usage amount to go through the power company to avoid suspicion. This small amount ran with a special key with a chip. I had to top up this key with money at a special place and insert it again. This would stop the beeping and prevent power loss. It was cold, dark, and started to rain. His mate drove me to the nearest place to top up the key so that I would not lose light, internet, or heating. Within a week of coming back from Berlin, I went from looking forward to a fun van trip to being disappointed, scared, worried, and confused. I'm not writing this to make you afraid to step into the unknown. Exactly the opposite. Things go wrong so that you can grow. Even if you study psychology, you can be fooled by people. Even if you start projects with friends, they can fail and you might have to leave them behind. I want you to know that even if you feel lost, you will be supported. All in a sudden, those 4 amazing people showed up, calming and comforting me. Only weeks before, those people were strangers to me. They were his friends for many years. They did not have to care about his spontaneous surprise visitor from another island. His friends were incredibly sweet to me, checking in, going for walks, coming over, staying up late into the night, searching for the Brit when he disappeared and finding him safe and sound, calling in from overseas, helping me with power supply issues, driving me around, giving me hugs and words of encouragement. When I was at my lowest, not having a clue what to do next, I was deeply touched by their kindness. You don't have to know the next steps. Courage is not about being clear. You don't need courage when you have clarity. No need to be brave with a money-back guarantee and a reliable crystal ball. Knowing your future in detail will not challenge you to grow. When you go from Paris to Rome, you just need to know your next turn. When you just left Paris, there is no point worrying about what might happen 5 k's outside Rome. Please, do not let any potential potholes and detours stop you from starting. Even when you are in a challenging situation, life never gives you something you cannot handle. When everything seems lost, you better trust that helpers, signs, and guides show up, doing their best to get you back on track. Early in the morning, the Brit came home. A few hours of sleep, a sad conversation, and a goodbye hug followed. 3 hours later, I was in a peaceful and tidy room near the ocean. A quiet seaside town in northern England was the reset button I needed. A few days later, I jumped on the first bus of many. Finally, it was road trip time. With my 10 kg carry-on, it was easy to walk around the various cities, chat with locals and travelers, take photos and see the sights. After dozens of kilometers walking each day, my legs got well-deserved rest in the bus, while my eyes took in the vast countryside on the way to my 5th silent retreat. Italy. Calabria is a lovely part of Italy. Unlike my first 4 retreats, this one was not going to be held in a purpose-built meditation center. It was serene, off-season, the summer tourists had left. A quiet holiday resort by the sea was going to be my meditation home for the 10 days of silence. The week before the bus trips, straight after leaving the Brit, I made sure to get back to myself, refuel my cup, look after number 1. Long walks at the beach and hot yoga classes brought color back into my pale face. Meditation and journaling brought peace and purpose back into my mind. For years, since moving away from New Zealand, I felt that I gave money, time, love, and energy away without much return. I helped and nurtured places, amateur projects, and people who needed support. I tried to manage what did not want to be managed. All this took me away from my main purpose, coaching. I searched for a better place and entered the silent retreat with my main question: where should I go next? Where are my skills needed and valued? My logical mind was pulling me to South America. After autumn in Germany and England, I missed the warmth of Malta and the ocean, but not the crazy desert heat. My body loved the whole food plant-based lifestyle. Finding ripe fruits and vegetables and connecting with American executives would be so much easier if I went to a place south of LA. At least that was my thinking. The answers came through fast. Much quicker than in previous retreats, the universal mind had 2 instructions for me to ponder. Instruction 1. Work with professionals. Do not invest time and money in amateurs. Duh, after the Gozo project and the van idea with the Brit, I clearly saw why. Deep coaching takes commitment and professionalism from both coach and coachee. Setting up an event and workshop venue or creating a social media van project was not possible when personal issues and preferences keep derailing progress and sabotaging plans. But what did this mean? Should I look for a job in a personal development place? Was I supposed to join a company again to do my coaching work there? I didn't get more insights here. Instruction 2. Go where you feel at home, where you feel most alive. Damn, I did not like that one. My head and my heart started arguing big time. As with all hard answers, it was instant, clear, and quiet. Go to New Zealand. I never felt at home anywhere. Even as a kid, whenever there was a school trip or summer camp, I was the first one out the door, on the go. I never felt that I belonged to any race or any place. Home was an empty word. It had no meaning. And yet, the first time I came to New Zealand in 2010, this changed. I landed in Christchurch, and as soon as the plane touched down, a deep sigh came over me. A calming sensation, full body relaxation. For the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to feel at home somewhere. I felt alive. I belonged. My mind was not happy. It listed ego reasons, spat out logical arguments from a lifetime of social conditioning. Jen, you're a highly skilled coach. You cannot go backwards. You are able to live a global nomad life. You helped many high-profile people and businesses in record time. You invented tools that work universally. Clients fly to see you, pay you great money for your talent. You need to explore, grow, see new things. America loves coaches. Executives fly to the Caribbean and Mexico all the time. You could coach in fancy hotels and tropical resorts. You know New Zealand already. It's time to strive for a new place. The meditation session finished. It was time for lunch. After lunch, I walked around the designated lawn area, pacing like a horse in a paddock. The two sides in me were fighting, going in circles. As usual, when processing thoughts, my walk is fast, my head down. Once the clarity comes, my walk slows down, my head lifts again. Still, no results after an hour of pacing. It was time for the next meditation session. I sat down. If you dig 10 wells that are 1 meter deep, you won't find water. Go back to where you feel most alive and go 10 meters deep. Fuck, the voice was right. My heart giggled. It knew it was right. Like a stubborn teenager, my logical mind stomped back into his room, sulking, defeated. Ego had left the chat. Phew, peace. My chest expanded. I inhaled deeply. My heart, the silent voice, the gentle whisper, was on the victory lane. Once my monkey mind finally took a nap, everything fell into place. My story started to make sense again. Like a movie in fast forward, the 2.5 years since leaving New Zealand flashed in front of my inner eye. Silence showed me the lessons, the growth, and the insights I gained from those seemingly disconnected and often frustrating experiences. What felt like a roller coaster of sacrifice, false starts, failures, and triumphs was all perfect, harmonious, meant to be. Just like when I took the shroom overdose with my trip sitter, clarity, calm, and peace washed over me. Of course, the hero's journey always leads to sharing the gold from all journeys with the place where the journey started. My answer arrived on day 3 of the retreat. I would return to New Zealand and go deep. Invest fully. Stay. Commit to the land, to the people, to my chosen Turanga Waiwai. Once I made the decision, the remaining days in the retreat were easy. The long sittings almost enjoyable. Step 1. Return to Gozo, sell my office furniture, coaching workshop gear, and e-bike, and say a final goodbye to the cyber temple. Within hours of making up my mind, I received confirmation. Long emails from 3 close friends from New Zealand. Like telepathy, our connection had traveled across the world, making them send heartfelt messages of friendship. Of course, I saw the emails only after I finished the retreat. I sent messages back, not revealing my surprise trip plans. I wanted to have a challenge to end the year. How about learning how to ride a motorbike? Was it time to be the rider instead of the passenger? Can't be too hard, can it? During day 4 to 10 of the retreat, the plan became clearer, details added up. Having left Christchurch in 2016 and New Zealand in 2020, I hadn't seen some of my friends for over 6 years. Some started families, some had moved to other cities. So I planned a 1,300 kilometers round trip across both islands to surprise them all. I looked into the conditions for getting a motorbike license. It looked pretty straightforward. First, I had to learn how to ride with a training instructor. Then, once confident, I had to pass a practical riding test with an assessor. Then, I had to pass a road theory test before I would be allowed to buy a bike and ride it. Still in Italy, I began researching route options for my New Zealand trip. Binge-watching motorbike riding videos on YouTube kept me busy. So much to learn. Biker lingo and equipment is a whole world of its own. I figured that my best bet was to get an Airbnb in Auckland, the biggest town, for a month. It had the most option to find a bike, gear, and training providers. Checklist: a central, safe, and calm area. I wanted to walk or take the bus to the driving school and motorbike places. It had to be calm enough for me to practice riding around the area. I had to be able to park my future bike somewhere safe. During this time, I would be able to settle back in. I would have time to organize a local bank account, a mobile phone number, and have a postal address to receive parcels from online orders. I flew back to Gozo, started to execute my plan, sold my belongings, and farewelled the community at the Cyber Temple. Several days later, I arrived in Auckland. A subtropical spring welcomed me with sunshine and my favorite smell, jasmine flowers. I was back in Lemuria. I felt alive. Motorbike. For the first time, I sat on a motorbike by myself. The instructor had to explain to me how the clutch worked. I always drove automatic cars and vans, never had to get my head around shifting gears. Auckland was full of steep hills. I better pay attention to him, or I might soon roll backwards into a Tesla. On the first try, I got the little Suzuki engine to purr happily. No stalling. Soon I was cruising figure eights around traffic cones on the giant practice parking lot. He was impressed and asked if I had been riding before, pointing out my natural habit of countersteering. Only mountain bikes and e-bikes, I replied. This was so much fun. I was focusing on the levers on my handlebars and the unfamiliar weight of the helmet. My mind was busy. It was raining, but I was too focused on how to ride. Where to look, when to shift, how to brake gently, how much to lean into corners. The 2 hours of practice riding felt like 15 minutes. I was soaked and felt cold. Training was almost done for the day. Looking good, Jen? Do one last round. Go around this bit, do the reverse parking thing, then 3 loops around those cones, and do an emergency stop when I raise my hand. Remember to do all the mirror checks you practiced. Then you can dismount. I did as he told me, then stepped off the bike with a big grin. This was so much fun. He came towards me and reached out his hand, trying to shake mine. Congratulations, young lady. You passed the basic handling skills test. I raised my eyebrow. What? Yes, I'm not only a driving instructor, but also a qualified test assessor. I felt confident with your skills, so the last few bits I asked you to do was the test. You just passed the practical part of your license. Now you can do the theory part whenever, and then you are officially a biker. I was beyond puzzled. I had only ever been on a motorbike by myself for 2 hours, in a parking lot, doing a few loops around traffic cones. The teacher was also my assessor. All I needed to do now was answer 30 questions of a road code I knew by heart. Then I'm legally allowed out there? Open roads, cities, motorways and all? In my birth country, you have to spend tons of money on dozens of hours of driving practice on the roads with a teacher from a licensed school. Lots of city traffic, nighttime, motorway and long-distance rides. No driving teacher could be your assessor as well, to avoid any bias. This was beyond anything I expected. I immediately started to think back to all my times driving cars and vans. Every motorbiker around me could have just been as green as I was at this moment. They were unable to resort to quick reflexes based on motor memory and experience. This was nuts. But why would I complain? I got what I wanted, a piece of paper confirming I had passed the basic handling test. On Earth, certain pieces of paper are very important. Time to hunt down the next piece. The next day was my 39th birthday. I walked into the nearest theory test center. 20 minutes later, I walked out with my brand new motorbike license. Happy birthday to me. Time to check out bikes. As mentioned before, I'm vertically challenged. With my impressive height of 165 centimeters, my main criteria for buying a bike is whether I can reach the ground. While most choppers, like Harleys, are low enough, my brain associates them instantly with violent gangs, dark metal music, and old men with beer bellies. I also didn't like their seating posture with constantly raised arms. Not to mention, most of them are ridiculously loud. I want to be able to listen to music when riding and not wake up my whole suburb when coming home late. When I first saw the orange and black KTM Duke, it was love at first sight, ticking all my boxes. A so-called naked bike, it looked fierce but didn't have all the bulky plastic fairings of a sporty road bike. I knew I would not need a massive engine. New Zealand has a very low speed limit. It had to be fast enough for motorways and overtaking. Apart from this first road trip across both islands, I would use it 99% of the time to get around my city. Again, to satisfy my logical mind and not choose the first bike straight away, I tried a few others, but chose the Duke in the end. Since buying new seemed a much better deal than any of the few used bikes I found online, I had to break in the engine. 1,000 kilometers of riding at various low to moderate speeds, then the first service before I was allowed to go full throttle. It was perfect for me to get practice hours under my belt. I scheduled daily time to ride around the neighborhood. First, I rode in a supermarket car park lot after hours. Soon I was doing bigger loops to beautiful spots around Northland. Once the odometer showed 1,000 kilometers, I dropped the bike off at the dealer shop for its first service. I booked a ride-safe training day to get more confidence and have my first motorway experience. It was the best investment, gave me so many tools and tricks to feel more competent cornering and passing other cars. Time for the big trip. I went from my carry-on backpack to 2 soft pannier bags, 20 liters each. I farewelled my lovely Airbnb hosts and headed off. Making new connections was easy for me. What I did not expect is that being a blonde female on a motorbike would double the amount of random conversations with strangers. Whenever I told them what I was up to, a New Zealand road trip to surprise friends as a total bike noob, people said I was crazy or courageous. But why? There was no point to rush. I didn't race from Auckland to Christchurch overnight. I didn't push myself to the limit on the Whangamoa Hills, the most challenging road on my journey. Just like a beginner rider living in a town, I did only a few hours of riding every day. Also, a kilometer on a straight open road is less likely to cause an accident than a kilometer in Auckland Central during rush hour. I didn't ride in a group and had no one with me. This means I could focus on my own riding, I could take breaks when needed, I could choose the roads and speeds I felt most comfortable with and not goof around beyond my skills. My stopovers were booked in advance as it was high season, so I always knew I would have a decent night's sleep, ride fresh and fully focused. Keeping the surprise a surprise was another mission. Before I left Gozo, I spent the last few days zooming around the island on my e-bike, taking photos in different outfits that I could post on my socials. For about 6 weeks, I had to make sure not to post anything that would give away that I was already back in New Zealand. It was hard for the first couple of friends to be quiet on social media to not spoil the surprise for the last person on my road trip. Even my friends and family in Germany only found out about me moving countries again and riding a motorbike after I had successfully completed the journey. I didn't want any fearful or doubting energies to interfere with my mission. Whenever the weather was cold and rainy during the ride, the vision of seeing my friends again after so long kept me riding with joy. I was singing away in my helmet, picturing how I would knock on their doors or drop into their workplaces. It was such a blast to yell, "Surprise!" at people who I hadn't seen for years. There were plenty of happy tears, big eyes, epic hugs, and screaming. Back in Christchurch, the home feeling intensified. Just like before in Auckland, I chose a simple Airbnb for a month to allow myself time to find a rental. This time, I wanted to be close to the city center, near my favorite places like the library and a gym with a sauna. Just like magic, in a busy house hunting time where dozens of people showed up to viewings, I found a great place within days. A quiet studio next to the river with a safe spot to park the Duke out of sight. I had arrived. Home. After 6 years, the town had changed. Walking around Christchurch on a rainy day, I came across the memorial for the victims of the big 2011 earthquake. I had not seen it before and loved its elegant style, its perfect location. A long white marble wall flanking the Avon River, engraved with the names of everyone we lost. It was the anniversary of the quake. When I first saw Yuki's name on the wall, I broke down crying. I clearly had not fully processed everything that happened back in the days. I sat down next to the river, sobbing, my body violently shaking for what felt like forever. Rain was pouring down on me. The gentle Avon River carried mine and the sky's tears back to the sea. For 12 years, I had buried my sadness, the feeling of helplessness, grief, unfairness, and loss. I had numbed myself with the drive to act, to be strong, to support, to help, to do, to give, to run. Just like the boy in my favorite book, The Alchemist, going back to the start, my journey ended here. It ended with Yuki, where it began. She had not chosen to die, but so many people here do. She had goals and dreams, but so many people here don't. Not everyone knows what to live for, why they were here, what their purpose was. I was alive. I knew my purpose, coaching, creating, healing, helping people to become alive, to discover their purpose, to know themselves. Just like the famous Greek words from the oracle in Delphi tattooed on my forearm, to know thyself is the highest purpose I know. I had tools, I had experience, I had results. There was no reason for all those deaths, for frustrated company teams and families, for victim behavior, for depression or anxiety. I was back in the town where my journey around the world started. Once more, I restarted my life from scratch, like the fool in the tarot. Christchurch had changed a lot in the last couple of years. Most people from my old networks had disappeared. The fact that I took a 3-year hiatus from social media, deleting all my profiles, didn't help either. I started a new meetup group and named it Personal and Professional Development. I was simply testing, running events, seeing what works, hosting taster sessions. In between those, I searched through LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and went to other meetup groups. I had coffees with the movers, shakers, organizers, and large companies who invest in local ecosystem initiatives. I figured it would take me a few months to settle in and get a better understanding of where things were at in Christchurch. As usual, I scraped the council pages and read all their strategic plans and funding proposals. I met with people from traditional and emerging industries. Still focused on environments, I searched for good venues to run my workshops. In the last few years, I was focused on making my sessions as short and simple as possible for small groups. Pen, paper, and my coaching and strategy cards was all I needed to facilitate deep transformation. Soon my LinkedIn connections had doubled. My meetup groups had grown to over 300 people. For the over 60 meetups and gatherings I hosted, I received a 4.9 average rating. People loved my tools. I felt useful again. Outwards, everything I did was branded towards group work with short and simple exercises. I even created a full online course with step-by-step video lessons. My long-term plan was to scale the concept. I thought I would teach others the coaching methods and spread my tools and cards rather than having people come to me for one-on-one sessions. However, through the group workshops and other events, I kept getting requests for one-on-one executive coaching and finally said yes to a few. After years of focusing on online and group work, it was beautiful going back to deep dive work with individual clients. It's intimate, personal, and transformational. For me, it's a huge buzz to make people see things they cannot see themselves. My eyes light up when theirs do, realizing what's right in front of them and how to use their skills and resources in the best way. I suddenly remembered the advice I received a year ago in the retreat in Italy. Digging 10 wells that are 1 meter deep versus one well that's 10 meters deep. An email popped up in my inbox. For the first time, we are happy to share that a 10-day silent Vipassana course is being held in the South Island. Whoa, that was my sign. I just had to drive 90 minutes and would be able to do my favorite brain boot camp again. I applied and got a seat. Spring came and I felt a strong urge to change something. For many years, since starting minimalism and carry-on travel, I had 99% black clothes in my wardrobe. I loved it. It was practical, simple, easy to combine and wash on the go. Black, black, black. In September, almost overnight, the nature in Hagley Park came back to life. When the first new leaves showed up on trees and the first spring flowers emerged, I too changed my colors. I sold and donated all my black clothes and swapped my whole wardrobe over to lighter colors. 6 weeks later, I packed my bag for yet another 10 days of silence and the wisdom emerging from it. It was November, and I didn't take a major question into the retreat with me. The only thing I definitely wanted to complete before the end of the year was to study a classic personal development book. It had 700 pages, so I knew it would take me a while. Again, universal consciousness showed up with 2 instructions. You tried to scale your magic. You focused on groups, on short sessions, on replacing yourself with coaching cards. No. Why do you think all those one-on-one inquiries show up again and again? Go back to what worked, to what got lasting results. Go deep with people. Show the best leaders what they cannot see. Oops, was I aiming for the wrong goal? I had envisaged creating the concept like a franchise, testing it thoroughly, then teaching others how to run it. Even my email address was team@project name. Everything was running under a neutral brand. Did I just copy and paste what I saw around me? Did all this time around large corporations, startup founders, and investors shape my mind to build something that has to be super scalable? Was I influenced too much by LinkedIn and YouTube, by my mentors and coaches from Silicon Valley? As usual, doing my trusted decision matrix brought clarity. I didn't want to run a business and manage employees. My superpower is deep transformational conversation. Whether for myself or in a larger company was irrelevant. Whether I coached an executive or facilitated for a team, I wanted to spend all my time doing this, not building a coaching business. The annual renewal date for my website and every tech channel and software attached to it was around the corner. I love artificial deadlines to get things done. I had barely 3 weeks to do a complete rebrand, create a new identity, set up a new website, fade out the current workshops and meetup events, inform clients, redirect various apps and payment providers, changing online channels and platforms, links and logos. If the why is clear, the how will appear. The inside was clear, the voice, my heart, was right. And so, everything fell into place, incredibly fast. For some reason, no idea if it was intuition, boredom, or pride, I had reserved my name on a domain provider website a few weeks ago. I could easily put up all my one-on-one deep coaching services there. I set up a booking system and created a new online home for my deep coaching days. After 2.5 weeks, the virtual and digital move was complete. I could start my final to-do item for the year. The big personal development course book was sitting on my desk. It was patiently waiting for me to finish the rebrand and deliver the remaining group coaching workshops. It's always refreshing for me to learn from other mentors and coaches, apply their tried and true methods, and analyze their ways of creating deep and profound insights. We all say similar things in different words, use various ways to reach and teach each other. I dove into the study. Oh wait, back to the retreat. I told you there were 2 insights. What was the second instruction I received? You are reading it right now. Write your book, Jen. Share your story and your best tools with people. I kept listening for more details. As much as I immersed my whole being into the silence, it didn't bother to clarify, explain, or justify the simple command. No way! Why me? I could never write a book. My logical mind screamed at me. It fought, desperately wanting to avoid exposing all my fears and failures to others. It was scared of the size of the task, the sheer complexity of dissecting, selecting, and connecting hundreds of interwoven life stories. I've done a million things in the last 4 decades. They are all connected. How would I even start to put this into a cohesive, linear format, word by word, sentence by sentence, page by page? How will I know how much context to give so that everything makes sense to a stranger? A few more hours of brain boot camp later, the monkey mind calmed down. It was time for the heart to have a say. A quiet whisper at first. Just start. You will see. Things fall into place. Sure enough, my heart was spot on. Yes, I lived these stories and I sat down to type all the words you read at this moment, but this book was already written. It came from another place. All I had to do was to be still. Listen. Sitting deep in meditation, titles popped up in my mind, sentences formed, stories appeared, memories came back. Whole chapters came together as I sat in a meditation hall near Mount Hutt. This whole book was created, spoken into me as clearly as you can decipher the paragraphs now. All I had to do was put them in order. How do people even write books? Once the rebrand was done and I had finished the personal development course, I had no more excuses. I had to figure this mysterious book writing thing out. On the 10th of December, I Googled how to write a book. I found a few websites and read about self-publishing. If books like Harry Potter and 50 Shades of Grey started just like that, I can give it a go, right? All my stories needed a storyline. I opened a spreadsheet, put January to December into the columns, and wrote 1983 to 2023 into the left row. I put in what I remembered, checking my calendar, photos, and old emails. When did I do what trip? Who was around me at the time? Which story led to which one? Then I opened this document and wrote the chapter titles, an outline with keywords underneath each to make sure it would contain enough context for you. I wanted you to follow my journey, feel my feelings, laugh at my mistakes, and get encouraged by my courage. Then I added the best of my mind mastery tools so you can get straight into action. Today is the 1st of January 2024. This book wrote itself in the span of 3 weeks. Sure, now I have to learn about editing, typesetting, proofreading, cover design, differences in formatting for print and digital, and finally publishing. But first, a South Island motorbike road trip loop to visit my friends and enjoy a multi-day festival with ecstatic dance. Whee! If I can do it, so can you. At the end of the day, all we have is our story. Make sure yours is a good one.